All right. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Administrative and Finance Committee meeting for Thursday, June 26, 2025. I'm Chair Abdullahi, and we are going to call this meeting to order. Nicole, will you please call the roll?
Chair Abdullahi.
Present.
Vice Chair Rant. Present. Vice Chair Yamani.
Here.
Directors Acosta. Boyd Hodgson. Croucher. Hilliker.
Here.
Leahy.
Here.
Norman.
Here.
Quaylen.
Here.
Serrano.
Here.
Vespi. Whitburn. Chair Abdullahi, you have a quorum of the committee.
Thank you so much, Nicole. Please be aware that a revised agenda was posted yesterday for the ANF committee. And as we discuss the items on the agenda, I will be calling on directors who push their speaker button. Please limit your comments to matter not already addressed and state all your points when you have a chance to speak so we can move through our agenda. And just a couple of things. One, really want to thank the staff. We're here today to really take important actions for this committee. And it's been a long, long process and a lot of discussions and conversations in the workshops that we've had. So just really want to take a moment to thank the CWA staff for being readily responsible for the board to make sure that they have the information that they need to be able to take the actions in front of us today. And also thank you so much for the public who's here, who's to provide comments on the agenda. It's always important to be civically engaged, so I just want to take a moment to thank you all. And last but not least, I think we are all aware of the reason why, one, we're here at 9 in the morning, aside from it being a formal board day, but also really a lot of the actions that we're going to be taking today is going to be impacting ratepayers. And we need, especially at a time where there's a high cost of living and also a lot of difficulties that families and individuals are facing, what is in front of us today is going to be an important step in terms of really keeping in mind the importance of taking care of our water authority as a institution as well as our ratepayers. So just want to make sure that everyone realizes the importance of the vote that we're taking today. We'll move on towards the rest of the agenda. Are there any additions to the agenda, Nicole?
There are none.
Thank you so much. And at this time, I'd like to ask if there are any public speakers wishing to comment on any item listed on the ANF committee agenda other than the rates and charges.
And just as a point of note for those in the public, board members don't generally respond to questions. So, you know, if you have questions, we'll take them under advisement and try to get answers out. But thanks.
Written public comments were received prior to the meeting and were shared with the Board of Directors and posted on our website. Public comment will now be heard on all items on the ANF agenda under the jurisdiction of the ANF committee. If you're providing comments on the proposed rates and charges, please hold these comments for the public hearing and you'll be called upon at that time. For all other requests to speak, I will call on in-speaker requests first, followed by virtual. Public speakers, you will have 2 minutes each to make your comments. Please wrap up your comments when you see the orange light on the speaker podium. Your time is up. When the light turns red, please move aside promptly for the next speaker. First speaker, Ms. Gonzalez, please step up to the podium. You may begin your comments now.
Good morning, esteemed board members. My name is Jaili Gonzalez, and I'm the Community Programs Coordinator at the Water Conservation Garden. Thank you for the opportunity to speak about the value your continued support brings to the garden and to the broader San Diego. The garden has served the public for over 25 years. It's a living showcase of water-wise landscaping and sustainability, offering education through drought-tolerant plants and water-saving design. But it's more than just a beautiful space. It's a resource center that inspires your ratepayers to rethink water usage. Since January 2025, an estimated 15,000 people have come through our gates for educational or recreational purposes. Our programs and events directly benefit the communities that SDCWA and its 22 member agencies serve. By offering accessible, engaging, and water-focused education, we help your ratepayers become more informed water users. It's something that directly supports your long-term conservation goals. We're excited to launch Water District Wave and Days, a free event created for the 22 WA member agencies. It gives your ratepayers the opportunity to engage with their water district and take home practical tools for conservation for free. As an educator and local resident, it would truly sadden me to see this garden become inaccessible to the children, families, and ratepayers who benefit so deeply. The loss would especially impact on those in under-resourced areas who depend on our programs for access to nature. I'm here today representing the staff of the garden. We are a small team, 3 full-time and 3 part-time, who care deeply about this mission. Each person plays a vital role in making these programs possible. To conclude, I respectfully request that the board add a third voting option to June 26 agenda. Approve and sign the draft MOU, maintain SDCWA's membership in GPA, and continue funding at current levels. On behalf of our staff, volunteers, and members, please help us save the Water Conservation Garden. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Emily Routman, please step up to the podium. You may begin now.
Good morning. My name is Emily Routman. I recently retired from a career as a consultant, guiding the development of organizational strategy for science and nature-based cultural institutions like museums, zoos, and botanic gardens. San Diego Zoo was one of my biggest clients. When we moved to El Cajon 3 years ago, I started looking for information about how to transform our lawn-covered yard into a water-conserving garden and discovered the Water Conservation Garden. It struck me as a brilliant strategy for promoting water-conserving landscaping, a demonstration garden that is not only educational, but is also a delight for the senses and an urban oasis. I was so impressed, I became a volunteer. Now I hear that the Water Authority is planning to abandon this remarkable resource, and I'm perplexed because the ROI is so high. The cost to the Water Authority of supporting the garden is about 5 cents per person per year. It represents less than 1/5,000th of your budget. Eliminating that cost would not help your bottom line to any meaningful degree. What would be lost if you withdrew your support? Here are just a few of the things the garden does. Demonstrates water-conserving gardening principles in 50 themed garden zones with hundreds of labeled varieties of low water use plants. Offers free brochures such as the Nifty 50 Plant Guide, flyers from the water districts describing available rebates, and has QR codes displayed around the garden that connect visitors to water district rebate web pages. Offers numerous public workshops each year. And did you know that the garden's ratings on Yelp, Google, and TripAdvisor are higher than San Diego Zoo's? This is a place that the public appreciates. If the garden can't survive financially, it will be taken over by Kiama Community College, and all of these benefits and more that I don't have time to mention would be lost. The garden would become just a laboratory for the college's horticulture students. As a consultant who helps organizations make sound strategic decisions, I respectfully recommend that you consider not just the 2 existing options for withdrawing support, but a third option to continue funding the garden at current levels.
Comments.
Thank you for your consideration.
Ed Woodruff, please step up to the podium. You may begin now.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity to talk with you today. I really appreciate the time and effort that you put in and what you do. So, my name is Edward Woodruff. I've been with the garden for 12 years, served in different capacities. I also sit on the Spring Valley Planning Group as well as the San Miguel Fire Department Board. We want you to continue to be with us because you provide the education and products and things that we actually use. This picture that you see here is one that you folks have developed with the Swell program, and it's a little hard for you to see, I realize, but it's one that really has been great. We do it with both the children and adults. We've had throughout the years, over 90,000 children have come through the program. We have scheduled lessons that we go out to the schools and give, and then they come to the garden and see the things that we've talked about. The other thing is when the children come, they bring their parents back. Each of these parents are ratepayers too, as am I. And I think it's something that really needs to be looked at. I'm hoping that today we can have an additional alternative to the 2 recommendations of no. With our accepted plans that we have, there's a number of times that we spend really developing these lessons and also provide a number of things for people throughout the district, as well as seminars, free things that they can come to, all of which are related to the garden and the conservation of water. We're here for you, and we've appreciated so much the help that you've given us before, and we're really hoping that you can continue to keep doing that with us because it's something that is vital to getting the information out. We want to be a partner with you in doing that. We use the information you give us, and we want to continue to keep doing so. It's very valuable to us, and I think it's something that we hope that you'll consider. We also provide
Thank you for your comments. Your time is up.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your time.
Next speaker is Mr. Stephen Zalesi. Please step up to the podium. Can I also have up next Rosalie Dosick and Harold Bailey be prepared to step up to the podium? Zalesi, you may begin now.
My name is Stephen Zalesi. I live in El Cajon. I'm a retired restaurateur for 35 years and 30 years as president of the Food and Beverage Association of San Diego County. Since I've retired, I have been a volunteer for almost 5 years and currently serve as the volunteer president of over 100 volunteers who work to support the garden through serving on over 25 designated teams encompassing all aspects of garden operations. The Water Authority mission is to quench the thirst. Knowledge is part of that mission. It is both logical and responsibility of the Water Authority to continue to support what they have helped create and have invested in for over 26 years. The garden fills in the blanks concerning conservation as a lifestyle in so many ways. Failing to support the garden is contrary to the authority's mission statement. The garden provides a working demonstration to the public of what results we can expect from adopting a conservation-minded way of life. The garden makes it real, doable, and practical to the general public. The garden makes all the words come alive, real to the public. Your continued support at the current level of funding is just good business for the authority and a win for the public. We respectfully request considering a third alternative on your agenda of remaining a member of the Water Conservation Garden, adopting the MOU that has been circulated, and continue as a partner with all of the other authority members at the garden. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Rosalie Dosick, you may begin now.
Yes, hello. I've been an active volunteer in Dothan since 2004, and I have seen the garden grow both in beauty and prestige throughout the region. It is now a destination spot for visitors all throughout the county. It features exquisite public art, which enhances its beauty. It has been certified as a museum and arboretum, as well as an educational institution for those people who have gardens and want to save water. It has exhibits, classes, tours, and outreach. I have gone through the outreach team to Del Mar, Rancho Penasquitos, and University City. We have tours coming from every part of this area to learn about water conservation, and they have been more than impressed. The water conservation has a higher star rating than the San Diego Zoo. It would be in the best interest of the Water Authority, both financially and politically, to support the garden for its constituents who voted for you. It also means you are supporting health and welfare of our region residing in it. The garden is an oasis, offering solace, serenity, and a safe place for all who visit. With gratitude for your past support and with hope for your continued support, I thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Mr. Bailey. And can Ms. Fickman and Mr. Olney be prepared to approach the podium? Mr. Bailey, you may begin now.
Good morning. Thank you for this opportunity to speak to you. I am Harold Bailey, a resident of La Mesa and a customer of Helix Water District. I hold a PhD in engineering and have more than 40 years of experience in the water industry, specifically water reclamation. I have been a volunteer at the garden for 13 years in various roles, from board president to dirty docent. It's been said many times that the least expensive water is conserved water. This is our focus. The County Water Authority Business Plan 2021 to 2025 includes a section on water use efficiency, which says, in part, quote, water use efficiency programs are a core element of the Water Authority's strategy to make the region's water supply more reliable in the long term. The water use efficiency focus area utilizes several management strategies, including continuing to pioneer the advancement of sustainable landscapes. The CWA website includes some information boxes entitled Water Smart Resources and Water Smart Classes and Videos, with links to more specific information about trees, irrigation, local nurseries, sustainable landscapes, climate-appropriate plants, healthy soil, and efficient irrigation and rainwater capture. That is what we do at the Water Conservation Garden. I respectfully request consideration of a third alternative, remaining a member of the Water Conservation Garden Authority, adopting the MOU that has been circulating and continuing to partner with the other Water Conservation Garden Authority members. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Ms. Fickman, please step up to the podium. You may begin now.
Good morning. My name is Tatiana Fichman. I am a retired water production superintendent of the city of San Diego, and currently I am a volunteer at the Water Conservation Garden. My 25 years of professional experience was in delivery of safe, reliable water to the residents of San Diego. During my tenure, I participated in multiple joint projects with CWA engineers and coordinated system changes with CWA operations staff. After retiring, I joined Water Conservation Garden as a volunteer and discovered this amazing organization with a very limited staff of dedicated professionals and a team of enthusiastic volunteers with multiple talents. I was lucky to enjoy the beauty of the garden and to find that they follow the same goal as CWA, participating water agencies, protecting watersheds, efficient water use, and sustainability. They educate visitors from various communities of San Diego and other cities and explain the importance of fire protections, control of the soil erosion, conserving and reusing the water, and the beauty of the drought-resistant plants. Together with CWA and water agencies, the garden delivers a very important message that teamwork can transform the entire San Diego into the blossoming garden. The garden is a precious gem that attracts members of our communities not only to enjoy nature, but take care of it and save every drop of water. When you see joy of the children visiting the garden, retired people relaxing in the shades of the exotic trees, young generations appreciating the effort of the garden caregivers, you realize and understand the deeper meaning of saving and delivering water. Together, we deliver life, joy, and future. Together, we invest in our communities, and I encourage you to continue your support to the garden. Thank you very much, and I appreciate it.
Thank you for your comments. Mr. Brian Olney, you may begin now.
Thank you. Brian Olney, General Manager for Helix Water District. And I just want to take an opportunity just to provide some clarification on the operation of the garden as it currently runs today. I know there's been confusion about some financial issues associated in the past, and there were, and that was associated with the third-party contract operator. That contract operator was no longer able to fulfill the obligation of the contract operations, and the JPA board released that third-party contractor from that contract. There are no liabilities carried forward today as a result of that action, and the JPA has assumed control of the operation of that garden. And that control currently is being administered by Helix Water District in the form of myself as the acting administrator, our finance team, our Director of Finance and Administration as the treasurer, our finance manager has direct oversight over all finances of the garden, and our board secretary and associate administrative staff supporting the board meetings and document management. Needless to say, the garden has ample oversight and continues to have so moving forward. The garden has been directed, or it does have direction through a strategic guidance plan that the board will be adopting in July. Of many things that it will be addressing, one thing is the issues that this board itself has been addressing over the last several months regarding the cost of water in the region. So the garden remains a unique venue, an asset to the region in providing much-needed education on the many water-related issues that we all face. And in my role as administrator of the garden, representing Helix Water District, Otay Water District, Sweetwater Authority, Grossmont-Cuyamaca Community College District, and still today, as of this morning, the Water Authority, we thank you for your consideration on today's agenda for continuing support for the garden. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Ms. Rose Steinhardt, may you please approach the podium. Please get ready, Ms. Kijaro and Mr. McDonough. You may begin now.
Hi, I'm a volunteer for 4 years at the Water Conservation Garden, but I wanted to address all of you, esteemed members of the community, and to thank you all for sponsoring all those wonderful landscape workshops that we have had at the garden. They're wonderful, they're highly attended, and everyone loves them, so thank you very much for that. Champions of conservation, yes, that's what we are. We thank you for gathering today, so I may express my feelings, my joy of volunteering at the garden. This is a beacon of inspiration. This garden is a beacon of inspiration. The water nestled on nearly 6 beautiful acres. The garden is more than a showcase of native plants, drought-tolerant landscaping, butterfly habitats, and composting. At its core, a grand living teacher. From the moment it opened 25 years ago, it has educated tens of thousands of students, gardeners, and families, helping San Diego County / water use. Yay. Imagine a place where children witness monarch butterflies emerge, families explore how great water systems work, and learn smart irrigation techniques. That's why it received recognition from the Sunset Magazine and the American Public Gardens Association and local water authorities. But now this grand teacher continues to need your help as funding challenges tighten, like when the nonprofit arm shrank and the Joint Powers Authority stepped in, streamlining staff. Its future remains uncertain without the vital funding you are proposing to cut. We cannot let this educational treasure fade. So I ask you, stand with our garden community, school field trips, and butterfly pavilion sessions. Together we can honor this garden's legacy, strengthen its operation, and expand its reach. Let's show what when a garden teaches, community learns, and when they learn, they grow. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Kijaro, please approach the podium. You may begin now.
Hello, my name is Kristen Caro, and I am team leader for the education team, which deals with school field trips that come to the garden. And over the years, in the garden's lifetime, 90,000 school children have come to the garden on field trips. Since the garden has been under new management, it's been very frugally managed. We have 3 full-time and 3 part-time staff, but we have 100 volunteers, and the volunteers are divided into 25 teams. We have calculated, they have donated in the last year the equivalent of $205,000 of labor, and that doesn't even begin to cover the amount of money they put into donations for the physical place itself. Since the water JPA has taken over, the garden has become better than ever before. It's more focused on its mission. We've seen increased foot traffic. The grounds themselves are greatly improved because of all the labor, and it would be a shame to lose this resource. It's a real asset that you have available to get your message out to all of your ratepayers. It's more needed than ever. I think we can say our population is growing. Climate change is making the challenges of water that much more pressing. We have fire safety exhibits as well and have had classes on it. And that's it. But thank you again for all you do to bring us sustainable water.
Thank you for your comments. Patrick McDonough, please step up to the podium. You may begin now.
Good morning, Patrick McDonough, the Senior Attorney for San Diego Coastkeeper. First, I want to address this inadequate public comment opportunity and process. I'm happy to hear that there's a separate comment opportunity for rates today, but it's ridiculous that we have 2 minutes to comment on all of the other agenda items before this committee, which includes a $1.9 billion budget over the next 2 years and multiple other specific measures and recommendations. It's also ridiculous that the time for public comment and that opportunity is right now at the top of the agenda before the public has had an opportunity to hear a presentation, hear more about each item. Typically, in all other decision-making bodies, that will happen. Then the board will have an opportunity to ask questions and flesh it out more, and then the public can ask questions and provide informed public comment. So the current public comment and this opportunity process undermines the public trust and engagement. I want to remind this agency that it exists to serve the public, and I request that the opportunity for public comment is refined and changed so that there is an opportunity for comment for each agenda item at each committee at every meeting. Now that I've wasted most of my time on the public comment deficiencies, I have a couple overarching comments on the rest of the agenda. First, this agency needs a culture and mentality shift and a tightening of the budget across the board. There are relatively few cuts proposed to the budget today, the $1.9 billion budget. We have a rate crisis that is related to our debt servicing crisis, and I'll have to comment on the rates later. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. That concludes our in-person requests. If there are public speakers in the Zoom waiting room, please raise your hand through the Zoom app or press *9 if listening by phone. This is for public comment on items other than proposed rates and charges. Speaker Silverstein, you may begin now.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Mitch Silverstein, Senior Policy Coordinator for Surfrider Foundation. We 100% echo Coast Keeper's comments that SDCWA needs a culture and mentality shift. The proposed budget and rate increase options are inadequate to meet the moment with the urgency required. The Water Authority is about to have more debt than their peak of infrastructure spending in 2016. Meanwhile, our water sales are plummeting and will continue to do so. And we already have some of the highest rates in the nation that are continuing to spiral out of control. And yet the agency is continuing with an inflated operating budget. You're not making any cuts to staff and continue to invest over $500,000 in marketing and spend over $2 million and sponsor over 90 events throughout the county. Why? You've got 22 customers, 22 agencies. Why do you need paid advertisements? That might make sense if you have a budget surplus, but certainly not now. We also notice that board members get a per diem for attending events like dinners that are already paid for by the Water Authority. And we've heard some board members want to increase that per diem amount. Think about how that might make someone feel who can't pay their monthly water bill. Even if this might make only a small budgetary difference, it's incredibly tone deaf. We need to cut expenditures everywhere, across the board, no pun intended. All of this indicates that you think the agency is right-sized. We could not disagree more. As demands continue to decline, the Water Authority must right-size itself. No one is saying that'll be easy, but it's absolutely necessary. This $1.9 billion budget completely fails to acknowledge the urgency required to cut spending and tackle your debts responsibly. Regarding rates, we support the option proposed by the City of San Diego to cap the increase at 8%, which I would ask the city to explain in detail during the appropriate agenda item number 4, I believe. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Ms. Hetherington, you may begin now.
Thank you. I am Pam Hetherington from the Environmental Center of San Diego. And I agree with what the comments of Patrick Madano from Coast Keeper and Mitch Silverstein from Surfrider. I'm also going to express my displeasure that at the last minute you changed the public comment routine. I cleared my calendar this morning so I could make comment on the budget item, but I will not be able to stay. So I just want you to know that we support the option proposed by the City of San Diego to cap the rate increase at 8%, which I would ask the city to explain in detail during the agenda item. Thank you kindly for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Mary Jane Bailey, you may begin now.
Thank you. As a volunteer at the admissions kiosk I meet and greet your ratepayers from all corners of San Diego County who come to the garden for education, inspiration, and recreation. Losing funding from the County Water Authority will cause a dire ripple effect to the viability of the garden to remain open. Failure to fund the garden will likely cause the garden to be subsumed by Grossmont Cuyamaca College District. The chancellor from the college has made no promises to keep the garden open to your ratepayers. She said the college will operate the garden as a laboratory for horticulture students with little or no access to the public. This would disenfranchise 26 years of hard-earned investment by the affiliated water districts, including the County Water Authority, our members, volunteers, staff, and supporters. When the garden is gone, it will be impossible to rebuild or replicate elsewhere in San Diego County. Please do not abandon the garden. We have been your partner and want to be your partner into the future. I want to draw everyone's attention to the online petition on change.org that was launched last week. We have over 2,655 signatures as of 8:30 this morning, asking you, the County Water Authority, to continue to fund the garden at its current level and into the future, to add the third option as a voting option on your agenda today. Your ratepayers are asking for your help. Thank you. Please save the garden.
Thank you for your comments. Ms. Magnuson, you may begin now. Lauren Magnuson.
Yes, I'm sorry. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having me. I'd like to say I'm extremely proud of all the community members that have come out to support the Water Conservation Garden and this treasured resource that has been here for 26 years, specifically when this garden was started during extreme droughts of the 90s. As the San Diego region faces another period of drought, the Water Conservation Garden remains a vital education resource for your customers. And for 26 years, the garden has advanced its mission to raise public awareness about the importance of water conservation and sustainability and the need to protect our most critical resource. As the garden's director of operations, I want to reiterate what Mary Jane Bailey said about the 2,600 petition signatures in support of the San Diego County Water Authority's continued funding of the garden. And a failure to continue to fund will likely result in the garden being consumed by the Grossmont Cuyamaca Community College District. And the chancellor has made no commitment to help the garden open or stay open to the public, but she has indicated she would, make this a facility used exclusively for college's mission of higher education, not a public garden dedicated to the community. We have opened the doors to the community. We have done this for our Free Fridays. We are continuing this with the Water District Wave-In Days that are going to extend to areas of Ramona, Fallbrook, Oceanside, to encourage people to come. And on these days, we are going to continue to support the community and educate them. I would like to ask and respectfully request that the San Diego County Water Authority add a third voting option to its June 26th agenda to approve and sign the draft memorandum of understanding, maintaining the San Diego County Water Authority's membership in the Water Conservation Garden JPA, and continue funding at current levels. Please continue your support. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Marco Espinosa, you may begin now.
Hello, good morning, Marco Espinosa. I'm unaware of this garden, but I think community gardens are a fantastic idea, and they help in so many different ways. I'm just a bit confused on the fact that if the garden is funded by ratepayers, and everyone in San Diego County is a ratepayer, and it's open to the community, though I'm guessing it's a certain community, that just didn't make sense to me. But again, there's a lot I don't know. But I also would see it as a benefit to open it to the college, students learning. Seems appropriate to me, but again, a lot I don't know. And that's all I have for this item. Thank you very much. Have a good day.
Thank you for your comments. I have no further speakers, Chair Abdullahi.
Thank you so much, Kelly. I have no chair's report. Are there any comments from the vice chairs or directors? No comments. All right. So there are 2 items on our consent calendar, and staff recommendation to note and file the monthly treasurer's report. We have a comment. Director Acosta.
Thank you. On the consent item regarding Carlsbad Municipal Water District, I'm on the board of the Carlsbad Municipal Water District, so I'll have to recuse myself and abstain from voting on that item. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Acosta. Are there, so the 2 items are the staff recommendation to note and file the monthly treasurer's report, as well as staff recommendation to approve the Carlsbad MWD refund for overpayment of costs related to the fiscal year 24 reconciled settlement statement for desalinated water purchases. Are there any questions or comments? Director Leahy.
Thank you. I just had a question on consent item 2 for the refund. Was this something that they were overbilled for the water, and that's why we're reimbursing them?
Excuse me, yes, Director Leahy, yes. Every year there's a reconciliation of all the activities involving the desal plant, and there is a true-up that is done after the fact, and it just takes an amount of time to go through that. So in the meantime, that the agencies, Carlsbad and Vallecillos, they pay current, and then once the reconciliation is completed, sometimes there's a refund back to them, sometimes they owe more, so that's standard practice.
Okay, and then is there any reconciliation or refund of any interest earned, or is there any interest earned for Camp or Lathe if it's invested in that?
No.
Okay, thanks.
All right. Utilizing your buttons, do I have a motion to approve the consent calendar?
So moved, Madam Chair.
All right, Director Yamani, even though I don't see the button, is all right. Do I have a second? Director Leahy?
Second.
Thank you. So we have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed?
Sorry, Chair, aye on the 1 item.
Yes.
Thank you.
We've noted your recusal, Director Acosta.
Loud and clear. All right, the item passes. Let's move on to the 6 other action items that we have today. First, I will call on our board chair, Nick Serrano, who will discuss some recommended budget reductions for fiscal years 2026 and 2027.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Colleagues, first of all, good morning, and thank you all for being here. As you know, we have the unenviable task of considering the budget and rates and charges for the next fiscal year. Inevitably, I regret that in this ever volatile water environment and macroeconomic environment, it is going to require asking ratepayers to pay more. Since I joined this board in May of 2021, many of you have heard my philosophy with regard to our board and staff and how they should approach the consideration of any water rate increase. It's answering the question, have we done everything? No stone unturned. Before we ask ratepayers to dig deeper into their pockets, I believe we must first look in the mirror and what can we tighten in our own operations. We should hold ourselves to the same standard that we expect of others, and that is what this item is about. At my direction, I asked the general manager to work with me to find reductions to the budget allocated towards this board of directors. And what is before you today, and what I am respectfully requesting approval for, the board's budget to be reduced by $122,855, which amounts to approximately a 27% reduction. I believe this is about showing that we are not above the hard decisions, we are in them too. And this is what I believe any member of the public would ask us to do in this moment of rising costs, is to look inward. And that is what this action is about. Now, I also want to be clear that I'm not done yet. As chair, I intend to bring forward updates to our administrative code to rein in spending on things like board per diem and travel. And further, I want to be clear that during my time as chair, I will not in any way entertain increases to per diem, period, full stop. For me, this is about making this more consistent with, I believe, the common sense values of transparency and restraint that I believe the public expects now more than ever. And so, colleagues, the item in front of you today is one step, and I believe an important one for this body, one that I believe sends a clear message to the people that we serve. We hear you, and we are acting accordingly. Most of all, this is us doing our part. With that, Madam Chair, I will move the item, and I respectfully request your yes vote.
Thank you so much, Chair Serrano. Second. All right, so we have a motion put forth by Chair Serrano and a second by Vice Chair Hilliker. Are there any questions or comments? All right, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed?
Opposed.
All right, any abstentions? All right, the item passes. Next, I will hand it over to Nina, our Director of Engineering, to present the options for the CIP prioritization funding.
Good morning, and thank you. So there are two options for the board to consider, and the memo describing these options can be found on page 19 of your board packet. Next slide. Oh, sorry. So the two options before you, this is regarding the CIP prioritization plan. Option one is to direct staff to implement this plan as provided in the recommended budget. This requires funds in the amount of $750,000. And as mentioned, it is included in the current recommended budget that was provided on June 5th. Option two is to direct staff to maintain our existing CIP practices and hold a special board workshop to inform the board of our current practices. This would result in the removal of the CIP prioritization plan from the recommended budget, so that would result in a reduction of $750,000 to the CIP budget, as well as removing one FTE that was recommended to execute this plan. And with that, I'll turn it back to Chair Abdullahi.
Thank you so much, Nina. Are there any questions or comments from directors? Director Arendt, Vice Chair Arendt?
Yeah, move adoption of option 2.
Second.
All right, so we have a motion to move option number 2 and a second from Chair Serrano. Director Leahy?
Thank you. I'd appreciate, and I don't know if our my neighbor here would amend his motion, but I think that option 2 is sufficient, except for I would appreciate that it's not just to inform the board of current practices, that I'd appreciate an active workshop where the board could opine and make recommendations to move, or if staff are concerned or have would like direction of which projects to prioritize if something needs to be cut, that is an active workshop where the board can provide direction and it's not just an informational item.
Thank you, Director Leahy. Director Acosta?
Thank you, and thanks to Director Leahy for the comment. I know we had conversation at a previous board meeting about this, and that was also my comment that we have had similar workshops at my agency and at the City of Carlsbad, and it was helpful to have input, public input, and also conversation by our board. So I think it works well, and I'd like to see that here, not just an informational item, but actual engagement and participation in the conversation. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Myers?
This committee, but thank you for the opportunity to speak. And I just want to be also supportive of Director Leahy's comments. I think that we should have an active workshop and not just informational. Thank you.
Thank you, Director. Vice Chair Arendt?
I accept the amendment to the motion. I've never been to a water authority function where the staff did not take board input, but I guess we have a safeguard now, so thank you.
Thank you. And Chair Serrano, are you all right with that amendment of having an active workshop?
I'll let it ride, yeah.
All right. So we have a motion by Vice Chair Arendt and seconded by Chair Serrano. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? All right, the item passes. Thank you so much, Nina. Up next, we have Lisa Pruz, who's our Principal Water Resource Specialist, and will present on the Water Conservation Garden. Mike, please.
All right. The garden's located on the college campus at Cuyamaca, and it's been in operation for 26 years. The Water Authority's provided its support for garden operations since 2001. It has 6 acres of displays showing water-wise plants, sustainable gardening methods, and focuses on natural resource conservation. The garden provides a variety of education opportunities, workshops with landscape and garden experts, and holds both public and private events to engage community. This is supported by, as several have said, a large volunteer base as well as a small staff. Next. A joint powers agreement formed the Water Conservation Authority, which governs the garden, and there are 6 current members of the Water Conservation Authority, as shown on the screen. In July 2024, all of the water agencies members of the Water Conservation Authority submitted letters of intent to withdraw effective June 30th, and to date, Helix, Otay, and Sweetwater have rescinded their letters. City of San Diego has affirmed their withdrawal. Next. Funding for garden support has not been included in the proposed 2026 and 2027 operating budget. This memo proposes 2 options with respect to support for the garden. As the Water Authority has not rescinded the letter of intent to withdraw, both options being presented include that the Water Authority discontinues participation at the Water Conservation Authority at the end of this month. Option 1 is that no action is taken and no further monetary support is budgeted for the garden. The remaining Water Conservation Authority agencies would be responsible for funding garden operations moving forward. Option number 2 is that the Water Authority allocates funding in the upcoming budget to make fixed contributions of $100,000 in FY26 and $50,000 in FY27 and negotiates a new MOU with the Water Conservation Authority for that use. And so the recommendations are those 2 options up on the screen. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you so much for that presentation. Are there any questions or comments? All right, Director Acosta.
Thank you, and thanks for the quick overview. I know we've discussed this before. I have a quick question for you, and it's about the history and understanding whether the garden had the intent to become self-sustaining and eventually not be supported by all the water districts.
I believe the intent of the garden was not that it would ever become self-sustaining, but that support for the garden would reduce over time.
Okay, because that was my understanding, was that the garden was supposed to figure out its own financial model and not be dependent on the water districts to fund it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Director Coates Hedberg.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everyone. And for the new board members, I just want to let you know, I'm Kathleen Hedberg, and for the public, civil engineer, master's in public health, and I've been a board member on Helix Water District for nearly 20 years. And I'm in my 5th year here at the County Water Authority Board. And I am currently the County Water Authority Board's representative for the garden, and I'm the garden president. I just want to let you know, and as you have heard today, if you're concerned about the garden's disruption a year ago, I was too. I've been on the board for 2 years, and we were all very concerned. But I want to reassure to you that the JPA member agencies, Helix, Otay, City of San Diego, Sweetwater Authority, and the Cuyamaca College, and the County Water Authority, we all took swift and collaborative action to stabilize the leadership and get those operations back on track. And with the strong help and support of our Helix Water District staff, we were now on track and we are better than ever. If you are concerned about the financial oversight, all garden funds and operations are now directly managed by the JPA agencies, and there is serious oversight and accountability in place. And the Water Authority would continue to have a voice at the table when it remains a member. We have a clean audit, and we adopted a budget just this last month. If you were concerned about the direction and impact, we have put together a new strategic plan, and it is nearly complete, and we're going to be meeting in July as a JPA board to look at these goals and understand all the performance measures and priorities, and it can be brought back to this board to ensure that the alignment complies with your outreach and conservation efforts. And we are in this strategic plan looking at other partners because the district, the county has done a great job in conservation. When this water conservation garden was put together 20 years ago, we were in a crisis and we needed to conserve. Well, we have conserved. Now it's all about sustainability. And now we are looking at changing this garden. In fact, I'm going to propose changing the name of the water conservation garden, drop the conservation out, and just keep it the garden, or the sustainability garden, and looking at other partners such as fire. Look at waste management companies. Look at the power industry, the power situation, as well as I recently talked to the Farm Bureau. We want to get the farmers to be part of our garden, because we all have a message to get out to the public. And the garden is that great venue of delivering that investment. Do I have a time limit? Okay. Very good. Okay.
We have all day.
Okay. So.
Breaking the ice, y'all. Continue, Kathleen.
If you were concerned about whether this investment delivers value, the garden offers the most effective venue in the region to educate the cost of the water, the complexity of our water, and the delivery of our water. This is something that us as a region right now we need. And this program will not raise our rates. And by cutting this program will not cut our rates. It is a very small percentage of our budget. I believe, 5 cents per customer? So to you all, the garden is a great message for outreach to our customers, but also to other states, to the Colorado River agencies, to the whole state, to let them know what we're doing, what we've been doing, and what we plan on doing. So stepping away right now sends the wrong signal. Remaining a member is not just about funding the garden, it's about continuing to lead in sustainability, education, and public trust. So if you believe in those values, please consider rescinding the letter of intent and staying at the table. And in light of the recent our chair Serrano's recommendation of cutting our board budget, because yes, we need to be accountable too. I will not put in a per diem for my meetings, but because I want to make sure that we can all work together on this. So thank you.
Thank you so much. All right, we have a few more comments. Director Norman.
Thank you, Chair. I think one of the points that I would like to make that I'm not sure has been made before, at least in my time here, and that is the responsibility that the Water Authority had in being a member of the JPA. If they are part of the JPA or have been, then they're equally responsible to have been making it a success. And I'm not sure, because of the misunderstanding about water conservation and how it may or may not be in contradiction to some of what we've been trying to do here at the Water Authority. It is important for sustainability of our entire region. This is not just about a park that people go to and enjoy. It is a learning environment. We have a landscaping industry, if you will. We have agriculture. All of this makes a lot of sense to have the water conservation garden or the garden be a place where all of this comes together and helps us to have a good quality of life. I am always amazed at the volunteers and the staff of the Water Conservation Garden. But again, where have we been in managing and leadership of the JPA to ensure that it was still a part of what needs to happen to meet our mission as well? I don't want to hear, well, we don't want to save water because we paid for it. That's ridiculous. We are changing behaviors. We are hopefully helping the entire region to sustain itself in what I can guarantee will be happening as our environment is impacted by climate change as well as other kinds of factors. So please consider continuing to participate fully. I really was astounded when I joined this board to learn that we had pulled back our support on a long-term basis. Providing some funding, pittance here and a pittance there, makes it so hard for the management of that organization. We need the leadership at the table to ensure that it fulfills all of our missions. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Director Fong Sakai.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I do recognize the benefits and the education that the Water Conservation Garden has provided. However, the fact is that the San Diego County Water Authority, the member agencies, and customers, we have profound concerns about the increasing price of water. As we're trying to balance our books and we're looking forward to our budget and rates for the next couple of years, we're not singling out the Water Conservation Garden by itself. Our support for many businesses, professional and community organizations are also being cut. Hard decisions must be made. And I don't think, for me, this is not a vote to say that we don't appreciate the Water Conservation Garden, but this organization, the Water Authority, we must be responsible for balancing our books and doing the best that we can to give our ratepayers the most economical water as possible. So there's an old saying, if we mind our pennies, the dollars will come. I know this is not going to be popular, but we have to mind our pennies so that this organization and all of our San Diego County community can thrive.
Thank you. Director Castaneda.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'm not on the committee, but I appreciate the opportunity to speak. I represent Sweetwater, and Sweetwater was actually the first agency that submitted their letter to pull out of the water garden. We did so for very, I think, genuine reasons. We were concerned about the financial stability of the garden under the former leadership. I think General Manager Olney basically talked about the history that's gone on there. And since that time, under the leadership of the JPA, we've taken over operations. We've hired new staff. I think it is proof positive that, when we talk about pennies, these folks can stretch a penny across the entire width of the Water Conservation Garden. Literally thousands of hours of volunteer time go into this. And quite frankly, in our board, a couple of years ago, I think when Tish was the general manager, we had some members that wanted to build our own garden. And we found out exactly what it costs and what it takes. And the sticker shock basically took us back to the garden. And we were, very, very forthright about the fact that we didn't want to see escalating costs. We didn't want to see our district and our ratepayers on the hook for one member of the JPA leaving and staying and so forth. And so we have an MOU that I think is very favorable to those that will be members of the JPA and will basically protect them from escalated costs. And so I think that we will be talking about a lot of memberships later on when we go through the budget and so forth. And I will tell you, looking through those, 95% of those have those memberships that this organization spends money on have nothing to do with water. They have nothing to do with education of our customers, and I'm talking about all the agencies that are members of the county water authority. And so this facility and its services it provides those benefits and those services to folks throughout the county. And each and every one of them write checks every other month or monthly, whatever your billing cycle is, to your agencies. And it's up to us as the individual agencies, whether or not you're on the JPA or not, to make sure that our folks are aware of the services and go there. I would just suggest that we look at continued funding. This board obviously can make a decision on how that might take place. But I think this is a community asset that if we don't provide at least a modicum of funding, will go away. And I can tell you it won't come back. And our folks will not have those services and will not have access to this great community asset. And so I would just ask, again, I'm not on the committee, but I would ask that you think long and hard about that. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Chair Yamani.
Thank you, through the chair.
Mike, please.
Sorry.
Oh.
Rookie. Thank you, Madam Chair. There is a third option, Council, that the president of the Water Conservation has been advocating for. I just wanted to know what is that third alternative option that they were requesting.
It was a request to withdraw our letter to exit the JPA. I mean, yeah. I mean, if we withdrew our
and funding.
If we remained a member of the JPA, we would have obligations as defined in the JPA.
Is that an option we can add to this option 1, 2, and 3?
Yes.
We're agendized for action on this, so I would say yes, we can consider that motion if it were to be made.
Is that a motion I can place? So if that's so, Council, Madam Chair, I so move to add that third option.
All right. Is there a second?
We're asking for a second, Madam President.
I wish I could. I'm not on the
I second. Oh, you are. Oh.
I second.
All right. So we're, just to clarify.
Yeah, I need to get some clarification. So with this, the motion is to rescind the letter of withdrawal from the garden and enter into the MOU along the lines of what Sweetwater has done. Is that correct?
I think that was the request that were being said, GM, so yes.
And we're adding as an option 3.
Option 3, yes.
So we have a few more speakers. We have a motion.
Right.
My understanding is we have a motion to rescind our letter.
That's right.
Withdrawing from the JPA. That stands alone. I don't know anything about an MOU.
I thought we can add it as option number 3, Council, you said.
So what we did last year is this board voted to send a letter terminating our membership in the JPA that would become effective at the end of this month. This board can vote to rescind that letter and remain a member of the JPA. The JPA has its own rules built into the contract. I heard mention of an MOU. We aren't agendized to vote on an MOU that's over and above simply rescinding the letter and rejoining the JPA.
I understand, Council, but in this option 1, option 2, there is that alternative option 3. So that you said earlier that we can add that option 3 to this item number 3. Is that yes or no?
Yes, which is what you just did. You made a motion to rescind our letter withdrawing from the JPA. If that motion carries, then the recommendation to the main board would be to withdraw that letter and retain our membership in the JPA.
Yes, and Chair, we can bring the MOU back to address that later if this motion passes.
If I can just ask Jeff, just in terms of transparency on the budget, since we are here in ANF, what would the cost be if we were to get back into the JPA? Has that been determined yet?
That hasn't been determined yet. So there's the MOU listed under option 2, which is that would be completely drafted between the Water Authority and the Garden. That would be more like a sponsorship type thing. There's another MOU which the Garden circulated that the other members are signed. For the Water Authority, we haven't committed to a dollar amount. There's not a dollar amount, as I understand it, in that MOU. So the board would also have to give staff direction on what that dollar amount would be for the membership.
Thank you, Jeff.
Thank you. All right, so we do have a motion and a second, but I would like to entertain a few more discussions. We have a couple of speakers on the queue, and then we'll come back to this motion. Thank you so much. Director Acosta, followed by Director Norman, and then Secretary Joy, followed by Chair Serrano. All right, Director Acosta.
Thank you. Who was the second on that motion? Okay, Princess, thank you. So I had some questions about budget as well, and thank you for asking that. I feel like there are some folks here that maybe weren't here when we made the previous vote, and we talked a lot about why we supported the Garden. We talked about the history of the Garden. We talked about what was going on, how there was some conflict and discord and some negative things happening with the Garden. But I think everybody supported the idea of what the Garden is and why it exists, the educational opportunities, the demonstration aspect of the Garden. I still like the name, the Water Conservation Garden, so I wouldn't change that. So I think the conversation was more about need-to-haves versus nice-to-haves in a difficult budget time for the Water Authority. And as we are the board of the Water Authority, and we're talking about raising rates, and we're talking about making cuts and having to make deeper cuts, deeper to the bone, we're looking at things we don't want to have to cut, but feel like we're going to have to start pulling out of these nice-to-haves because we have to focus on our need-to-haves, which include our operations, include maintenance, include the key things that we do here to maintain water infrastructure to fulfill our mission, which is to provide that reliable, safe supply of drinking water to the whole region. So I think that's why we made those decisions. That's why I had my vote in that decision. I am interested in continuing to support the Water Garden as we figure a way to transition out. So I'm supportive of option 2 and not maintaining our current full participation. I think there were some other things that we're not talking about right now. We talked about last time, problems with our agreement in terms of if somebody leaves, this is what Director Castañeda was mentioning, if one of the funding members left the district, everybody else would have to bear the burden and costs would go higher, and that would be automatic, and we wouldn't vote on that. There were some other kind of leadership and board responsibilities that were unclear and problems with the Garden. So I am supportive of option 2, and I'd love to hear from more colleagues about why, because I'm hearing a lot about support for the Garden, and I love that support, but we had some financial reasons why we were considering pulling away. I have told people I'm open-minded and I'm still listening, but right now I'm leaning towards option 2. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Director Acosta. Before I call on other folks, I just want to make sure that folks' speaker buttons are working.
I think we're experiencing a delay in the buttons, but they should all be working. If not, raise your hand and
yes,
I'll start doing it the old-fashioned way.
Chair, could I answer the question from Director Acosta?
I'll come back to you in a second if you don't mind. Thank you so much. All right, Director Venus Molina, go ahead.
Thank you. Did it work?
No, but I have you noted.
Awesome. Thank you so much. I am not on the committee, so thank you for letting me speak. And as a newbie board member, I actually am learning a lot about the garden, so I actually have a couple questions. One, I know that we have been funding this garden for 24 years, and has there, I think as board member Acosta said the same thing, is there a plan for weaning off? Is there a plan for self-sufficiency when it comes to its own funding? And then number two, where is the majority of funding going for or to? Is it paying for operations, staffing, or is it paying for programs? Thank you.
Sure. So the first is that I believe the agreement that we have for the Water Conservation Authority, JPA, shows a declining participation in terms of monetary, but it is not eliminated at any point. So there is continuing support for the garden in perpetuity. And then there is, which the current agreement has the Water Authority bearing 30% of that cost, although with the city getting out of that the dollar amount would go up because the distribution would be changed. There is a new MOU that's been proposed, as Director Castaneda had mentioned, where there would be differing costs associated with each agency that's participating. But I can discuss that if anyone wants to, but it's not an issue right now in terms of the decisions that have been made. The budget for the garden, and Kathleen, correct me if I misspeak, is that the budget that the water agencies contribute is towards the operations costs, the garden, as well as programs, so all of the above. And the garden puts forward what it estimates that it will earn in its different endeavors with memberships and sponsorships and things like that that move forward to reduce the cost to the agencies.
All right. Thank you. Secretary Joy?
Just really quick, is there a way that we can actually look at the budget at some point? Oh, perfect. Thank you very much.
There you go. All right, Secretary Joy.
Madam Chair, thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm not on this committee. I did want to share my perspective from the point of view of having been engaged pretty heavily with the workshops and the water education. My firm was contracted to conduct the workshops to the public for water conservation. And as a reminder, I'm a landscape architect. And I've seen the real benefits to the community for that education and for understanding how to efficiently use water. And I just wanted to give that as a preamble because I see that there's a real return on investment from the water conservation garden, in specific to that it is aligned with our vision and our mission, and that is that we focus on education, and this is an opportunity that we've had and has been valuable for many years as far as education to the community, and also we focus on sustainability. So from that perspective, the water garden, water conservation garden, water sustainability garden, whatever we call it, really does check the boxes for us on our education and our sustainability vision and goals. And I don't think that's a want thing. I think that's a need thing. We absolutely need to continue to educate, to communicate, and to focus on sustainability. I do like the idea that was presented about maybe the name more appropriately would be Sustainability Garden, especially as the garden matures and looks for other partners and looks at its financial model in the future differently. So given that, I want to share that I share my board colleagues' concern about I feel a little bit shaken by the financial issues that the garden has had in the recent past. And I don't feel like I would be considering a change now except for that fact. And I think, though, I want to look at where the opportunity is here. I think we have the opportunity to engage with helping to grow the garden and to establish it as a model for how to best educate and how to best support sustainability in the future. Here's the opportunity for us to reset our relationship, but not to abandon our relationship. And I like the opportunity of looking at it that way. I think we've matured, the garden's matured, and I would like to support us resetting our relationship with this memorandum of understanding and really capture the opportunity of looking at the future business plan. And I would love to look at it in more detail, because you've already stated too that you see, the garden sees, that there'll be declining participation over the years. Let's talk about that. Let's build it into our MOU. Let's really be clear about where we're going here and help the garden to mature and help to mature our relationship with the garden. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretary Lyons. We have Vice Chair Yamani, followed by Director Coates Hedberg, and then Director Plessy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For this committee, it's not just the values that this garden brings forward, but it's also our social responsibility. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Coates Hedberg.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to answer Director Acosta's question. And I think your question was regarding the MOU, or you were commenting on the past where if someone had withdrawn, then the other agencies would have to take that share of burden and increase funding. Well, this new MOU is restated such that you can state exactly how much you want to contribute, and Helix Water District and Otay Water District have agreed to make any offset that needs to be done, so as we go forward. So there will not be any impact on offsetting the cost of anyone leaving by County Water Authority. And we have agreed to, normally the County Water Authority was contributing about $150,000, but we had agreed to reduce that in the last board meeting when we discussed it to the $100,000 because of the impact of the rates and such.
Thank you. Director Plessy.
Thank you. I'm not on the committee, so I appreciate the time to speak. I do believe this conservation garden is a real big asset, especially when we're in a drought period. We're not in a drought period right now, so it seems not as important as it usually is. It's very helpful within that drought period that we will probably be in the next 2 to 3 years. However, I am kind of disappointed. We sent a letter a year ago, and we're now coming here, and then there's no working with them on maybe curtailing a lesser reduced budget. I'm not aware of the original budget, but curtailing a reduced budget and to have a plan to come into place as to slowly kind of reducing that budget and working with the garden, I would have been a lot more comfortable with that plan as to reducing it and seeing them and getting them as they mature more and more on self-sustainability. If this is a sustainability garden, then they need to be self-sustained. I feel that. But it is a really important, and so I would like to have more of them, like what the garden, what happens when we do come and pull out, and so what does that happen with that sustainability? It is a very important informational piece when it comes to droughts, but it's unfortunate that we're now here a year later and making these decisions. So thank you.
Thank you. Chair Serrano.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First off, I want to just thank everybody who took the time to be here to speak for this item. I've read many of the emails that have been sent to me. I listened closely to the public comment here today, and I sincerely appreciate the passion from my colleagues in the room on this issue. This decision is not easy. I won't pretend that what I'm going to say is going to be popular for many of those in this room. But I also acknowledge that sometimes our role as representatives of our respective jurisdictions on this regional body sometimes require us to make decisions that are difficult, and today is one of those moments for me. As chair and as a representative of the city of San Diego, I've had to consider the history of the Water Conservation Garden, the history of not only the Water Authority's long participation and the city of San Diego's, and also take stock of where we are now. I have, as of late, held strong concerns about the governance and management of the garden that has been reported in the media and elsewhere. But honestly, that's not the biggest consideration for me at this point. Again, as a representative of the city of San Diego, many of you know that my city council has voted to withdraw from the Water Conservation Garden. And to that end, I feel particularly compelled to be consistent with that action. I also have to point out that on this very day, we are staring down the barrel of an 8, 9, or even 10% water rate increase for ratepayers across this region. And the question in front of us today is in that context, whether this authority, with its limited resources, and in considering, again, water rate increases, should provide a contribution of up to $150,000 to the Water Conservation Garden. That is incredibly hard for me to do or support. Even when the argument is made that $150,000 won't move the needle on rates, I think there's a perception from the ratepayer who may feel differently about that. So I really want to be clear. I hear and have the utmost empathy for the staff and supporters of the garden who provided comments to us here today. But at this time, I simply cannot justify a continued expenditure, donation, or membership of $150,000 in ratepayer dollars for this purpose. Doing so, I believe, would be inconsistent and incongruent with my city's position, and I don't believe it's in the best interest of ratepayers in this high cost of living environment at this time. While I can acknowledge that the Water Authority has helped create and support the garden over the years, much like this authority has had to do, I believe it's also time for the Conservation Garden as an organization to grow beyond its historical resilience on the Water Authority and others, and expand its pursuit of philanthropy grants and other sustainable funding models for which the authority may be able to help identify. That is what I believe will ensure its longevity, not the perpetuation of taxpayer or ratepayer resources. And so unfortunately, with the motion presented on the floor, I cannot support it and will be respectfully requesting a no vote. Given the options in front of us, I would prefer option 1, to take no action and leave in place the Water Authority's letter of intent to withdraw effective June 30th, 2025, and I'd be willing to offer that motion should the motion on the floor fail.
Thank you, Chair Serrano. Director Leahy.
Thank you. To our general manager, quick question, and I don't really mean to put you on the spot, and if you don't know, that's okay. What is the adopted mission of the Water Authority? Do we have an adopted mission statement? I'm looking on the website and I'm not really seeing it. So okay, then that's fine. There's no decrease in points on that. So I look at the Water Authority's website, and all I can find in AI and all the other things that are pulling up, the only thing that it says on the Water Authority's website as a mission statement for this organization is to deliver safe, reliable water supplies. That is our mission, and that is what we need to be focusing on today. While I understand the value that the garden presents the community and the importance that it provides, I also believe that if the Water Authority does not support and continue to fund the garden, that the rest of the community and other organizations will step up to fill that gap and to continue to provide that need. If that value is recognized by our community members, other nonprofits, other donors will step up to continue to support it, to make sure that that garden is maintained and that it can continue to provide the services to this community. In this time, and I will also go back and say, I messed up on my previous vote. I did did not mean to oppose that. I support the cuts that we just made, and I do find it difficult that we just made a $120,000 cut to our budget from Chair Serrano's recommendation, and then we're looking at potentially reversing that in this item here. And I'll correct that during the formal board vote. But I would also be supporting of option 1. While 100,000 here, 100,000 there, I've continued to say it year over year. Those cuts continue to add up, and that will make a difference in our budget and our rates over time. We can't continue to sit here and say $100,000 won't make a difference. If we keep adding those up, it will make a difference, and it will allow us to be more effective and efficient with this organization to provide safe, reliable water to San Diego County. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Leahy. And our last speaker, Director Coates Hedberg, and then we'll move to the vote.
Thank you all. Thank you, Chair. Thank you all for your comments. To Director Leahy, if you look at the About Us on the San Diego County Water Authority website, it says that it's about diversification, plan, major infrastructure investments, forward-thinking policies that promote fiscal and environmental responsibility. And the environmental responsibility, that last sentence, it's all about the garden sustainability. So I appreciate Director Ditas and or Yamani and Princess Norman's support, and look forward to the vote.
Thank you so much. All right, we are going to move to the vote. Instead of saying all those in favor, Kelly, can we do the roll call vote? Oh, Nicole. Yes, sorry, Nicole. Yes. Director Yamani, can you repeat your motion?
To include option 3.
Option 3 is to rescind the letter of intent to withdraw from the Water Conservation Garden Authority and remain a member of the JPA. That's the option on the floor.
All right, let me call on Vice Chair Arant real quick, and then for folks to give them a minute to think about that. All right. So what we're voting on is not just to include. We're actually voting on option 3, yes or no, and then we'll see where that lands. All right, Nicole, can you take the roll?
Chair Abdullahi?
No.
Vice Chair Rant? No. Vice Chair Yamani?
Aye.
Directors Acosta?
No.
Hilliker?
Yes.
Leahy?
No.
Norman?
Yes.
Quaylen?
No.
Serrano?
No.
Vespi?
No.
Whitburn? Oh, he's absent. Motion failed.
Yes, Chair Serrano?
Madam Chair, I move option 1.
All right, is there a second for option 1?
Second, Leahy.
From Director Leahy. All right, let's take the vote. Nicole?
Can we speak on that?
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. While the garden requires obviously a lot of resources, I think it would be great if somehow we could split the baby. And I know that it wouldn't be much, but you know, if we could do something like give it $50,000 flat and not be a part of the MOU and just as a donation toward the garden, and then hopefully down the road, and you know, kind of cut it off after that, and then down the road, it would, you know, get on its way to be self-sustaining. That'd be great. But I don't know if that's kind of what I'd like to see. But I don't know if there'd be support for that. So I'm just throwing it out there, seeing what sticks to the wall.
Thank you, Vice Chair Hilliker. Director Acosta, and then Director Myers.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Director Hilliker, for the suggestion. I previously mentioned that I'd be supportive of option 2, and the reason is because I think quitting cold turkey, I do think we need to transition out of a relationship, but I think quitting cold turkey by not giving any funding would be harsh. We have been supportive of the garden. They are still trying to figure out their financial model, and I think option 2 provides us with the ability to give $100,000 in this coming year and $50,000 in the the next year. I think there are opportunities where we can still try to figure something out in the future. But for me, this is the compromise decision, and I am supportive of option 2. While I voted no on the potential option 3, I'm still going to have to vote no on option 1. I think it's too harsh. Thanks.
Thank you. Director Myers?
Thank you. And I appreciate the comments by Vice Chair Hilliker. I think I made a similar comment at the meeting last month. I am supportive of the garden, but I also believe that the garden, especially after 24 years, has to become self-sustaining. And I think that it's unfortunate that they're not farther along toward that mission at this point. I think that we, in our effort to try to find a place in between to help the garden in a very short term to bridge for 1 year. I think the $50,000 figure by Vice Chair Hilliker is a reasonable amount to help them get through this year, knowing that that is what their mission has to be, is to find its ability to be self-sustaining with some help after 24 years from the Water Authority to give them that bridge. And so I'm not a member of this committee, but I would support any amendments or thoughts in that regard. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Freehoff?
Yes, thank you. I'm not on your committee, but I want to echo Director Myers and Vice Chair Hilliker's comments. I think that option 2, but maybe at a less funding level, like you said, $50,000, is something that the board could potentially support. And so again, I'm not on the committee, so I cannot vote. But if that did come to the board, that option, I would support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Freehoff. We have no other speakers on the queue. We will move on to a roll call vote. Nicole?
Chair Abdullahi?
Yes.
Vice Chair Rant?
No.
Vice Chair Yamani?
No.
Directors Acosta?
No.
Hilliker?
No.
Leahy? Yes. Norman?
No.
Quaylen?
No.
Serrano?
Yes.
Vespi?
Yes.
The motion failed.
We have a comment from Director Acosta.
Thank you. I move option 2. Let's see if we can win with this one.
All right, second.
Can I make an amendment to that? Instead of the 100,000 in fiscal year 26 and the 50,000 in 27, a 50,000 flat, or a 25,000 in 26 and a 25,000 in 27.
Director Acosta?
Okay. That's fine. No. Either it can be 50,000 flat, like one time, or 25,000 two times.
I don't mean to interrupt. I think this would be cleaner if the maker of the motion withdrew, the second withdrew, and we have a brand new motion. Otherwise, we're going to be voting on a motion to amend, and we're in the middle of a back and forth.
Okay, I withdraw my motion.
Do we have the second? Withdraw the second?
May I make the new motion?
Sure.
So I move option, well, I guess it's not even a motion. I move for staff to negotiate a memorandum of understanding with the Water Conservation Authority's contribution of $50,000 in fiscal year 2026, while leaving in place the Water Authority's letter of intent to withdraw from the Water Conservation Authority by
Director Acosta, can you restate it with your mic, please?
I'm so sorry. I thought I was on the mic the whole time.
I think we have it. It's option 2 with $50,000, correct?
Yes. Only in 2026.
And 2026. Kelly, we good?
Yes, the motion is to direct staff to negotiate a memorandum of understanding with the Water Conservation Authority for fixed Water Authority contributions of $50,000 in fiscal year 2026, while leaving in place the Water Authority's letter to intent to withdraw from the Conservation Authority effective June 30, 2025.
All right, we have the motion and a second. Are there any comments? Director Norman?
I just am unclear from a legal standpoint. If we're going to enter into a memorandum of understanding to give them a donation, I mean, why do we need an MOU if we're just going to donate? If we're not going to be at the table, JPA, or fully, a member, then that's all we're doing, is we're giving a donation. And do we give donations to organizations without being part of driving the organization?
I can answer that. The intent was similar to a grant agreement, such that we could direct and have input on how the funds would be used. That was the intent.
Okay. Thank you. All right, so we have no other speakers on queue. I will say this, I know this has been very difficult discussions because there's a lot of deep investment in regards to the garden, but we also have a difficult task in front of us in terms of making sure that we're answerable to the ratepayers as well. And so from my own personal comments as a director, that's part of this board, what I'm keeping in mind is, and someone who is very much supportive of the garden and also environmental work. It's the ratepayers are feeling a pinch, and it's a difficult decision to make. We're trying to cut as much as possible, and to the points that Chair Serrano was making earlier, it's hard for me to make cuts in certain areas while we continue to expand in other areas when we need to make sure that we are keeping the affordability. As someone who actually had no access to clean water, safe water as a refugee in a refugee camp, it's important for me that this agency is sustainable and that water continues to be affordable to San Diegans. And so it is very, very difficult decision to make. But for me, I'm trying to keep the ratepayers and affordability in mind. And with that, we'll move on to the vote for this fourth motion. Nicole, take us through.
Chair Abdullahi?
No.
Vice Chair Rant? Yes. Vice Chair Yamani?
Yes.
Directors Acosta?
Yes.
Hilliker?
Yes.
Leahy?
No.
Norman?
Yes.
Quaylen?
Yes.
Serrano?
No.
Vespi?
No.
The motion passes.
All right. Thank you so much, Nicole, and thank you everyone for the discussions. We will take a break and we will be back in 10 minutes. All right, everyone, welcome back. We'll give you a second to settle. All right, thank you all so much. Welcome back to the continuation of the ANF committee. Hopefully you had a nice break and you were able to stretch. Next, we are going to be hearing from Leanna White, our Budget and Treasury Manager, who is going to be going over a presentation on the recommended budget for fiscal years 2026 and 2027.
Thank you. Good morning. This item can be found starting on page 24 of your board packet. The General Manager's recommended budget for fiscal years 26 and 27. So I wanted to start off today just by giving an overview of where we started on the budget versus where we are today. In January, we did a kickoff of the budget development with the Board of Directors, and we gave presentations to the board and member agencies from January through May. On March 3rd, we distributed the draft budget, which included placeholder rates and water sales information that was available at that time. In April, we held 2 budget workshops where we presented details on the budget, which also incorporated updated water sales information based on the member agency demand survey and the updated rates information. Following the workshops, staff took board input and implemented several modifications to the budget to reflect that input. Following May's presentation, we distributed the recommended budget to the board on June 5th. This slide just shows the recommended sources of funds or the recommended revenues for the budget, and it's the balanced budget of the $1.9 billion. For the recommended uses or expenditures of funds is $1.9 billion, with 91% of the budget made up by water purchases and treatment, debt service, and capital improvement program expenditures. From the workshops to the June recommended budget, staff implemented cuts that saved and reduced rates by over 1%. We reduced the capital improvement program by approximately $1.4 million, and that impacted 3 projects that are in the CIP: the Twin Oaks Valley Water Treatment Plant Planning Study, the potential San Vicente Energy Storage Facility, and the Carlsbad Desal Plant Energy Initiatives. These 3 projects require decision points by the board as they move forward, and at such time where we reach those decision points, we will come back to the board for direction. The operating departments, we implemented a vacancy factor and reduced overtime double time across the organization, and we also reduced non-personnel expenditures in services and memberships and sponsorships. And we did slightly reduce the equipment replacement fund by deferring the purchase of 2 pieces of equipment, including a hydraulic excavator and a pontoon boat. If these 2 items reach the end of their life during this next 2-year budget, we will have to evaluate those for replacement. This slide shows just the options that you considered earlier this morning that will impact the final number to the budget, and I have updated the staff recommendation to include that. So the items that you considered were the board budget cuts, the CIP, and the water conservation garden funding. So today's staff recommendation, which is up on the screen, we did update this from the packet or the slides that were distributed. So the approval is to request the adoption of the resolution to appropriate funds of the $1.910,527,796, which will be consistent with the actions that were previously taken this morning. We also request that the board approve the amended classification and salary schedule for fiscal year 25 and approve the classification and salary schedule for fiscal year 26 so we can have those on file with CalPERS. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Leanna. Are there any questions or comments from directors? All right, seeing none, Director Leahy?
Sorry, I have multiple questions. I just was wanting to try and follow the presentations because I just got them this morning. So I'm going through, I know you said it was updated so from what we saw. So the actions we already took for the capital improvement prioritization position, that's not included in this, correct?
Correct.
And then the addition for the 50,000 for the water conservation is proposed in this. Question on some of the slides, I'm trying to find what page it was. It showed potential delays in capital. That one, yes, thank you. So we're reducing the appropriation to capital, and it says potential impacts to San Vicente storage, Twin Oaks treatment, and the desal energy initiatives. So are we delaying some of those projects? Is that what we're doing with this, or is it?
So based on board input from the workshops and in May, we actually decided to reduce the appropriation for those projects to only fund what we need to get to a certain decision point that's needed by the board.
Okay. And then I believe that it was discussed in the workshops that there's other departments that fund and have funding or positions tied to the capital. So I think like public affairs has staff that are assigned to capital. Does that change the allocation of staff to those capital projects and the budget on those items?
Not for these particular projects, but if Nina's in the room, I can have her address that, but we can.
Okay.
But not for these particular projects because these are in planning.
Sorry. I'm here. Yeah.
So the public affairs support is really for our construction projects. So these were specific towards our energy initiatives, which we utilize different staff for that.
Okay, so they wouldn't be utilizing outside department or outside of engineering staff for these items that are
correct. They do support the potential San Vicente energy storage facility, but it's on a minimal basis. They're really supporting our the public outreach associated with our other capital improvement projects out in the residential areas.
Thank you. And then I think that there were public comments earlier this morning about reducing the allocations or the appropriations for advertising. I believe the quoted number was 400,000. I would be in support of that. And seeing that reduced from the budget. I agree that we only have 22 customers and we don't need to advertise for our 22 customers. I'm pretty sure our member agencies are well aware of who the Water Authority is. So I'd propose I think it's $400,000, I'd be supportive of removing that from the public affairs budget for advertising. And those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so we have thank you so much, Director Leahy. Are there any more questions or comments from directors? All right, Director Valesi, and then Chair Serrano.
Thank you, staff, for that presentation and for the continual efforts in looking at the budget and reducing the rates as much as possible. I'm just wondering, so this is just for this fiscal year, wondering, did we take a look at how that what we're proposing today and how that will impact future years, maybe, the 2 to 5 year outlook?
We do have a forecasted outlook going out 5 years in the recommended document, and so we use this as a base for that. And then we monitor the budgets quarterly, internally, and then do a 5-year forecast as well. But this will all be reevaluated as we get into the long-range financing plan as well.
Thank you. So in those 5-year forecast, what are the water sales? Are the water sales still projected at today's level, or are we taking into account future demands that we're seeing, like the PSAR, if we were to eliminate that program, or if the City of San Diego Pure Water comes on and those demands are reduced and so our sales are reduced? Is that incorporated or shown in that 5-year forecast?
Yes, those outlooks are shown.
And so today's rates are forecasted with that demand being reduced in the future?
I believe so. Pierce will be giving a presentation on the rates after
Okay.
this item. Yeah.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you. Chair Serrano?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I first off just want to acknowledge the important work that got us here. And first off, colleagues, will you join me in thanking Director Abdullahi for her strong leadership of the Administrative and Finance Committee. She's really created this space for productive and thoughtful discussion of this budget and the rates associated with it, which we will get to next. And I'm always impressed by the fact that she does this with grace, empathy, and kindness, given the difficult job that it is. So I want to thank you, Director Abdullahi, for your leadership. I also want to thank the Water Authority staff, not only for their early start in bringing us these budget recommendations, but reflecting and responding to board input throughout the development process. I know it hasn't been easy. I know there's been a lot of back and forth, but I just want to thank and appreciate all of the finance team's hard work on this in bringing us to today. And colleagues, as always, I want to thank you. Again, long process, but together I think we kept our focus where it belongs, and that's on our ratepayers. And so, over the last couple of months, we've done the hard work of asking difficult questions and pursuing every avenue possible to look at reductions, but also maintain our mission of delivering safe and reliable water supplies to the rest of the region. So I believe that this budget reflects a collective prioritization of affordability, but I also think that this provides an opportunity for us to set the Water Authority up for more stable financial footing in the future. As you heard in the presentation, it does include reductions, and it is responsive to member agency input and builds a bridge to a more stable and predictable era. It keeps us moving forward, and I think our ratepayers deserve nothing less. And Madam Chair, if it's appropriate, I would like to move staff's recommendation to adopt the General Manager's recommended budget as revised with the following additional direction, and I'll provide some commentary on it in a second. Number one, that any excess or undesignated revenue from the fiscal year 25 or 26 budget be directed towards defeasing the Water Authority's long-term debt or contributed to the rate stabilization reserve, such that our senior debt service coverage ratio remains at 1.5 times. I think from the city's perspective, we have been vocal in wanting the authority to start tackling its long-term debt obligations and directing any excess resources to that regard. And so this action will do that. Number two, that starting July 1, 2025, I'd like to ask that the Water Authority staff return to the Board of Directors quarterly to provide budget monitoring reports for action and discussion. I think oftentimes this board wants more, or I've heard from this board that they would like more information and updates as we move through implementation of the budget, and I believe a quarterly timeline makes sense for the finance staff to come and show us not only how our demand projections are panning out, but also just how our revenues and expenditures are panning out. So I think this board deserves the opportunity to have that information provided to them on a quarterly basis, and that will also give us the ability to change course as necessary should there be any fluctuations for which action would be required. And then number 3, I'd like to request that the general manager work with myself and the member agency managers work group on a proposed board policy to set board priorities for the direction of any excess or undesignated revenues collected, and that this policy be brought back to the board of directors for consideration, hopefully within 6 months, if the general manager can agree to that, or I'd be amenable to any other timeline. I think it's important that we have a board policy that makes clear where this board of directors would establish and any excess resources go to. Again, I think the city's prerogative would be that it goes towards long-term debt. I think historically there's been it depends on who the board of directors is, but I've heard the general manager's call and the staff's call for more direction in this regard about where we want to dedicate those resources. And so hopefully this board policy will achieve that. And I think certainly the feedback from the member agencies is crucial to developing that policy. So general manager and staff, I believe that motion, you guys may need a second to put on the screen.
I can read it.
Sure, whatever you prefer.
I'll read it. We'll get it on the screen, but here's what I have from what you just said, Chair Serrano. So upon final year-end closing financials, direct staff to use any excess revenue or undesignated revenue to defeasing Water Authority's debt and maximize the contribution into the rate stabilization fund down to the 1.5 coverage target. Number 2, starting July 1, 2025, the Water Authority staff to return to the Board of Directors quarterly to provide quarterly budget monitoring reports for action and discussion. And number 3, direct the General Manager to work with the Chair and Member Agency Managers Work Group on a proposed board policy setting the board's financial metrics and priorities for direction, including discussion of any excess or undesignated revenues collected, which shall be brought to the board for consideration at the adoption of the long-range financing plan.
All right, thank you so much, Chair Serrano, for your comments and for this motion. Do we have a second? And then we will go into discussion. Second. All right, second by Vice Chair Hilliker. All right, we have a few folks on the queue. While staff puts it up, Director Leahy, followed by Vice Chair Arant.
Thank you. I had a quick question on the third point of working with the chair and the member agency managers group. Is that intended, or would it replace the board's participation in developing the long-range financing plan? And then is that the intent, or is it they're two separate processes?
Two separate processes.
Okay.
The intent is to get the feedback from the member agency managers for them to provide a recommendation to the board of directors on how we should do that, and then ultimately it would be the board's prerogative on what we ultimately approve as a board policy.
Okay, perfect. Thank you for that clarification. And then I would also ask if the chair and our vice chair would entertain it, but to include reducing the advertising budget by $400,000. I believe that's whatever the line item is for advertising. I would ask if that could be included in the motion, and I would be supportive of it. Thank you.
It's what? I'd ask for some discussion from my colleagues just on what they would support, but I'll entertain it.
All right, Vice Chair Arant.
Thank you. So item number 1 would automatically direct any excess funds to debt reduction, which would preclude the option of using excess funds for pay-go capital, which could result in higher debt requirements. So would item number 3, looking at item number 3, if the process that's outlined here came back and said, well, let's use excess funds out of a fiscal year for, say, a combination of debt reduction or PAYGO, which would affect a reduction in long-term financing, would then that come back to the board for consideration against the item number 1, which is any excess funds this year will go automatically to debt reduction. Would that be the intent of that motion?
Sorry, can you restate that?
Yeah, the item number 1 says that any excess funds this year will automatically go to debt reduction. One of the options that could be is that money would be used for PAYGO, cash financing of projects, which could then result in a higher level of debt service down the road. So item number 3 is throwing the issue open to the general manager and the general managers of the member agencies. If they came back with a suggested priority that, say, allocate a certain portion of excess revenue to debt reduction and, say, capital improvements on a PAYGO basis, would that be something that the board would be able to reconsider later on?
Yes, sorry, and I appreciate the clarity. My intent with the motion is for number 1 to serve as short-term direction to Water Authority staff in terms of what this board would like to see, and while that policy is being adopted. Again, that's why I want the feedback from the member agency general managers, and then for that to feed up to this body so that we can either confirm or make changes as necessary. But in the short term, if we do have excess revenues, I want us to provide the direction now to staff on in this fiscal year 25 and potentially into 26 if that happens, but specifically for 25 where we want those resources to go.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Director Macedo, followed by Director Ray.
Yeah, thank you. I'm not a member of the committee, so appreciate the opportunity to speak. Thank you, Chair Serrano, for the motion on the floor, and thank you, Director Leahy, for your comments about the advertising. I know this has been brought up by many board members in the past, and it's my understanding that staff has heard from board members, and if staff's willing to talk about it, it's my understanding that the advertising budget has already been cut, $125,000 for this budget cycle.
We cut it by 100%, so $100,000, but collectively in that category, we're proposing a cut of, when you look at sponsorships and advertising and contracts, we are cutting it by $275,000. And I would just add that collectively, government affairs and public affairs are cutting by over $750,000. So I would just ask for the continued opportunity and discretion to fine tune those numbers as we move forward and not arbitrarily cutting it.
Okay, thank you. That was my question.
Director Ray.
Thank you. I'm not a member of the committee either, so I appreciate the opportunity. So when you developed the budget, you had to use a specific rate, and the next item is to adopt one of several options. Which rate option did you use in this budget that we're about to adopt?
That's a good question. We used the recommended rate option, or the rate option that was initially presented in May at the May board meeting. We had some items happen initially directly after, like the MWD settlement, which will impact the number, and those are incorporated into the new rate options that you see with the rates presentation, and those will impact, some of those will impact this number, and we're prepared to give the final number based on what the board chooses for the rates.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, thank you so much. Seeing no other speakers on the queue. Oh, it's not working. Just Director Madaffer and then Director Acosta. Please raise your hand if your button is not working.
Thank you very much. Not a member of the committee, but wanted to say that I think the advertising cuts that have been indicated are sufficient. I would not support any additional cuts. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Acosta?
Thank you, and thank you to Chair Serrano, too, for the 3 additional amendments to this. I am fully supportive of those 3. Thanks.
All right. Any other speakers? Any raised hands that I may not be seeing? No? All right. So we have a motion on the floor and by Chair Serrano and a second by Vice Chair Hilliker. We will go ahead and take a vote. Nicole, can you call the roll?
Before the vote, I want to clarify it is the motion on the agenda plus the revised language on the screen currently.
Yes, thank you so much, Kelly.
Chair Abdullahi?
Yes.
Vice Chair Rant? Yes. Vice Chair Yamani?
Yes.
Directors Acosta?
Yes.
Hilliker?
Yes.
Leahy? Norman?
Yes.
Quaylen?
Yes.
Serrano?
Yes.
Vespi?
Yes.
Chair Abdullahi, the motion passes.
Thank you so much, Nicole, for that. And thank you, directors, for your comments and also for a lot of the work that went into this from staff for the past couple of months. Next, we will be moving to the public hearing. The Administrative and Finance Committee will now consider staff recommendations to set Water Authority's rates and charges for calendar year 2026. The first step in the process is to hold the public hearing. After receiving comments from the public, I will close the public hearing, and then the committee will deliberate and consider adopting the rates and charges for calendar year 2026 and associated actions. As such, the committee deliberation will occur after the public hearing is closed. But if a board member has a specific question for staff regarding a clarification on the presentation, the board member can ask for that clarification. I will now officially open the public hearing to consider the proposed changes to the rates and charges for delivery and supply of water, use of facilities, and provision of services. Nicole, do we have any public comments?
Public comment will now be heard on SDCWA's proposed rates and charges. I will call on in-person speakers first, followed by virtual request. Public speakers, you will have 2 minutes each to make your comments. Please wrap up your comments when you see the orange light on the speaker podium. Your time is up when the light turns red. Please move aside promptly for the next speaker. My first 3 speakers, if you can approach the podium. Now, number 1 is Ms. Ashley Monzano. Please be prepared, Mr. Montoya and Ray Sloniker. Ms. Manzano, you may begin now.
Please turn on the mic.
Pay 3 times the national average for water and one of the highest national averages for electricity. It already costs too much to live here. And the people you want to charge, including flood victims from last January or those on fixed incomes like SSI or disability, can't afford it. If these water bills get much higher, people will be forced out of their homes onto the street. I stand with the San Diego County Workers Benefit Council and back their demands, such as to charge no more than 3% of one's income for water per the United Nations guidelines. We call upon the Water Authority to act according to the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and its 17 Sustainable Development Goals, endorsed by all 193 member states of the United Nations in 2015. Goal number 6 is to ensure availability and sustainable management and water and sanitation for all. You've probably never heard of the SDGs because the U.S. ignored them and did not educate the U.S. people about them for a decade. Now, as of March 4th, the federal government rejected and denounced these goals. But there are several cities in the U.S., including Los Angeles, plus the state of Hawaii, and more, that still endorse these goals. I call upon the San Diego County Water Authority to endorse Sustainable Development Goal number 6 and reject the water rates increases. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Greg Montoya, you may begin now.
Good morning. Thank you. My name is Greg Montoya. I am a native of San Diegan that was a victim of the flooding that took place in January of 2024. First, I would like to express my frustration with the County of San Diego and the City of San Diego because they continue to avoid the responsibility to compensate the flood victims of the city and county areas of San Diego. The residents had to vacate their homes because the city and county negligence to maintain the stormwater system. There are still homes in my neighborhood that remain damaged because residents do not have the money to bring their homes back to livable conditions. To make matters worse, the city water department billed the residents for being connected to the water system, even though residents were not living in their homes. Since they became uninhabitable due to the negligence of the city of San Diego and county of San Diego. Now flood victims are in an average water debt of $1,000 to $4,000. Now the city, county are looking for ways to bring additional funds to pay for their incompetence. The city and county is spending millions in order to avoid the responsibility for the flooding that took place in January of 2024. We demand that the county take responsible for preventive infrastructure so that disasters like this don't happen again. The city county representatives haven't even toured the areas, flood areas, to see that residents are still struggling and the many areas look like a third world country. The city county wants to raise rates on water that is not top quality. I am asking that the water rates don't go up, since most San Diegans can't afford rate increases, especially the flood victims. Further, we demand that the water debt of the flood victims be eliminated.
Time is up. Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Ray Sloniker, please step up. You may begin now.
Hello, my name is Ray Sloniker. I'm a recent graduate at UC San Diego, and I endorse the demands of the San Diego Workers Benefit Council. As a volunteer, I walked through the very same neighborhoods my companions described. I spoke with the flood victims and what they lost in the flooding of last year. I do not have enough time to list to you the items, the homes, and the lives that were taken in those floods. I met a woman who had just moved back into her home last month after the flooding a year later. In all of this loss, the city of San Diego still charges them for water during their months of evacuation. In these months, they were not able to use their water because it was unsafe to be in their homes. These communities are just barely getting back on their feet after a natural disaster, one whose damage the city is responsible for, and their city is now drowning them in water debt. Flood victims are now in an average debt of $1,000 to $4,000 because of their water bills. How many of you have walked through these neighborhoods? How many of you have been willing to see the conditions that people are forced to live in their homes and their belongings that have been destroyed? You are our government. You are supposed to protect us from natural disaster and to provide us with the necessary resource that is water. We demand that the county and city charges no more than 3% of the income of water and that the debt of the flood victims be eliminated. San Diegans have the right to affordable water. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Terry Altarelli, Erin Edkins, Michaela Sims, please approach the podium. Terry Altarelli, you may begin now.
Hello, my name is Terry Altarelli, and I'm a delegate from San Diego Council, County Workers Benefit Council. The last water rate increase had my rent go up by 10%. That is now 60% of my income. The cost of food, electricity, health care, and insurance is all going up. I am on Social Security, which is a fixed income. But on the national level, Social Security and Medicare are going to be cut, which is going to push me into homelessness. With the increasing cost of living and sources of our income being cut, more senior citizens will be forced into the street. The Water Authority says it needs to raise the rates to pay back on their debt and to continue to borrow more money from BlackRock. This is unsustainable. Qualcomm and Sempra get subsidized rates. These are multi-billion-dollar corporations. The city of San Diego told the advocates that if we want to lower the rates, we have to go to the Water Authority, who sets the rates. The San Diego County Workers Benefit Council demands that the County Water Authority charge no more than 3% of one's income for water, per the United Nations guidelines. Why can't the county get more funds from large corporations that are here in San Diego County that can afford the rate increase that we are currently paying to subsidize rates for water, like Sempra and Qualcomm? We demand the county to use its authority to require Qualcomm and Sempra to use water sustainably and to make them pay for it. Stop subsidizing large corporations. Start subsidizing our people. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Erin Edkins, you may begin now.
Hi, my name is Erin Edkins, and I was born and raised in San Diego County.
Qualcomm is a Fortune 500 computer chip manufacturer headquartered in San Diego. A single chip factory guzzles between 2 and 4 million gallons of water a day and requires a lengthy, water-intensive process of purifying water for their chip manufacturing. An average chip manufacturing facility can use 10 million gallons of ultra-pure water per day, as much water as is used by 33,000 U.S. households. Sempra, a Fortune 500 company and San Diego's second largest company, benefited vastly from the destruction of the Nord Stream 2 pipeline by selling liquefied natural gas to Europe at vastly inflated costs, more than 80% of which is fracked gas. Fracking, according to the U.S. Geological Survey, uses between 1.5 to 16 million gallons of water per well, which is extremely expensive to purify once mixed with toxic chemicals. We, the working people of San Diego, don't see the profit from either of these practices. So why are we paying for the increased water costs instead of these companies who amass vast profits? Why are we being exploited while these corporations are making billions in profits? You're forcing us to pay more for less services while you're allowing the wealthiest corporations to pay subsidized rates. Don't make us pay more. Cut their subsidies. I agree with the San Diego County Workers Benefit Council position. I demand the county use their connections and authority to require Qualcomm and Sempra to use their water sustainably and make them pay the increased rates instead of us, the ratepayers. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Michaela Sims, you may begin now.
Hello, my name is Michaela Sims. I am a student at San Diego State, and I urge you to implement the San Diego County Workers Benefit Council's demands. The cost of water is already sky high here in San Diego. I have known people with balloon bills of $3,000 for no other reason than they were connected to the water line without even using a drop. This puts the base rate of being hooked up to the water somewhere near the $200 mark. Any other rise in water prices will make it impossible for us to pay. People can barely pay now. This is why you must not only stop this rate increase, but also make water affordable. San Diego has one of the most robust economies in the state. California just came in at number 4 for the largest economy in the world, yet our residents cannot afford water. Part of the water under the jurisdiction of the County Water Authority is from the Colorado River, which the Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Company in Arizona utilizes. A single chip factory guzzles between 2 and 4 million gallons of water a day, and then dumps the polluted water back into our rivers. Sempra, San Diego's second largest company, benefited vastly from the destruction of the Nord Stream 2 pipeline by selling LNG to Europe at tremendously inflated costs, more than 80% of which is fracked gas. Fracking, according to the U.S. Geological Survey, uses between 1.5 million to 16 million gallons of water per well, which is extremely expensive to purify once they pour toxic chemicals in it. The county claims that they must raise the cost of water in order to pay back the debt being charged to them by BlackRock and Morgan Stanley with interest. To this, I say there is another place to get this money. Qualcomm, the global leader in wireless technology and one of the largest chip manufacturers, is being charged water at subsidized rates. Surely one can imagine that a world leader in anything can afford to pay standard rates for water. I talked about Sempra making mega profits off this water. Charge the corporations that are now getting tax and water subsidies who can afford to pay it. Finally, I call on the Water Authority to endorse the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development Goals adopted unanimously by the 193 member nations. Thank you.
Erica Diamond, Sarah Hun, and Patrick Midona, please be prepared to speak. Erica Diamond, you may begin now.
I'm reading this on behalf of Rose Harris, who couldn't be here today because of a medical procedure, but she was a flood victim. My name is Rose Harris, and I live in San Diego. I'm a 77-year-old woman. I've been having problems with the rising costs of gas, electricity, and water. Water quality is so bad that when the flood happened, we couldn't drink water out of the tap. We had to pay to drink bottled water. Just because the tap water is defined as drinkable doesn't mean it's good for you. How does the government expect people to live in this day and age when we can't afford the water? It's hard for us seniors, the way things are going. When my disability runs out, I'm going to be forced to be back on the streets. $950 a month doesn't get you very far, especially when the rent keeps going up every year. We have to pay for utilities in order to survive. These high prices keep us from living. I try to take care of myself with the money I have because it hurts to have to rely on others, my friends and my family, who are also struggling with the same high prices. I demand that the county enforce that San Diegans are charged no more than 3% of one's income for water per the United Nations guidelines. The government says it's for the people. Show us you are. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Sarah Hun, you may begin now.
Hello, my name is Sarah Huynh, and as a concerned San Diego native and UC San Diego student, I'm here to oppose the proposed 12% rate hike. The city and county have already raised water rates several times over the past few years, plus an 8.7% increase in January and a 5.5% increase in March, with another proposed increase this September. Now the county, which sells to the city, is proposing another 12% increase. San Diegans cannot afford these rate hikes on top of rising costs for food, gas, and rent. I know many working families and San Diegans struggling to survive on fixed incomes. They're barely scraping by even when they get help from government programs like SNAP, Medi-Cal, and MAC, Metropolitan Area Advisory Committee on Anti-Poverty of San Diego County. Many of those programs are now being cut. And increasing in rates means more San Diegans will have to choose between paying the rent or skipping dinner for that week. Some may even end up homeless. I agree with Board Chair Nick Serrano's deep concerns regarding the affordability of this proposal for San Diegans. You could provide more San Diegans with sustainable access to clean, affordable water by stopping unsustainable practices like subsidized water and tax breaks for Qualcomm and Sempra, some of the largest corporations in San Diego, while expecting the lowest paid workers to shoulder the costs of inflation and bear the burden of these rate increases. I back the demands of the San Diego Workers Benefit Council. San Diego County Water Authority, I call on you to find another way to get the revenue. We cannot afford the extant water rates. Endorse the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and its 17 Sustainable Development Goals, in particular goal number 6, which is clean water and sanitation. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Patrick McDonough, you may begin now.
Hello, Patrick McDonough, San Diego Coastkeeper. The proposed rate hikes and forecasts amount to about $42 per month per household over just the next 4 years. That will spark outrage, and rightly so. As everybody here knows, we are already experiencing an affordability crisis across the region, and every proposed rate hike further exacerbates an associated equity crisis, as every rate hike disproportionately harms our most vulnerable ratepayers. And yet, with the highest water rates in the nation and a surplus of water, we're still not seeing the level of urgency needed from the Water Authority to grapple with its debt servicing crisis, including selling excess water to outside agencies. So with that as the background, we strongly encourage this board and agency to do everything it can to sell water to other markets traditionally outside of the Water Authority's territory. That should be priority number one every day. Particularly with the decades-long metropolitan litigation settled, we implore you to get creative, and as Chair Serrano said, leave no stone unturned. Coastkeeper is also frustrated by this lack of creativity to meet the moment. Only now, on the eve of Pure Water Phase 1 completion, is this agency taking action to sell those excess water supplies. Pure Water has been in the works for over a decade. Where has this planning been? This should have been in the works 5-10 years ago, and even now, the budget that was just passed shows there's still no institutional pivot or change in the works. We're concerned that there's no glide path to avoid further affordability crises because Pure Water Phase 2 is happening. Coastkeeper and other organizations have a cooperative agreement with the City of San Diego, and wastewater recycling is the future, not just for San Diego, but the entire Southwest. Phase 2 is 10 years out. We can't repeat the same mistakes. Specifically, we would like to support an option to cap the rate increase at 8%, which is proposed by the City of San Diego, and I ask the City 10 to further discuss that during this item. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. That concludes all in-person speaker requests. If there are public speakers in the Zoom waiting room, please raise your hand through the Zoom app or press *9 if listening by phone. Marco Espinosa, you may begin now.
Hello, good morning, Marco Espinosa. In all seriousness, because I know options 1, 2, and 3 are only things to be considered. Option 3, of course. No, I don't care about the 2017, 2018, the the higher numbers, if anyone wants to BS about that, why do option 3 when you can have lower numbers in those years? I don't want to hear anyone say anything about that, because in 11 and a half months from now, doesn't matter. Anyway, the discussion will be completely different. Okay, yes, thank you very much. Have a good day.
Thank you for your comment. That concludes our speaker requests.
Thank you so much, Kelly. Thank you for the public for being here and providing comment. Next, we will be moving to our financial planning manager, Pierce Rossum, who will provide a brief presentation.
Good morning, everyone. Pierce Rossum, the Financial Planning Manager here at the Water Authority. I will try to make this presentation a little expedited, given kind of all the discussion that we've heard. But really want to start here at the rate-setting priorities and the framework that we go through each and every year. The Water Authority sets rates annually, whereas some of your retail agencies may set rates every 3 years, every 5 years. We have this discussion every single year, for better or worse, to ensure we get the right number. We spend a lot of time starting with the rate process all the way in January to really have a good, robust conversation, a transparent conversation on how do we balance these priorities. When you look at the graphic on the right, from a math perspective, rate setting can be very formulaic. What are my revenues? What are my expenses? How many units am I going to sell? How do I balance it out? But we've heard this discussion over the last 2.5 hours of how do you balance financial stability, the needs of the organization, the level of service in terms of infrastructure reliability or operational identity, and affordability. Where within all of these 3 items, how do you balance those 3 issues? The Water Authority has 3 options to present to the board. We are looking for an adoption of one of those 3 options. The discussion can be found on the board packet of page 94 of the original board packet. Yesterday, as part of the supplemental package, option 3 was added to it, so this would be found on page 13 of the supplemental packet. But really, there is a lot of balance and discussions and policy considerations that this board has for discussion in terms of balancing the needs of the organization. As we set rates each and every year, we have revenue requirements, we have how are those costs being incurred, what services are being provided, how do we design rates so it is equitable, so every member agency that receives service reflects the costs that they are incurring. How do we ensure that? We are a public utility, we're a public entity, we do not make a profit. We have rates that are set to cover the costs of the organization. We have a third-party review that we've had almost annually for the last 10 years, where they independently look at the numbers, the allocations, the methodology, anything that's changing from an industry standard to ensure that these rates remain compliant with the board's policies, compliant with industry standards, and legal needs. You can see on page 81 of the supplemental packet the final report of the cost of service report. As I've said, we've done this for the last 10 years, and so the recommendations are largely the same in terms of the key findings. Unique to this year, really stemming from an action the board took 5 years ago when we adopted the PSAR program. The permanent special ag water rate, we had in the ordinance was a desire to look back in 5 years at the program. How is it doing? How are water sales? How are system demands? And so that review took place this year, a deeper dive than we typically take. The recommendation is to maintain the PSAR program. I want to be very clear about that. However, we do want to update the methodology for which that lower level of service is defined. This is not a subsidy to the farmers. It is a lower rate reflected of a lower level of service that they volunteer to choose. given where demands are, given how the loss of 2 member agencies, all of the different supply mixes that we have, the recommendation is to modify it so those participants start paying for operational storage. Operational storage is not the whole storage program of this organization. We have emergency storage and carryover storage, so it would just be the component of the operational storage, essentially using the checking account of the Water Authority rather than the emergency fund or the 401k. For calendar 26, it would maintain the ag supply rate based on the MWD full service rate. There was kind of a guidance in terms of what may come down the path in later years, but the recommendation is to direct staff to work with member agencies and key stakeholders to explore non-rate revenue sources so we can maintain that equity and cost of service and present those options to the board later this year, preferably or targeted for November. So then when we have this discussion next year as part of the full rate setting cycle for calendar 26, that those recommendations can be included no earlier than January 1st, 2027. In terms of the overall recommendations, as Leanna mentioned, we had the original staff recommendation of 10.4% in May. There's been a lot of discussion in terms of board policies, CIP prioritization, and risks assumptions. The existing recommendations, all 3 recommendations, maintain and build from the existing adopted board policies. There are no changes to that. There have been discussions on that, but in terms of kind of those, that Venn diagram earlier, the financial stability, those adopted policies are being maintained, as is the moderate risk CIP. All 3 options have an assumed $285 million debt issuance. I'll talk about this in a little bit because one has it slightly deferred. And this really sets the stage, these calendar 26 rates and charges sets the stage for the conversation that the board is eager to have, the member agencies are eager to have when we're talking about the long-range financing plan. We have that conversation getting kicked off here in July, so that's on the agenda for next month, and then we'll be meeting regularly through adoption in November. In May, we said we've turned over every stone, we've done the things that we can. You know, some stones get turned over, they get looked at, and they get placed back down. One option that we identified was the MWD settlement. It was still kind of hanging out there in terms of not being official. We didn't know exactly where it would land, when it would land, but since that May recommendation, that settlement has concluded. And we have a number of options that we can look at now because that is an entirely new beach to turn over stones from. When we talk about where the drivers are coming from, we've talked about inflationary increases on our own supplies. We talked about a large increase from Metropolitan. That's 3.5% of that kind of 10.4. 3.5% of that is directly related to Metropolitan. We've had storage and contractual obligations, the new debt issuance, and the board policies and operating budget. The 2 new options from May really build from that second slice of the chart. That's the MWD. And we can potentially pull forward savings. When we take a look at what's been identified in the settlement agreement, one of the big victories here is we're no longer tied to what Metropolitan charges for system access and system power. We have a fixed settlement rate, and we know what that's going to be for the next number of years to come. When you look at calendar 26, since that rate was already adopted, there's no change for calendar 26. However, when we do look forward, we see that there's about $8.3 million in savings identified for calendar 26 or 7 and $23 million in 28. One option here in terms of option number 2 would be to pull forward some of those savings. Don't wait until 2028 to have $24 million in savings. Use a little bit of reserves now, dig a little bit deeper, understanding that these settlement savings are long-term, They're known, they're not a one-time thing, and we could do that from an option 2 standpoint. The new option in front of everyone that was part of the supplemental is this option 3. We didn't stop looking at how we could reduce rates, even despite being in the board packet. We were having ongoing conversations with our financial advisors, our investment advisors as well, to take a look at kind of a nuance on the settlement agreement. One of the big things that Water Resources really appreciates and Operations appreciates is that we can now shift our delivery schedule of our QSA. And so when we, the existing agreement or the prior agreement was that we have 277,000 acre-feet of deliveries coming in from QSA. We had to take equal installments. So we had about 24,000 acre-feet of water, whether we needed that water or not. And so we would put water into storage, and we would use our system storage, our operational storage, for that seasonal flexibility. Under the new settlement agreement, we can design our own path. We can shape our delivery schedule each year to figure out how can we best use this from a cash flow standpoint, from a rate saving standpoint. And so if we look at it for next year, we can shift most of those deliveries towards the summer months when we need the water, when demands are higher, and we can use less, pay less for transportation when we don't need the water. What that allows us to do is save cash, hold on to that in the meantime, and so rather than needing to issue debt in early 2026, we can defer that debt issuance. Right now, if you recall, we're out of debt, existing debt proceeds from our 2021 issuance. All of our existing PAYGO from basically May forward will be quickly depleting our 20-some-odd million dollars that's in the PAYGO fund, and then it's going to be reliant on the operating fund. By managing our cash flow with this new settlement agreement, we're able to shift and save and conserve our cash and then defer that debt payment into the future. That's a little bit of a nuance there, but that's the level of granularity and past that we're looking for to allow rate savings. We have 3 different options. Really, when we take a look at this, the only number that's changing between the 3 options is the melded supply rate. So option 1 has a $1,545 an acre foot melded supply rate. Option 2 drops that to $1,516, and option 3 would be $1,490. We have a rate impact in terms of when you put all the numbers together and what your member agency bills would look like. A 10.4% impact, 9.3, or 8.3. Now, why would we pick 10.4 over 9.3 or 8.3? It's really, again, this policy consideration for the board. And do we need financial stability up front with lower potential increases in the future because we've already incurred we're already generating that revenue, and so we don't need as much generation in year 2? Or do we kind of smooth the rate curve in option 2, so make it a little less steep, so it's a 9.375, or do we really flatten it so it's 8.38%? At the end of the day, when we're taking a look at kind of our roadmap as we've coined it, they all end up at around the same spot. Our costs are what our costs are. Our debt obligations are what they are. And so plus or minus 3 or so days between those scenarios in this analysis. Overall, we still need the debt issue for the $285 million debt issuance. We still need to pay and maintain our coverage, and we still need to maintain a PAYGO of our CIP. The 3 options in terms of each individual member agencies, the 10.4% or each of these options effective rates is the average increase to the member agencies. Option 1 is shown on the screen, option 2 as well, and option 3. The only difference between those 3 graphics is the volumetric rate is changing, so the gray bars would stay the same. The dots would decrease slightly between the options, and the orange bar, the volumetric, would be decreased. As we look to what are we approving and adopting, it's really just what are the rates for calendar 26. The discussion for what the board wants to do in terms of in-depth debt strategy and discussion is really targeted for the long-range financing plan. Again, that's going to be July through November, but the core of what we're talking about is the capital funding mix. For those that weren't part of the prior process when we did this in 2020 or 2021, capital funding. Do we fund our CIP with cash, PAYGO, or do we fund it with debt? The board elected to move towards a 65% PAYGO option back in 2021. Because of water sales, because of those different things, we've not been able to generate that cash, which is why we are having a $285 million debt issue that wasn't originally planned. So the capital funding mix as we go forward, how do we, do we issue new debt? Do we use our cash to defer that planned debt issue? Do we defease existing debt only to load up new debt, or do we really focus on PAYGO? It's a great conversation for this board that will take place in the coming months. Same thing with fixed and variable debt. How do we fund it? Is it commercial paper? Is it long-term debt? And then finally, the whole crux of this, the keystone of this discussion will be the funding policy itself. Do we deleverage, which requires more revenue? We can only pay down debt if we have the dollars to do it. We can accelerate debt payment if we have the dollars to do it. But grabbing those dollars to do so impacts affordability. And so that's, again, kind of the balance in that sliding scale of, do we do 10.4 for financial stability that helps us deleverage, or do we do the 8.3% that continues to cover costs but provides that greater focus on affordability? So today's actions, we're looking for the board to discuss and then approve either options 1, 2, or 3. With that concludes the presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much, Pierce. We will now take questions from the board members. Vice Chair Arant, followed by Director Leahy.
Thank you. I see the Water Authority financial structure as like a balloon. You poke it on one side, it pops out on the other. That's another way of saying there's no free lunch. So anything we do with respect to interest rates or debt financing has an effect somewhere else in the process. So the questions I have is, it looks like what you're proposing with option 3 is to pull forward anticipated cash flow benefits from our delivery schedule to continue funding CIP in the interim before we do the debt issuance.
That's correct.
So that means that there will be no delay in the CIP. It'll be used for cash. Okay. So by doing that, and then in conjunction with the provision that we just adopted with adoption of the budget, in that any excess revenues out of this fiscal year go to reduce debt, does that, in conjunction with the idea we're going to be using reserves on an interim basis, does that create a problem with our metrics for our debts or bond ratings?
So I believe the recommendation that was approved as part of the budget process was to use any additional funds above the 1.5 to deposit in the rate stabilization fund or look at defeasing future debt. So there is kind of an or statement there of...
Okay, I missed that.
And so I think we'll continue to work with our financial advisors, and we'll work with the board and this new work group to ensure that we bring multiple options in terms of return on investments and options to the board.
I would just hate to see us do some short-term things to make this less painful that causes us down the road to lose our bond rating, which will cost us more money in the long term. Thank you.
All right. Chair Serrano and then Director Leahy.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, before we take action today, I want to start off by thanking all the members of the public who took time to be here and speak to us today. I want you to know that your comments are heard, your perspectives are needed, your concerns are understood, and they are certainly felt deeply by me, and I know that that is true for many of my colleagues here on the dais, and so I want to thank them for being here. We're all living through a time when the cost of living is stretching families and businesses across our region. And of course, I take no joys in days like today. I don't like what it means for ratepayers. And since I've joined this board, I've been fighting to bring water rates down, truly center ratepayer affordability in this boardroom. And it is a difficult balance. We have a responsibility to ensure safe and reliable water continues to reach the homes and businesses across San Diego County. We are managing aging infrastructure, absorbing the real impacts of external factors like rate increases from Metropolitan, detachment, with which the city opposed, inflation and the volatility in the global economy, all of which make that work harder and more expensive. And I know that is 100% cold comfort for a lot of families across this region, but I do want the public to know that we have made progress, which has resulted in a downward trend of rate increases. I'll give you the timeline for this rate cycle. In January of this year, it was an 18% initial rate forecast. And when I said that that was not acceptable, I meant it. In March, we brought it to 13% as a result of a water transfer deal, selling off excess water supplies to those who need it. Still, I felt that was not acceptable to pass through to our residents. In April, we got it to 10.4%, which is reflected and the staff recommendation in the presentation. And in June, we brought it down to 9.3 as a result of Met settlement. Even though it was single digits, a stark contrast from just 2 years ago, I asked staff, along with many of my colleagues, to continue sharpening their pencils, look deeper, and bring us options that would ease the burdens on ratepayers even further. What more can we do? That included the previous action where we cut the board's budget by 27% and saved excess expenditures on our CIP. And so option number 3, the 8.3% proposal before us, reflects those efforts. And I believe it is the result of collaboration, negotiation, and compromise to the benefit of our ratepayers. Through hard work, cuts, new strategies, and advocacy, we've cut that rate by more than half. It is the lowest option in front of us today, and it's the one that I will be supporting. Is it perfect? No. Am I happy about it? No. But it reflects a meaningful downward trend, and it shows that this authority is listening, is turning the ship, and when we truly center and fight for affordability, we can make real progress. Now, I want to be clear that that work does not end today. I remain committed to leaving no stone unturned in the effort to lower water costs, responsibly, sustainably, and with the long-term health of our system in mind, for the sole purpose of ensuring that we continue to deliver on our mission, which is ensuring safe and clean water is there for the homes and businesses of San Diego County when they need it. With my first priority as chair in resolving Met litigation achieved, my utmost priority now is selling our excess water supplies to those who need it to the benefit of our ratepayers here. Colleagues, our job is to make sure that people can afford to turn on the tap and trust that water comes out of it. And that takes balance. And I think this proposal reflects that. So to our ratepayers, I want you to know that I will keep fighting to bring costs down because I know that's what you expect and I know that that's what you deserve. But to this board, let's show people that we are serious about affordability and show that we're not just listening, we're acting. With that, Madam Chair, I will move option 3 and I respectfully request your yes vote.
Thank you so much, Chair Serrano. So we have a motion on the floor. I will entertain a second, and then we'll move on to the discussions. We have a second from Vice Chair Hilliker. All right, Director Leahy, and then Director Paul, and then Dr. Myers.
Thank you. And I do not appreciate Chair putting me after Chair Serrano because my comments are not as clear and polished as his might be. But I did want to speak to the audience today. I appreciate that you are here. I ask that you come to more of these. I know that this is a time constraint. I know it takes time out of your day, but having you here in the audience puts a face to the customers that we are making decisions to. It allows everyone in this room and it allows the staff for this agency to see the choices that we are making here today and the people that we're impacting. I I did want to encourage you, in addition to coming to more of these, you can hear about the decisions that we're making, all of the decisions that every one of our staff and every one of our board members make impact our rates. At the agency I work for, I try to instill that with our operations team and all of our staff members. Every decision we make, every piece of paper we print on, every item we choose to buy, or even in some cases, decisions we choose not to do, actions we choose not to take, not to maintain a system, do impact our customers. I also ask that you speak to your state and federal legislators. The laws that we are bound to restrict what we can do with your rate money and what we are allowed to do and offer assistance. I think I heard that one of the asks was to limit the rates that we charge customers to 3% of the income, if that was correct and I understood that correctly. The state in the Proposition 218 restrict your agencies, the agencies that actually bill you, from allowing us to subsidize rates from one customer to another. We are legally bound to not do that. We have been asking our state and federal legislators to provide ratepayer assistance programs. We have asked them to fund them. Every time they bring forward a different law to provide that, it's always funded by your member agency, the agency that provides you a service, and it's not being proposed to fund by the state or the federal government. So those are things that we are asking for. One thing I will say as a positive, the money that you pay to your agency can only be used for the services that they provide to you. So the money that you pay on your water bill can only be provided to water services. The money that you pay on your sewer bill can only be paid for sewer services, and they cannot be mixed. So this is different than any tax that you might pay to the state, where it can go to a bunch of different programs. So those are things that Proposition 218 bound your agency to, and Proposition 26 bound this agency to, and why some of these things keep getting passed on to you guys. So again, please reach out to your state and federal legislators and ask that they provide these programs for you. I did want to comment on the debt, and I'll wrap things up quickly. One of the things with debt, and I know it's scary, and I know you see how much debt we have, but debt is a tool that allows us to smooth rates to our customers as well. It allows also that you as a customer, when you're paying that bill, you're paying for the actual infrastructure that you're using. If we use cash, then you've paid for infrastructure that's now going to last 30 or 50 years. And what if you move? You paid for that dam, but you don't get to benefit from it. So the benefits of debt, and when we talk about issuing debt, is that allows us to spread the costs over the customers who are actually using that asset. So while it is expensive and we do pay interest, this body and this board do really consider the interest that we are paying. This is a conversation we have on a regular basis, but it also ensures that we're being fair to the customers that are receiving the benefit of those infrastructures. So again, I ask that you continue to come to these meetings, not just for the rates, but every month we're here, same bat channel, same bat time, and listen to the things that we're approving, the legislation that we are taking positions on, because all of those affect the rates that you guys are seeing, and we appreciate you guys coming. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Leahy. Director Paul?
Thank you. I'm not a member of this committee, so I appreciate the opportunity to speak. So first I want to say I really, really appreciate the last-minute budget cuts. I don't always say the positive things I'm feeling, so I really do appreciate that. I wish it was more, and I wish it came sooner, but I really appreciate it. But anyway, I have a question for Pierce on the ag rate. So I had a conversation with our Deputy General Manager yesterday that the ag rate isn't really transparent in the staff presentation. We're asking them to pay now for storage for 2026. I realize you're saying we're going to restructure the program for 2027 and forward, but for 2026, I calculate it'll be a 16% increase for ag. And I told the Deputy Director, I don't know if that number is accurate. That's just me trying to figure it out based on the lack of information in the staff report. Could you comment on that, Pierce, please?
Yeah, so I'm not sure in terms of the actual rate. So what the existing program does is in terms of the relative relative cost differential discount between the M&I rate and the and the PSAR rate, that total discount stays around the $800 mark. And so there's no additional discount or level of service. So in terms of the total rate differential, that stays the same.
Okay.
Despite the different component mixes.
So, so we're adding some storage, and it was like 59% of the 72 million, and then there was maybe 22,000 acre feet or something like that. Anyway, I calculated that was about $120 per acre foot was additionally added to ag. So that's so my 16% is probably accurate. You cannot, you don't have a better number.
No, I don't, because it's up to the member agencies to participate or to implement the program, and so we've provided each member agency with the fixed charge allocations associated with the storage. But if that's something that we should add in the future, we'll take that under consideration. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Director Myers?
Thank you, and thank you for the hard work that all of you guys have been doing. I have a question regarding option 3, the deferral of the anticipated debt issuance. First question is, before option 3, what was the date that you were projecting as being your date of issuance, and what is your new anticipated date, or what would be your new anticipated date if we were to assume option 3 were passed?
So we were anticipating January, February at the latest. And based on the cash flows...
Of 26.
Of 26.
Right.
And so the goal was, if we had sufficient cash, can we defer it sufficiently so the debt service payment, because if we issued it in January, the debt service payment would be likely in May. So how far can we defer it so that we can push that debt service payment to the following year? Because we currently budgeted $9 million in this fiscal year. So in working with the advisors, they indicated that we can sell as late as or early as May, and we'll still have a deferred payment in the next following year. But actually, if the cash flows work out, we might, if we can defer to July, we can actually even further defer the debt service payment. So it'll be around May, July.
5 to 7 months,
Yes.
something like that would be the deferral.
Yeah.
When you talk to your advisors, was there discussion about what the downside costs of deferring? I understand the upsides is that upside is we have more cash available, and I think I get sort of how that all gets figured out. But what about downside risks? I mean, interest rates can change. I suppose that's one of the risks. I mean, some people are thinking interest rates are going to go down, but things can happen and interest rates can go up. So what was kind of the back and forth as to the benefits and the negatives
Sure.
about
I
it?
mean, the biggest risk associated is market risk and interest rate risk. And at this point in time, the Fed is, because we follow the Fed very closely, he's basically indicated that he's going to keep it the same. But I think if things really go in our favor, he's likely to have the rates go down, not up. So it's likely going to be the same or to go down. So it's actually beneficial to defer it a little further because we might have more of an opportunity of a lower rate. So that was also part of the discussion.
Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Director Acosta?
Thank you. And thanks to the public first for being here, for commenting, for caring, for understanding that we have some hard decisions to make. Thank you very much. Thanks to our staff for the hard work in bringing down and coming up with new ideas about how to bring down rates. And of course, to my board colleagues and especially to our leadership. We all on the board come from different places. Some of us are elected officials, that we all geographically, obviously, represent different agencies. I'm an elected official in North County, and I have put out my policy priorities from day one, and they are all at play here. Public safety, affordability, and sustainability. I bring all those things here to this role, and I am considering all of them as an elected official, as a business owner, as a community member, mom, daughter, sister in my community, and a community leader with a platform. I want to make sure that we are always putting our people first. So thank you. Affordability is is a huge concern right now for all of us. And I'm very grateful for the new option, for option 3. I still have questions. I have questions that probably won't be answered today, but that I hope that we can continue to discuss. And for one of them, Director Paul, thank you for your questions about the PSAR and what it will mean this year, but also what it will mean in the future. So I want to continue having those conversations about the PSAR structuring, long-term rates, long-term modeling, not conversations that we have only just begun. We've been having these conversations for a long time, and we will continue to have those conversations. I can't remember who specifically said it now, but there was a gratitude for creativity. It may have been from one of the public comment speakers, creativity and innovation, and I'm really grateful for that because we're going to need to keep getting creative and more creative because our economy is not for sure on the rise, maybe just the opposite, and we're going to need to think about cost of living in the future and how to maintain affordable rates. So I am supportive of option 3, and I want to give a big shout out and a thank you to Chair Serrano, but also to my board colleagues. Thanks.
Thank you. Director Freehoff?
Great. Thank you again. I'm not on the committee. I appreciate an opportunity to talk. I think this really, with the scenario 3, and I appreciate, again, the staff's effort on this, and it appears you have confidence that the Water Authority will remain financially sustainable under this option. So that helps me feel comfortable with option 3. But I think it also highlights the benefit of the settlement that we achieved with Metropolitan Water District. So I really want to thank, again, our general manager and the chair and our general counsel for that effort, because our ratepayers are now going to really see some benefit from that. So I want to thank you for that, and everyone else that worked on it. So thank you. And so when it comes to the board, I will support option 3. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Freehoff. Are there any more comments, questions from the board members for Pierce? Before we let you go, Pierce. Director Rollback.
So I don't have a question for you, Pierce, but I definitely have something to say about where we're at, how we got here. So, I've been, for the benefit of people that don't know me, I've been elected to the water districts now for 24 years. So I've had the benefit of watching what's gone on here, for many, many years. And we've overspent. We've incurred a lot of debt. We have a desalination plant in Carlsbad that, basically triple the cost of water we buy from other places. So it's a situation that we've put ourselves into where we have to pay for it, so, but the reality is, people want water, has been mentioned here, safely, reliably, and the lowest possible cost, and unfortunately we're not delivering that because of what I just mentioned. We had 2 water districts that recently left us to go to get water from up north, and they're getting water at 20% less of cost. So imagine if we had, water, pricing, that was 20% less. I mean, that's substantial, It's not lost on all of us that live in San Diego County. We've got, I see your signs here, we've got the most expensive electrical, the most expensive water. We have the most expensive, housing. I mean, it's an unsustainable situation. So, again, we all appreciate you being here, I mean, certainly the elected officials, we do have a lot of empathy, and unfortunately there's no easy solutions for where we're at right now because, again, we've got debt we have to deal with, and we have a system we need to maintain. And hopefully, some of our water transfer agreements we've been talking about doing, selling some of our excess water. We have excess water. That's another situation that, I think in some respects we're all a little bit surprised we're in, but that's where we're at. So, anyhow, thank you.
Thank you. Director Madaffer?
So I just wanted to make a couple of comments. First of all, to thank the staff for working with the various board members and the member agencies in getting us to where we are today. I mean, where we started was a much higher rate increase. Nobody likes rate increases. A lot of this is driven by things outside our control, the cost of energy being the biggest. Pumping water takes energy. And I think everybody's looked at their SDG&E bills, and while we don't have a lot of control on those either, neither does the Water Authority. As to, issues as to where we are today, I think everybody needs to remember that San Diego gets less rainfall than Tucson, Arizona. And we are just one drought away from everybody saying, why didn't you do a better job protecting our community and building the resiliency that we've built? I hear that we've overbuilt. Sure, we did. We built based on what we knew at the time. And things change. Population didn't grow as fast as we thought. And frankly, we've done an amazing job conserving. I believe, I don't know the exact number, but I think it was like 175 gallons a person per day used to be the norm. More than that, Lois? Today, I think it's around 75 gallons or less. So that's a huge change. People have really done a great job conserving. Well, that's also been part of the problem. That also affects rates, because guess what? When you buy the house, which is what we did, and now you don't have as much money as you thought you would have to make the payment, you got to figure out a way to cover it. And that's why the rates are the way they are. We will have a drought again. Make no mistake. There will be another drought. Right now, you have to remember this. The San Diego County Water Authority is the envy of the state of California, with one of the most diverse water portfolios of anybody around. Desal, beneficial reuse, local storage, canal lining water that costs us almost nothing, QSA water from a deal that we cut, giving us conserved water that nobody else has. And yes, we are working on ways to monetize that excess capacity. I'm hoping, while it doesn't happen overnight, I'm hoping that over the next couple of years, as you see this continued downward trend in rate increases at the Water Authority, that we'll be able to see the benefits of selling some of our excess capacity, while at the same time knowing that we keep in reserve the ability to claw that back when the drought hits. We're working on it. It takes time. Nobody likes rate increases. I'd be the top of the list. But I just want to provide that perspective as I hear everybody. But I'll tell you what, yeah, water is a human right. But I'll tell you what, when you don't have water, you're really in tough shape. And we're blessed that we have the water. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair Madaffer. Thank you, Director Madaffer. You can tell it's almost lunchtime. So we have no other speakers on the queue, and we have a motion on the floor and a second. Motion by Chair Serrano and seconded by Vice Chair Hilliker. So we will take a vote. Nicole, if you can call the roll for the vote.
Before we take the vote, we'll close the public hearing.
Oh, yes.
So public hearing is officially closed, and we'll now move forward with the vote.
Chair Abdullahi?
Yes.
Vice Chair Rant?
Yes.
Vice Chair Yamani?
Yes.
Directors Acosta?
Yes.
Hilliker? Yes. Leahy?
No.
Norman? Yes. Quaylen?
Yes.
Serrano?
Yes.
Vespi?
Yes.
The motion passes.
Thank you, Nicole, and thank you, everyone, for the last action item that we have. Thank you, Tom. I know you have a wonderful, wonderful presentation that you had, but we will be skipping the presentation and going into a quick discussion and vote. Vice Chair Arant? All right, we have a motion to move the staff recommendation by Vice Chair Arant. Do I have a second? Director Leahy?
Second.
All right, seconded by Director Leahy. All right, can we take a quick vote?
Chair Abdullahi?
Yes.
Vice Chair Rant? Yes. Vice Chair Yamani?
Yes.
Directors Acosta?
Yes.
Hilliker?
Yes.
Leahy?
Yes.
Norman? Yes. Quaylen?
Yes.
Serrano?
Yes.
Vespi?
Yes.
The motion passes.
Thank you so much, Nicole. There are two information items on the agenda, the Controller's report on monthly financial statements, as well as the board calendar. There are no closed sessions, and there is no further business, and we will be adjourning the meeting. But before we do, a couple of comments from our general manager.
Oh, I was just going to say we will start imported water at 1.
We will start imported water at 1. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, staff. Thank you to our leadership here at the Water Authority and the leadership of our chair for getting us to where we are today. Thank you, everyone.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the Imported Water Committee meeting for this Thursday, June 26th. I am Chair Neil Myers, and this meeting is called to order. Water Authority Director Miller. Is Director Miller online? Well, we're expecting Director Miller online, and assuming he does, he's participating remotely from the publicly accessible location included on the agenda and has posted the agenda at that location. Therefore, votes taken today will be by roll call. Marisol, can you please call the roll?
Chair Myers.
Present.
Vice Chair Madaffer.
Here.
Directors Ayala.
Here. Recording in progress.
Boyd Hodgson. Okay. Castañeda. Croucher. Flessy.
Here.
Fong Sakai.
Present.
Heidemann.
Here.
Katz.
Here.
Miller. Director Miller. Should we ask him? Okay. Paul.
Yes, present.
Scalzetti.
Here, and I'd just like to say it's encouraging to hear Director Ayala is back, so welcome back.
And Serrano.
Here.
All
Chair,
right.
you have a quorum of the committee.
Thank you. Are there any additions to the agenda?
No, I don't see any.
All right, seeing none, we'll now move to public comment. At this time, I'd ask if there are any public speakers, either present or online.
If there are public speakers in the Zoom waiting room, please raise your hand through the Zoom app or press *9 if you're listening by phone. Chair, there are no speakers.
All right, thank you. All right, going to move to the chair's report. I have a few comments to make. Looking to the south at the Colorado River first, an important development is that the Trump administration last week nominated Ted Cook to lead the U.S. Bureau of Reclamation. Assuming he is confirmed, Mr. Cook will lead the Bureau under the Department of Interior, and Secretary Doug Burgum will be giving him significant role in the contract negotiations. Mr. Cook, just for background, served a lower basin state as the general manager of the Central Arizona Project from 2015 to 2023. CWA staff knows Mr. Cook well and consider this to be a positive development toward a fair water apportionment negotiation in the post-2026 guidelines. Related to that also with respect to the tribes, the Bureau of Reclamation awarded $1.1 million to the Colorado River Indian tribes this month to assess the infrastructure needs of the Colorado River Indian Irrigation Project, which provides water for the tribe's agricultural needs. This will provide the tribes with greater flexibility in managing their supplies. And I mention this because it's important for all of us to stay engaged and respect the tribe's role in the river negotiations, and this development is really a positive step. Related to the Salton Sea, and there is some information in your package about this, your board package has an update on the state's progress toward restoration of the Salton Sea under its Salton Sea Management Program. For those of you who are relatively new and are not familiar with that program, it's something that is helpful and to learn about and check with staff about it, because it's an important component of the QSA and other parts of the river negotiations. Due to time constraints, we will not present today on the restoration progress, so please review the board memo on these important conservation efforts, including migratory birds, and to protect the region's air quality, which goes to our meeting of QSA JPA obligations. Relating to the compact negotiations, I've been talking about them every meeting, and usually still don't have a whole lot to say yet, other than several meetings have taken place in the last month among the upper and lower basin states. Progress is reportedly remains slow, but they are still meeting, and let's hope that progress is continuing well on that. Looking north at our state water supplies, as always, the progress of the Delta Conveyance Project remains a hot topic up in Sacramento. A proposed new audit of the project costs, which many perceived as an effort to stop or slow down the project, had some support but ended up failing in the legislature. But on the other hand, the governor pulled his trailer bill to try to streamline and fast-track the project, which may be a sign of tepid support, but it may come back later in the legislative session, so we'll find out whether that streamlining is going to happen. We'll probably hear more about that. But for the moment, it was pulled as part of the recent budget negotiations. So we'll see where that goes. And last, and certainly not least, to my right, I'm very pleased to welcome Metropolitan's Chair of the Board, Don Ortega, and Ms. Liz Croson, Chief Sustainability, Resiliency, and Innovation Officer. That's a mouthful, right? Yeah. Who are here today. Chair Ortega has been a vital partner in resetting our relationship with MWD, including the recent signed settlement agreement recently signed earlier this month, so thank you. He and Liz Crossons and others, including our own Gail Goldberg, who chaired the Camp for Water Committee, were instrumental in developing this process that you're going to hear about today, which will lead MWD to decide whether the enormous cost to implement these proposed projects, such as a Delta Conveyance, Sites Reservoir, Pure Water SoCal, and others, are objectively justified. Our CWA delegation has been very much engaged in this conversation, including position letters emphasizing that under the CAMP process, a vote for any project must be based on the real-world conditions and data and analysis of needs at the time they are considered, including consumption demands. I'm sure we'll hear much about this in the next few minutes. We appreciate Chair Ortega and staff for taking the time to join us today. Their presentation will come up shortly. We'll now move to director's comments. Do we have any immediate director comments? In director's comments, I'd also like at this time to invite any comments for our MWD delegates regarding recent MWD events. I know there's been a lot of schedule shifts for various events and reasons up in LA in the last month. And I think the meeting just took place a couple days ago. And I see Lois Fong Sakai to make a comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The June 9th and 10th committee and board meetings were canceled due to immigration enforcement and associated protests in the proximity of Metropolitan Water District headquarters. Metropolitan staff took extraordinary measures to protect the headquarters property, which have been successful, and with only very modest intrusion. A special joint meeting of the board and OPE committee was held on June 13th, and committee and a special joint meeting of the board, executive committee, and workshop on EOT was held on June 23rd and 24th. The key issues at these meetings were continued deliberations on the job description for general manager, for which a recruiter has been retained and job description is being finalized. The Oceanside Pure Water and Recycled Water Expansion Phase 1 project amendment to extend the start of operation deadline was approved. The audit plan was approved with the understanding that directors will be pursuing amendments to address priorities focused on long-term planning and affordability. We deferred action on the long-term lease at Delta Islands property to address alternative disposition of properties, including potential sale to avoid continued investment in property that's no longer needed for its original intended use of the twin tunnels. The budget and business model discussions are ongoing, and the special review of the CIP planning process as a prelude to our next biennial budget and long-term business model. The next 30 to 90 days will be very highly active as the next budget and CIP are being deliberated. Staff has already signaled asking for more CIP, more staff, and advancing major capital projects, including Pure Water, Delta Tunnel, and Sites Reservoir. As your representatives for the Water Authority, we and other delegates are pressing for more focus on affordability. And the Water Authority, we support the treated water compromise to be presented to the board for approval in July. But there are other elements that we're requiring further information and deliberation on. So this concludes my report. I'm willing to entertain any questions.
All right. Thank you. Any questions of Director Fong Sakai? Director Katz or Director Miller, if you're online, any additional comments?
No, other than Chair Ortega has really put together an excellent recruitment plan for our next general manager for Metropolitan, and it's on a fast timeline to have candidates be interviewed by the entire board come August or September of this year. And it's really a process where the entire board is going to be taking part in the selection.
Great, thank you. Do we have, there are no items on the consent calendar, so we'll move on from that. I'm going to take our agenda slightly out of order here to address the one action item, which is continuing Colorado Board funding through approval of an amendment to the cost-sharing agreement for the Colorado River Board of California. I'm going to turn this over to Imported Water Director Westford to provide us with some context and to introduce staff who will present on this topic.
Thank you, Chair Myers. Today, Ms. Alexi Schnell, our Colorado River Manager, will be making the presentation for you. For those who may not know Alexi, she has been with us since 2008, and she has worked in multiple departments throughout the Water Authority during her tenure here. She manages our Colorado River team and is responsible for the implementation of our quantification settlement agreements, our canal lining projects, and overseeing the Salton Sea programs on our behalf. Today, she'll give you a brief overview of the Colorado River Board, which Director Medaffer currently serves as its vice chair, and will be asking for a continuation of our engagement with this agency. Thank you.
Thank you, Mina. Good afternoon, Chair Myers, members of the committee and board and guests. Again, my name is Alexi Schnell, a Colorado River Program Manager, and as Mina highlighted, this brief presentation will provide that background on the Colorado River Board and today's recommendation, staff recommendation, to authorize the general manager to execute an amendment to extend the existing cost share agreement for the Colorado River Board. And the corresponding report can be found beginning on page 231 of your packet. Next slide, please. So first, some quick background on the Colorado River Board. It was established in 1937 to protect California's rights and interests in the resources provided by the river and to represent California in discussions and negotiations regarding the river and its management, such as are going on now. A state agency, the Colorado River Board, is fully funded through the six-agency committee, which is a joint powers authority, made up of the 6 California water agencies that originally held Colorado River water rights, which includes the Water Authority. So the current funding agreement is expiring on June 30th and was previously extended by this board in June 2020 for a 5-year period. Next slide, please. So now looking a little at the Water Authority's interest in the Colorado River Board, Colorado River Board membership positions the Water Authority to work together with its California partners in protecting the state's Colorado River supplies, including the San Diego region's share of the river. It also provides this agency to engage in the development of the next set of river operating guidelines currently under development for post-2026. Next slide, please. So with there being recent interest by some agencies on CRB to revisit the cost share prorations, a one-year extension of the agreement is proposed that will extend the same funding cost share through June 30th, 2026. And that would be to allow time for additional agency discussion. And the agencies have committed to look for additional funding options that may be able to help manage overall costs. So listed here are the current and also proposed funding percentages for the extension. And I just want to note, looking at the list of member water agencies for CRB, that agricultural and urban entities split the total cost 50-50. So the first three agencies listed, Imperial Irrigation District, Palo Verde Irrigation District, and Coachella Valley Water District, those are the primarily ag agencies, and they make up 50% of the cost share. And then the Metropolitan Water District, the Water Authority, and LADWP, the more urban entities, they make up the other 50%, with the Water Authority's contribution set at 10%. So the Water Authority's 10% cost share for fiscal year 2026 is included in the fiscal year 26-27 budget and amounts to $301,200, which I'll note is 3% lower than it was for fiscal year 2025. Next slide, please. So the staff recommendation is to authorize the general manager to execute an amendment to the Joint Powers Agreement to extend the existing proportional funding shares of the 6 member agencies of the Colorado River Board of California for 1 year from July 1st, 2025 to June 30th, 2026. And that concludes my presentation.
I'll move approval. Motion Medaffer for approval.
I'll second.
That was to make a motion, and Medaffer beat me to it.
Yes, we need to do a roll call. Chair Myers? Vice Chair Medaffer?
Yes.
Directors Ayala? Boyd Hodgson? She's absent. Castaneda?
Yes.
Croucher? I believe he's absent. Flessy?
Yes.
Fong Sakai? Heidemann?
Yes.
Katz?
Yes.
Miller? Director Miller?
Yes.
Thank you. Hall?
Yes, approve.
Scalzetti?
Yes.
And Serrano?
Yes.
Chair, the motion passes.
Okay, thank you. We now will move on to our premier item of the committee, which is an update on the Metropolitan Water District Climate Adaptation Master Plan for Water. And I will turn it over to our board chair, Nick Serrano, who will introduce our guest speakers.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Colleagues, today is a special day, not just because we passed a budget, or kind of, we still have one more action, but because we are joined by some of our colleagues from the Metropolitan Water District of Southern California. As many of you know, and as our chair indicated, many of them were just here in San Diego, so I would note that they're in San Diego again, which I greatly appreciate. They were here for the historic signing of the settlement agreement between our two agencies. Now, many of you have joined me in the belief that the future of water in Southern California can't be about any one agency, city, or county. It has to be about all of us, working together with shared purpose, mutual respect, and a clear-eyed vision of what's ahead. That is the only way that we'll meet the challenges of a changing climate and a growing region in Southern California. That's the new era of regionalism that we are building, and the two people we are welcoming today are central to that. First, it's my tremendous honor to introduce our chair of the Metropolitan Water District Board of Directors, Adan Ortega. He has helped lead Metropolitan into a new chapter, one rooted in climate adaptation, equity, and long-term reliability, which you will hear more about in this item. Under his leadership, the adoption of the Climate Adaptation Master Plan for Water, or CAMP for Water, it reflects a forward-thinking shift in how we prepare for an increasingly volatile water future. And of course, he was instrumental in helping us end 15 years of litigation between our two agencies, opening the door to collaboration that benefits all 19 million residents we collectively serve. He is the first Latino to ever lead Metropolitan's board, and with his background in both public service and community advocacy, he brings a deeply informed and values-driven approach to his work. Chair Ortega has been a true partner to me at the Water Authority in this new era, and I'm continually grateful for his leadership. Please join me in welcoming Chair Ortega. I'd also like to mention joining him is Liz Crossan, Metropolitan's first ever Chief Sustainability, Resiliency, and Innovation Officer. I'm sure that fits well on a business card. But Liz has dedicated her career to building a more sustainable and resilient California in local government, in the nonprofit sector, in the classroom, and now in one of the most influential water agencies in the country. Whether it was as former Mayor Eric Garcetti's policy lead on infrastructure, executive director of LA Waterkeeper, she's consistently pushed for bold action grounded in science and innovation. At Metropolitan, she's leading climate mitigation and environmental planning work that is absolutely critical to our shared future. Together, Chair Ortega and Chief Officer Crossan represent the kind of collaborative, forward-thinking leadership this moment demands. And it's my privilege to welcome them both to the Imported Water Committee today, and I will turn the floor over to our board chair, Adan Ortega.
Thank you, Chair Serrano. To begin the presentation, I'm going to defer to Liz Crossan, who will walk you through a quick background on what Camp for Water is.
Thank you, Chair Ortega, and thank you so much, Chair Serrano, and all of the board members here today from San Diego County Water Authority and staff. It's a real pleasure to be able to come down here and share with you the progress that we've been making on our Camp for Water process. And I really want to underscore how critical your representatives from the Water Authority have been in this process. Specifically Director Mel Katz, Fong Sakai, Director Miller, and Director Gail Goldberg, who serves as Vice Chair over this planning process. And so as we have moved through the last 2 years, each of your representatives have played key roles on committees, on our Camp for Water task force, and in major decisions and milestones. So I want to thank you for your leadership. So my role at Metropolitan Water District as the first Chief Sustainability, Resilience, and Innovation Officer is really about helping to empower Metropolitan to deliver its core mission. Its core mission is around delivering adequate, safe, and affordable water in the most economically and environmental manner. And we in the Sustainability Office are looking at that both in terms of how can we do that in an environmental manner, but also how can we do that understanding that the resource upon which we depend requires healthy ecosystems, a healthy environment, and a sustainable use of those resources. So it's been an exciting time to be able to work cross-functionally at Metropolitan on these issues. So Camp for Water really came from this realization that the climate impacts that we've been talking about in terms of climate modeling and projections, we're actually starting to experience on the ground. And at Metropolitan, we have a lot of examples of where our staff, whether they're out in the field in the desert or at other facilities, or monitoring conditions on the Colorado or the Delta and the upper watersheds in the Sierras, are recognizing that we are seeing changes and we need to be prepared for those changes. And so not only are those the kind of chronic long-term changes in terms of drought, changes in runoff or extreme heat, but also events like wildfire, which I know you've experienced here in San Diego, and in Orange County they've experienced it, and of course most recently in LA County. And so it's really upon us, and it was our board chair and our board leadership that determined that we needed to think about our long-term water resources planning as an integrated planning effort with climate planning. And then, of course, recognizing that none of this is possible without having the funding that we need to make those investments and ensuring that there's long-term affordability for our customers. It necessarily has to be integrated with our finance planning as well. And so we embarked on this integrated process to do just that. A little over 2 years ago, we held a board retreat in Temecula. And at that board retreat, our board leadership asked staff to present on what are the current climate challenges that you are all facing. And we had a pretty substantial panel of staff people from operations, from Colorado, from the Bay Delta team, from our water resources team, from our finance team, that really gave many examples about how these changes could impact our resources that we've depended on for a long time, our finances, as well as our infrastructure. And so, and of course, this was on the heels of what had just occurred with the extended drought in the 21-22 timeframe, where we had actually seen a portion of our service area not having the same amount of accessibility to supplies that other parts of our service area did, which I think we all recognized was something we never wanted to experience again. So we embarked on this process to develop a climate adaptation master plan, and the wheel up here is really to represent this continuous process that Camp for Water represents. It's not a plan that sits on the shelf. It's not a stagnant plan. It's not one single trajectory that we plan to follow. It is, in fact, a process for us to be able to consistently assess the risks that we face, to be able to set targets and policies to address those risks, to identify projects and programs that can help us achieve those targets, and then evaluate them and implement, and then always, and I know this has been very important to the Water Authority, always be monitoring and ensuring that we're using the most up-to-date information as we ask our board and our member agencies to make decisions. And this is a process we don't go through once. It is a process continually as we learn and grow and things change. So just to kind of talk about our North Star in this process is really about how do we build resilience at Metropolitan. We, for a long time, have been very successful with our partners, with our member agencies at delivering reliable water. That is what comes to you. That is what we deliver. And resilience is really about our state of being and how to ensure that not only can we withstand those catastrophes or events that are inevitably going to happen, but how do we recover from them and learn from them and get even better? And this is, I think, the Camp for Water process, and really just adaptation planning in general is the way to do that, so that you are actually adapting to changing conditions and being iterative in your implementation. So as I mentioned, this really isn't a typical master plan, and we are really building on the historical time and effort and success of our water resources team, who has been developing integrated resources plans since 1996. We're building on that and creating something that is foundational, but what we have accomplished now through this approach is to be iterative and adaptive and innovative all at the same time. And I think that this is really where Camp for Water, I think, stands apart from other planning processes that we've engaged in. And as I talk to you through a few more slides today, I want to focus in on these kind of three areas in orange here. When you think about being iterative and really continuing over time, learning from your process and adjusting, what's really important, again, is what you all have emphasized here in San Diego, is that we need to review and update data, and we need to make sure that we're making decisions not on old information, but on real-world conditions. And so that's a point I really want to make today. The second one is really around how we're going to be adaptive. And so, and I know that this is a point that has actually caused quite a bit of discomfort throughout the region of why are we planning for sort of the worst case scenario? And what I really want to emphasize to you today is we are planning for multiple future scenarios. Yes, that upper end, that upper bound is the bookend of what could happen. But really what this is about is being prepared for that, not necessarily implementing that, but as our chair likes to say, being staged to make those decisions if we have to. And so I think that that's something that I really want to emphasize today. And third, this is an innovative approach. It was created not just by our staff, not just by our board, but also in a joint task force that was set up by the chair of our board with member agencies and board directors to be able to collaboratively create and monitor the progress under this plan. And it provides this new assessment tool that I'm going to talk a little bit about to be able to evaluate projects and programs as they come forward. So I'm going to start with perhaps the most difficult one. And this is just about the way that kind of the foundation of the Camp for Water process. So we're using scenario planning. My understanding is the San Diego County Water Authority also uses scenario planning, so I'm sure you're familiar with it. And what we've done is we've looked at 4 different scenarios with varying underlying assumptions. So those assumptions are things about the demographics. What's the population going to look like? Is it going to grow? Is it going to shrink? Is it going to stay the same? What's climate change going to do? Are we going to make those? Are we going to fulfill those commitments we've made on a policy level? Are we going to actually be able to moderate that change, or is it going to be extreme? Same with how much are our member agencies going to be able to implement on a local level? How much storage are we actually going to be able to have in the region available for the challenges we'll face? And so we have those assumptions that are feeding into these 4 scenarios. And scenarios A and B are around, stable imports, stable supply, stable climate conditions, but varying degrees of demand. Whereas scenarios C and D are about more extreme climate change in the future and also varying amounts of demand. Our board at Metropolitan made a decision, a policy decision early on in this process to plan for those worst case scenarios, that worst case climate scenario, so that we would be ready. And again, that wasn't a decision that we needed to build to meet that gap. That was a decision that we needed to be ready for it. And so what we've done is we've set some targets based on that. These are the resource-based targets that represent the gap that we foresee in water supply by 2045. And so that's our planning horizon. And so that worst case scenario, you can see it's quite a bit of water. By 2045, it could be up to 650,000 acre feet. And this has really caused a lot of consternation because that could be extremely expensive, and there's some affordability challenges, absolutely. But again, this is about not implementing 650,000 acre feet. This is about identifying the projects or programs that we may need to meet those goals so that if we have to act, we're ready for it. And so I just want to really, make that point that it's really important that we are as prepared as possible and that we give our board the most up-to-date information so they make decisions based on real time, not based on some hypothetical issue. But again, we all have to recognize that there's a lot of uncertainty that we're dealing with, and the decision-making process is not going to be easy. There are going to be risks and trade-offs, and that's a really important, I think, recognition in any planning process like this. So when we look at those scenarios and what the future is going to look like, it's not just about water supply. And I know that is a big part of what we're doing here is making sure that we have reliable water supply. But there are many other elements, whether that's our financial system, our infrastructure, other commitments that we have that really have to guide this work. And so our board, when they met in Temecula, over 2 years ago, they came up with these 5 priorities. And those 5 priorities have really led this entire process. They've been kind of the guiding principles of this process. And we've developed some policy statements that are in the implementation strategy that I hope you'll be able to review if you haven't already. And these policy statements will guide staff in developing if there needs to be additional programs around supply or resilience. It will also guide staff on new projects. And so I just want to share these policies around reliability is around, considering climate risks. This is how Metropolitan is incorporating climate adaptation into our reliability work, into our resilience work, which a lot of that is about our infrastructure. We're going to be in hotter conditions. We're already looking at some ways to protect facilities from potential fire hazards, that type of work. Financial sustainability, I know this is also a really critical topic for you all. This is where, as Director Fong Sakai was mentioning, we're really talking about some of the business model ideas around how do we kind of adapt to the fact that we will need to make some investments, that we may need to make investments that require a change in the way we operate in some places, if we have to move water around in different ways, exchange water in different ways to adapt to changing conditions. And then the fourth area is affordability. So, these are the themes, these are the priorities that our board collectively came up with. And lastly, equity. And this is really about, how do we make sure that the communities that you and our member agencies serve are reasonably engaged in this process, and that we're working closely with all of our constituents to create solutions that work for all of us. And I just want to lastly emphasize again that, these policy directives that are in the implementation strategy that our board approved, this is what's guiding different studies. So around reliability, a study around new reservoirs south of the Delta. Are there new reservoir opportunities? New resilience opportunities around fireproofing our critical facilities. New financial sustainability policies around member agency exchange and or new reserve policies. Affordability, how can we support our member agencies in helping ensure that that water remains affordable to your customers? And of course, equity, we're looking at things like new engagement standards and other ways and models for engaging with all the customers that we serve. So this is a big part of the work that is now happening in the implementation phase. And that's leading to developing new projects. Again, you can see that same wheel. And so we've talked about assessing the risks and vulnerabilities. We've talked about setting targets and policies. Then we identify the types of projects. We have some projects in the queue that you all know we will be evaluating through this process. We will be evaluating Pure Water, the Delta Conveyance Project, Sites Reservoir. We're also going to be looking at what it looks like to increase conservation efforts in our region. And so we want to be able to evaluate all of those different potential projects using the Camp for Water framework. And this is kind of the second point I wanted to make about the standardized assessment. So this is what a lot of people, I think, focus on when they think about what we did in Camp for Water, and this is a very important part. But again, it's not the only part. This is our decision-making tool. We will evaluate projects using these 6 evaluative criteria. So we've moved beyond just thinking about cost effectiveness and acre feet. Although those are paramount, we are also thinking about the long-term resilience of a project, if it's addressing any particular climate vulnerabilities we need to address, if it has affordability measures, what its cost is, and environmental co-benefits, understanding, again, that the resource that we all are dedicated to working for is actually dependent on a healthy ecosystem. So these are and we will be actually daylighting kind of our first draft of an assessment form in July for the Pure Water Project. This will be an initial assessment that we'll present to our board to kind of talk through this is how this process is working. We have an assessment team on staff of experts that for each of these areas that are really trying to provide an objective, transparent, and standardized approach. And then the kind of third point I wanted to make is just about, this issue of making sure that we're monitoring and providing our board with up-to-date information. We've committed to doing an annual report where we track signposts, and signposts are those assumptions that are underlying the scenarios, things like demographics, climate, local storage, local supply, imported supply. That could be regulatory changes. Certainly what happens on the Colorado is an important signpost. And so we will use that information to be able to inform our board to make decisions. And we will do that on an annual basis, just a schedule of us, making sure we're checking in on that up-to-date information annually. We will be updating the implementation strategy and the larger kind of scenarios on a approximately 5-year schedule. And at any point, we're really being adaptive here. And if we need to update targets or we need to update policies, that this will truly be an iterative process. So I encourage you to take a look at the website where we have our implementation strategy that lays out these steps. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Liz. It's great to be back. I think this is the third time I have the privilege of being in front of your board. I want to thank Chair Myers for hosting us in his committee, as well as Board Chair Nick Serrano for the partnership and the trials and tribulations that we've gone through together. I am very appreciative of former Chair Mel Katz, who made sure that Chair Serrano and I were connected at the very beginning of my term as chair to make sure that we could build the trust and the momentum to bring us to a moment that I think is very special in the history of Metropolitan and the County Water Authority. I also want to express my appreciation to Vice Chair Gail Goldberg. She's my vice chair. She's my right-hand person. I know that she's out, and I miss her a lot. And so that's why I've been coming to San Diego about so much to see if I can get a glimpse of her. But I'm looking forward to her return and her recovery. And of course, our board secretary, Lois Fonseca, who's a valued member of our team, brings a lot of critical thinking that I think the board needs to hear, and that more and more is being embraced. In terms of all of our board members, and all of the delegates you've had, from Tim Smith, Jerry Buckowitz, and others, Mike Hogan, who had been on the board during the time that I've served, they've all stretched in very big ways to bring an incredible unity and cooperation on our board, even as we face change and uncertainties some have predicted would bring more acrimony. I think the evidence is in. It's been anything but. In making hard decisions, I can think of moments where each of them demonstrated how much they care about our colleagues on the board at Met, as well as about you, the County Water Authority, and most of all, our region and our state. I was very excited that after a 2-year process, we completed our framework for decision-making under Camp for Water. Very appreciative of Liz Crossan and her team that put so much equity, sweat equity, and patience in bringing us to this point. But I want to get you to the bottom line. I had a long speech done, but you're the Imported Water Committee. I don't need to talk to you about the uncertainties of the Delta and the Colorado River. You talk about those every month. But I want to cut to the bottom line of why Camp for Water is important. So rating agencies are advising public water agencies that we must integrate risk management into finance, operations, and planning in new ways for the emerging, increasing volatility and change that we face. Metropolitan is the first agency of our scope to embrace this along with our member agencies at the scale that Camp for Water covers. While 5 out of 6 water suppliers in the United States are having their ratings downgraded for lacking such plans, Metropolitan has received a credit plus from Standard & Poor's for having this plan, which our member agencies, especially the County Water Authority, deserve as well. This is what it comes down to. In years past, we could earn our credit rating by being able to secure supplies, sell water, while generally maintaining our facilities and having healthy reserves to cover debt. Today, we are supposed to do all of that, plus be able to do these things under any, included unexpected circumstances, and still come out okay. That's a very high bar we have to reach. That later point now makes a huge difference in our ratings. That is why the debate in San Diego's City Council about your great accomplishments in resiliency and water security, especially recently, have been so perplexing to me. I'm going to skip this part. So let's jump to a simulation of how Camp for Water would work in evaluating the Delta Conveyance Project, because it is front and center right now in Sacramento. So assuming that the state gets the necessary permits and can navigate any litigation that arises or persists, Metropolitan will leverage our evaluative criteria to determine how and when to buy into DCP. Think about that. I'm saying how and when. Right now, the way we've developed projects is we're told how and when. That's not what we're talking about here. In May, Governor Newsom announced a package of bills that will help end the 50-year impasse brought upon by tactical permit challenges and litigation by Delta interests. So in Camp for Water, first we'll need to start with updated supply and demand data. A key question to consider is how much of our current efficiency can yield enough water to meet future demands alongside contributions from other sources. Right now, with the 50% allocation from the State Water Project and Colorado River deliveries, which are declining, we still have enough to meet demands and expand storage. That's something that didn't exist, 30 years ago. How long can we maintain our demands by storing surplus supplies and ramping up the capacity of our existing local projects? In fact, most of the local projects that we have already funded are not operating at full capacity because of a lack of demands. That's the situation you're facing in San Diego exists everywhere in Southern California. The West Basin project that I worked on early in my career is not at full capacity. And if we build the capacity of those existing local projects, under what conditions will those local supplies and our storage capacity perform optimally over time? Finally, what challenges are we encountering, such as the golden mussel that we're currently facing, that we must plan around? That will serve as our benchmark. The Delta Conveyance Project will be evaluated based on how effectively it fills the gaps in our current portfolio of supply resources and how it affects affordability and yields flexibility to adapt to changing circumstances. For instance, what regulations will allow for projected water flow through the DCP? And how much will we actually be able to use or store to compensate for any Colorado River that we might be losing water? Especially as potential growth continues to thin out the benefits of our local initiatives. Does the DCP offer us more control compared to our other local project alternatives in meeting project demand? And will it improve or complicate longer-term options for more cost-effective Delta improvements related to water quality, which is a driving interest for us when it comes to the Delta? And finally, we need to consider whether there are significant social or economic displacements that might outweigh the benefits for our ratepayers, even if the project seems cost-effective. Ultimately, the analysis might show that we need the Delta Conveyance Project sooner, or perhaps even later than the state's planned implementation schedule. At a minimum, our analysis could lead to informed negotiations regarding our costs with the state and the other contractors. Conversely, if the results indicate too many unpredictable factors and uncertainties, we might need to rethink our level of commitment to DCP and choose other projects or programs to fulfill our region's needs. As you can see, it's a balancing act of quantifiable data, subjective assessments, and political dynamics that our board must navigate. The beauty of Camp for Water is that instead of reacting out of fear or external pressure, our board can make thoughtful decisions about the timing and nature of our participation in large-scale water projects, taking into account affordability, system flexibility, and the preference of our cost-effective, lasting solutions. So it's not being driven in the old way. But what about the future? To explain the future, I think we need to go back to the past. Of course, our member agencies, our valued customers, have a say in the decisions. However, nearly 100 years of changing relationships and willingness to pay for general benefits have transformed how this dialogue plays out. When Metropolitan Water District was founded in 1928, the construction of the Colorado River Aqueduct was generally recognized as a benefit by all of its founders. Today, we have decentralized a lot of our supply reliability, particularly through the Local Projects Program that has provided funding for local water recycling projects, groundwater recovery, brackish water desalination, In practice, this means our member agencies are naturally motivated to sell their own water before turning to Metropolitan. This is central to the Camp for Water business model discussions taking place that includes the member agency managers. There is an imbalance to the benefits perceived by our member agencies from the supplies and services such as treatment that Metropolitan provides. Metropolitan's governance structure is an anachronism because it empowers those who pay our rates and charges to set them as well. I mean, where else does that exist in government other than the state and the federal government? Can agencies that set the rates for Metropolitan reasonably be fair to one another? That's the central question of the future. Failure to reconcile unbalanced services and benefits in the business model will inevitably lead to a crucial question for Metropolitan, and that is, have we reached the limits of our governance structure? This dilemma, alongside climate change, is one of the most fundamental issues we face. Should we focus on activities that plainly benefit everybody, or is there a higher value in providing services that are not equally valued by all of our member agencies? And notice I said value, because if we're thinking about climate change, something you may not value today may be a big benefit to you tomorrow. But we got to reconcile. That's politics. That's our process. A great step forward was the completion of the negotiated settlement on June 2nd of all issues related to the litigation between the Water Authority and Metropolitan. For 2 years, I have held that lacking such a settlement would stall our ability to move forward with CAMP. I predicted 2 years ago that if we didn't do this, CAMP would be stillborn. And we would continue to be testing our ability to adopt to viable revisions of our business plan and remain united. The settlement brings about the first major change to our business model in over 40 years, and that's the ability of one member agency to sell surplus water that's conserved to other MWD member agencies. CAMP will refine how this applies not only to San Diego, but to all of our member agencies over time, because it can provide a safety valve to potential stranded assets. San Diego has invested billions in farm conservation, desalination, and pure water projects. While it's great news during a drought, your rates are escalating and the public forgets their blessings in normal times. In the meantime, MWD faces the need for greater fixed revenue, which the settlement agreement addresses in dramatic form. MWD fixed revenue will rise to over 31% under this agreement. Above all else, we are demonstrating to everyone around the Southwest at a critical time, especially to those watching us in Sacramento and the Colorado River, that we are capable of squeezing every ounce of efficiency from our collective investments in conservation and local projects. For some of those facing growth, they don't have to look north or east for those supplies they may need in coming years. For the time being, they can look south to San Diego. This gives us moral standing, regional resiliency, and leverage as we face others in the Southwest. In closing, I want to stress a point that I think is important in these times, and that is that government has a role in undertaking initiatives that the private sector can't justify due to profit motivations that are natural to their enterprise. The idea that we should operate solely like a business could undermine any society that aims to thrive and leave a meaningful legacy for future generations. Adaptations such as maintaining a reliable water supply is a perfect example of this rationale. And I'm proud to say that Metropolitan and our member agencies are ready to lead and tackle the tough questions head on, just as you have. I will not forget when I first addressed you that there were uncertain times, there were controversies, there were the lack of trust. But at the end, I think we all made the collective decision that we were going to keep our eye on the bottom line, that we were going to play the long game to assure that we could arrest the forces that were influencing the more immediate decisions that were painful. And I think we've gotten there. And there's great opportunity. I'm very proud of our relationship. I'm very proud of everything that's been accomplished in a very brief period of time, and I look forward to your questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the presentation and those words. Opening up now to questions for Chair Ortega or Ms. Crossens. I see Director Freehoff and then Director Arant after that.
Great, thank you. I am not a member of your committee, so I appreciate the opportunity to talk. First, I want to say, Chair Ortega, I'm really excited about this new chapter in the relationship between the Water Authority and Metropolitan. Some of you know I worked at the Water Authority for over 30 years, and so I am so pleased now to see this new chapter in our relationship. So I want to thank you, and again, our chair and all the staff that made that settlement happen. So thank you. And on the Camp for Water, I did take time and I looked at the implementation strategy for the plan. I'm very impressed. I think it provides an excellent roadmap on how Metropolitan can continue to provide a reliable water supply and affordability under uncertainties such as climate change and other factors. So I think it is an excellent tool. And what I really appreciated was I think you call it the comprehensive assessment tool, where you go through those series of questions regarding reliability, resiliency, affordability. I think that is going to provide some excellent information for your board. So again, kudos to you and the staff and everyone that worked on that. I do have some specific questions. One of them, and this goes, Chair Ortega, you mentioned the settlement provides us the ability now to exchange or transfer supplies amongst member agencies and even for Metropolitan to be able to purchase some of the water. So I noticed on one of your studies that you have a member agency supply exchange program study. So I wonder if you could tell me a little bit more about that and what the status is. And then I've got another follow-up question.
Go ahead.
Yes, well, thank you for that, and thanks for taking the time to take a look at the implementation strategy. So obviously this implementation strategy was drafted and released before the settlement agreement between the two agencies. However, it has been a topic that your representatives and others have raised multiple times. And so our water resources team is looking at, frankly, the relationship with you all as a model for moving forward on additional member agency exchange opportunities.
And if I may add, the fact that we did that study before the settlement agreement, I think you could interpret laid the foundation for being able to come to the settlement that we were able to arrive to. And it was very important that all our member agencies understand that if we were going to do this kind of a settlement, that it wasn't just for San Diego, that it would be something that everybody might count on. As Liz indicated, we've been asked, like, why are we planning for the worst scenario? Well, that's what you did here 30 years ago when there was an inability or there was doubt on whether Metropolitan would be able to make deliveries in the middle of a drought. And so you got to set the groundwork. And I think the fact that Vice Chair Goldberg was the vice chair I assigned to be over the process, that the other member agencies were willing to consider this, opened the door to the possibility that we could have a settlement along the lines that we arrived at.
Great. All right. Thank you. I just have one more question. And I know, you probably talked about this in your own boardroom, and the delegates are probably more knowledgeable than myself. But the question I have, too, is that, you mentioned in July that you're going to be looking at the repurification. It's going to go through this Camp for Water process, and you're going to be looking at the purification project. So my question is it appears you're almost doing the project separately. You're coming up with assessments, then you're going to have an assessment on the Delta Conveyance, you'll have assessment on Sites Reservoir. So is there a moment in time where where your board will actually look at all those elements together? For example, Sites Reservoir, is it with or without the Bay Delta Conveyance? You know what I mean? I'm just curious if you look at all those integration. In addition, it's, you know, you could have supplies available down here, seawater desalinated supplies that could also be put into that mix. So that I guess is my general question.
So let me try to paint the picture, because I get this question in different ways from different people. So for example, I was talking to a director who's not a member agency director, but who is against the Delta Conveyance Project. And the reason why he's against the Delta Conveyance Project is because he feels that it's between Pure Water or the Delta Conveyance Project. And then I've had people say, well, I'm against Pure Water because then we can't afford the Delta Conveyance Project. Well, I agree that that's a scenario if we're living in the pre-Camp for Water days when we're hostage to the schedules that are imposed upon us by others. But as I opened my comments with respect to the bond rating agencies, it's not enough to say, well, you know, we're not going to, without any analysis, we're not going to build Delta Conveyance because Restore the Delta says it's too expensive. Or to say, well, we're not going to build Pure Water because, you know, others think it's too expensive and that it's going to shift costs. It's not that simple anymore. So the way I see those projects evolving under Camp for Water is you're going to get the question, how long can we depend on your water? And how much of it? And for how long? That's the first question. That adds to the portfolio, and it tells us, it starts informing when we might need to start staging and how we might start staging these bigger projects. And then there's the projects that are operating below their capacity throughout the region, throughout Southern California. So which of those will help meet some of those gaps over time? We do those calculations with a bunch of other things that I think Liz would consider, and then we start talking about how to stage Pure Water, how to stage DCP. Those are different questions. So look at it more, if we talked about phasing, then you would be looking at the pre-Camp for Water era, where we would be saying, well, you know, over a period of time, based on the grants that we're getting and however much we can raise rates, we're going to phase the project, and it'll be built out by this year. When you're staging a project, it's different. I mean, the military operation that was carried out last week, to me, was a big example, and I doubled down on the term staging. Because what staging does is that you set things in place so that when you need them, you can then do them. That's different than phasing. And so Camp for Water allows us the ability to say, well, given all of these things that we have in our supply portfolio right now, we believe that maybe we need DCP first, because water quality is very important to us, and there's rising salinity, and we need to start staging those improvements in the Delta, and maybe the DCP can help with that, right, in such a way, and that's important. And, you know, ultimately, we're going to have growth, and we're going to need to fully build out, you know, the Pure Water project at some time in the future. I call this the 100-year runway. I think we're blessed to have had so much thought, you know, put into the future of water in California, and to be absolute and say no to one project, or to put ourselves in a pickle where it's one or the other, is doing us a disservice. And I think Camp for Water allows us the ability to be more strategic over a longer period of time.
Oh, I appreciate that answer. I was hoping for that sort of integration part that you were talking about, so thank you. And thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Director Arendt.
Yeah, thank you. Since the 1930s for Metropolitan and since the 1940s for the Water Authority, the prime directive has been to do whatever you need to do to make sure that the people you serve have the amount of water that they need. And I think both Metropolitan and the Water Authority have been very successful at doing that. And I think that's been done with an underlying support of the public to have us do what we need to do, not just for today, but for the future. I mean, what we're doing today is something for 75 to 100 years out in the future. But what you saw today and we saw today, it's the first time I've ever seen people in our audience with signs protesting a rate increase. And I think that creates a dilemma for us because some of us have a perspective of we need to keep moving forward the long term, but then the others, and rightly so, have a perspective that we've got to consider the impact on our customer base. So from a philosophical standpoint, how would you address that issue? Is that here we are, we have these massive systems today, things are changing, but we all know that 100 years from now, we'll still be here, or somebody will still be here doing the same job. And how do we convey that to people in that audience that are just looking at tomorrow's water bill?
So when we adopted our rates and our budget last year, I was visited by the taxpayers associations. And I was told, you can't be raising your ad valorem by 100%. It's a bad look. And you should be cutting your staff. Maybe you should be reducing your costs. I noticed some very interesting arguments during your discussion today where now the focus is on the large corporations that are using water. Well, here's where we live. We live in a place where to get our water supplies, that water has to move from 250 to almost 500 miles of distance. Just about a year ago, in Mexico City, they faced day zero, or Día Cero, where even the wealthiest enclaves of Mexico City were going to go on intermittent service. But think about Mexico City. Where's their water supply? It's right beneath their feet. So if that much can go wrong in a place where the water is so close, theoretically, a lot can go wrong bringing the water the great distances that we have to do. But if we're going to have to consider that, I think we need to become more assertive in asking, what's an acceptable level of service to you? In a pinch, are you okay with not having water for 6 hours a day, 8 hours a day? And I made that argument to the Taxpayers Association, and I said, if you have those kind of solutions, then, you know, they're coping with it in Mexico City. In the wealthier neighborhoods, most of the big houses have cisterns. If you do an Airbnb, they have a cistern, and that's what operates at night when the water service. We can be there. Metropolitan, we're doing right now, going through this exercise of looking at what will it take for us to prevent sudden disruptions in our deliveries of water. And we're going to be putting that out in September, kind of like what Chairman Serrano led here in San Diego not too long ago, so that everybody has a clear eye of what it takes. And we'll work our way back from that. But I think it takes, as I think you've exhibited here, a great deal of courage to be able to do that. The second thing is that I think there has been a failure in the water industry, because I bet that some of these people that were here today came and said your water rates are too high and you shouldn't raise them. And I wonder how many of them then went to the supermarket with a 5-gallon jug and paid 1,000 times more for water that came from the same source. I don't blame them for doing it. I blame us because to some degree, we have failed at making our value proposition clear to the public. And I guess I'm going to be a little hypocritical here because I said that we shouldn't think of ourselves as a business, but I think there's another realm. We provide a consumable product that people ingest, where people want a choice about what's in that water. And I know that, for example, the next big hit is going to be the hexavalent chromium standard that just got promulgated. I know that was an issue for certain parts of San Diego. And there we go again. But I think it's a mixture of those two things.
I think we need to keep in the frame of our mind the long-term function that we serve. Yeah, it's going to be uncomfortable doing what we need to do every year in terms of rates and reinvesting in our systems and ensuring that they're around for 100 years. But we have to keep the eye on the long term as we move forward.
Director Arant, I think that you're exactly right. But I think there's an issue with our broader social political dynamics, where when our water system was founded, the people that floated the bond, I think it was a $200 million bond, which was an enormous sum of money when the Colorado River Aqueduct was built, they didn't think about, well, when am I going to see the benefit? In fact, those bonds were paid off after the work cycle of our founders. They never realized the benefit. I think one of the problems that we have right now is that a lot of people are beginning to doubt whether there's going to be a future. And I think that's a huge issue that government is going to be hampered by, because regardless of what political extreme you're in, you believe the other one is going to destroy the world or destroy the society. I mean, look at the terminology that is around. So my final point on this is Manny Teodoro wrote a great book. It's called The Prophets of Distrust, and it talks about how the water industry led in the deterioration of confidence in government overall. People don't trust their tap water. People don't trust the government. I think we have an opportunity in the water industry to do the opposite if we do consider some of the things I've suggested today. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see anyone else in the speaker's queue. I want to again thank both. Oh, did I miss someone? Director Roebuck.
Well, I had to say something. Don, thank you for coming today. I appreciate that. You know, one of the things that we've been talking about, one of the overarching things, and one of the things that, of course, is covered in your presentation, is affordability. You know, that's number one in our matrix, and I'd imagine anywhere in Southern California where water and just the cost of living in general is so high, that's got to be just paramount. So, my question is, in your comprehensive assessment slide you have, slide 92? I guess 92 in our package. Are those weighted, those criteria? So is affordability given a higher priority or numerical rating than others?
You want to go ahead?
No, there is no weighting. We actually, this was an iterative process to develop that comprehensive assessment form. And at first, we actually started with purely numerical ways of evaluation. And what we quickly discovered through discussions with our staff and the board and member agencies is there's a lot of variability between the projects and programs that we'll be evaluating. And so it's now a mix of both quantitative and qualitative information. And so, and really what this comprehensive assessment is not determinative. This isn't to give the board an answer, a score. It's to provide as much information that's up to date and be as transparent and comprehensive as possible so that the board is going to have to weigh those things and make the decision themselves. And so there may be, board members that may favor some criteria over others, but it's the board that will weigh those risks.
If I may add, so let's be brutally honest about affordability and what it means. I will suggest to you that it means different things at different times. So when I was first hired into the water industry, I was asked to do an op-ed against the construction of Diamond Valley Lake, because it was going to be $2 billion, and it wasn't affordable. And the argument was that instead we should do groundwater recovery in the main San Gabriel Basin, which has more storage capacity than that reservoir. And And I was talking to the CFO at Metropolitan at the time because I was quizzing him about it. And he asked me a question that I've never forgotten, which is why I won't get trapped into this question about affordability. He said, the reservoir is there to feed the region in the event that we're suddenly cut off of our imported sources in an emergency. And theoretically, at the time, because we failed to do this in 2022, it would be able to move that water there via gravity. Said, in such circumstances, what do you think the value of that project is? The value proposition. What is it worth at that moment? Well, it's worth the value of the economy itself. And I think that one of the things that people forget, you've built all of this resiliency in this system. And I know people believe that water is getting more expensive, and it is. And it's getting more, and it's going to keep getting more expensive. On the other hand, they're willing to pay more for it already, as I just observed. They're willing to go to the store and pay 1,000 times more for the same product from the same source because it comes out of a machine. So there's a little relative sense right there going on. I think we need to become more sophisticated in the way that we address our value proposition and what we're offering to the public, because they're not always going to see, I mean, at a point of a disaster when there's a drought and there's not a lot of water in the system and you have it, well, it's going to be worth the living that we make from our jobs. It's going to be worth the value of our properties. And so I think that, we need to be sensitive to affordability. We need to make sure that we have the funds to responsibly undertake projects. But I think if you're going to have your sight on the long game, you have to look at the fact that what people consider affordable or would ascribe a high value proposition for could change with circumstances. And we're going to have to deal with that as part of being adaptive. So I'll end it there. I want to thank you, Chair Serrano. Thank you very much for having us here and having this very interesting discussion. It's always my favorite part of making presentations. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Very much appreciated. Next on the agenda is any comments from Vice Chair Medaffer relating to Colorado River Board or anything additional to add?
Nope, other than the fact that it was great to see you, Don and Liz, here. Thank you for the partnership as we move forward with our dealings on the Colorado River. Metropolitan Water District is going to be a very important partner with us, and so we very much appreciate you guys being here and our continued dialogue.
All right. Thank you, Vice Chair Medaffer. On information, we just have one item, which is in your package, which is the Salton Sea Management Program Update. That's in your materials. Refer to them in your packet. There is no closed session, so we are adjourned.
Formal board in 5 minutes.
All right. I'd like to call the June 26, 2025 formal Board of Directors meeting to order at 2:26 p.m. Today's meeting is conducted in person with Director Miller participating remotely from the publicly accessible location included on the agenda. With Director Miller remote today, all voting will be done via a roll call vote. As we move through our agenda, I will be moderating requests to speak. To request to speak, please press the speaker button at your seat unless you sit up here, or raise your hand on Zoom if participating remotely, and in the event of a water landing, leave everything behind. Director Medaffer, will you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? Thank you, Director Medaffer. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll and announce whether a quorum is present?
Director Acosta.
Here.
Flessy.
Here.
Katz.
Here.
Paul.
Yes, present.
Coach Hedberg. Here. Scolzetti.
Here.
Vice Chair Hilliker.
Here.
Director Yamani.
Here.
Leahy.
Here.
Myers.
Present.
Director Croucher is absent. Roback.
Present.
Quaylen.
Here.
Heidemann.
Here.
Norman.
Here.
Wall,
Here.
Abdullahi,
Here.
Ayala, Buckowitz, Fong Sakai,
Present.
Macedo,
Here.
Madaffer,
Here.
Molina is absent. Chair Serrano,
Here.
Director Vespy,
Here.
Whitburn,
Here.
Secretary Lyons, here. Director Freehoff,
Here.
Castaneda,
Here.
Boyd Hodgson is absent. Director Arant, Miller,
Here.
Ray, here, and Supervisor Desmond is absent. We have a quorum.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Do we have any proxies?
We have one proxy today. Director Roback is the proxy for Director Croucher.
Duly noted. Item 4 is public comment. This is an opportunity for members of the public to address the board on items of interest within the subject matter of the board. Each speaker will be given 2 minutes. Are there any public speakers?
I will call on in-person speaker requests first, followed by any virtual requests. As stated, public speakers have 2 minutes to make your comments. First speaker is Suzanne Till. Please step up to the podium. You may begin your comments.
My name is Suzanne Till. Can I restart again because the mic went off, please? Sure. Thank you. My name is Suzanne Till. I'm a director for Division 2, Padre Dam Municipal Water District. Today I'm speaking as a private citizen of Santee. The San Diego County Water Authority water supplies from Channelside, Carlsbad desalination plants and water transfers from the Imperial Irrigation District are probably the most expensive developed water supplies in the state of California. Subsequently, San Diego County ratepayers use less and less water, yet ratepayer water bills continue to increase. And I'm talking as an East County resident. East San Diego County ratepayers cannot bail out San Diego County Water Authority's business failure by paying water rate increases year after year. In fact, between 2022 to 2028, given the current predictions, San Diego County Water Authority rates will increase by approximately 50%. The most alarming San Diego County Water Authority business transaction is the take-or-pay contract for the desalinated water produced in Carlsbad. This contract guarantees profit for private investors of Channelside, a for-profit company located in Europe. Channelside's take-or-pay contracts with San Diego County Water Authority demonstrates how privatized water can breach the public trust of California's coastal and water resources. County Water Authority staff state that Channelside's desalinated water makes San Diego County drought-proof. I ask the board to consider the true cost of continuing take-or-pay contracts. You're talking about selling water at 4,000 to 5,000 acre-feet. And my ask is, when are these take-or-pay contracts going to end? And when are we going to get out of those contracts? You want to establish trust with the public? Then work to get rid of the take-or-pay contracts with Channelside. And one other comment. Why are you putting rate increases in consent? I know as a director I would never let that at Padre Dam.
Thank you for your comments.
And I thank you very much.
Kim Hales, you may begin now.
Hello, as she said, my name is Kim Hales. I am a director of Padre Dam Municipal Water District in Division 4, but I am here today to speak as a private citizen from East County. I reside in Alpine, and I'm also a professor of biology at Cuyamaca College for over 20 years now. I'd like to speak a little bit on the water conservation garden. I was encouraged to hear the committee earlier at least recommend to continue funding for the garden for the next 2 years. But I found some of the arguments against support for the garden somewhat contradictory. Pulling support from the garden was given as a reason to be fiscally responsible in the face of these water rate increases that are going to occur. But you need to remember that when water rates increase, people seek out ways to conserve and to save money. And on the surface, the San Diego County Water Authority seems to support at least that. However, if you're going then to pull support from an institution that is very big in educating the public on water conservation and sustainability, that's what I find very contradictory. I know one of the directors during the meeting pointed out that this is the one entity that that supports water. I also noticed on the San Diego County Water Authority's website, there is a link that you can go to learn about water conservation and landscaping and things. And when you click on that, it takes you to a company that provides courses from LA. You can go to in-person courses in Long Beach or LA, or you can watch virtually. Why are you not supporting this water conservation garden, which is local?
Your time is up.
So
Thank
I
you
ask
for your
that
comments.
you at least do that. Thank you.
Mr. Tom Kennedy, you may begin now.
I'm not there yet. Thank you, Kelly. I'll try to make this quick. I got a lot of things to say, as you know. First off, I wasn't able to be here on the day she was recognized, but I want to recognize Fern Steiner for all of her commitment to this agency for many decades, and she was a mentor to me when I first came on this board so long ago. Also, congrats to Director Ayala for another two-time victim, I would say, of appointment here. I think that a couple of bullet points here with regard to the PSAR process, and I encourage this board to not only retain it but expand it and perhaps increase the credit for it. You'll find a way to show it makes financial sense, because it's better to get 50 cents on the dollar than 0 cents on the dollar. You need to sell more water. Also, I noted in the board packet about some of the options related to the budget, and the rates were based on aspirational future savings of costs in the future. I'm not sure if that's the best type of policy decision making to be made, and I encourage, as I have from this dais previously, for the board to look at a scenario by 2035 of selling 150,000 acre feet or less. Yeah, that's a worst case scenario, but I think it'll set a benchmark for you to gauge where you're at, and you could do some planning now for if you get there. If we had done something similar 10 years ago to forecast where we are now today, we could have had time to get there, but that wasn't an opportunity we had as a board. With regard to the Brownstein contract that's coming up, I think you have all the in-house staff here in-house to support the MWD delegates, and there's no reason to blow another 50 grand, 500 grand on that. And finally, and most importantly, I want to congratulate the board on the Met settlement. And while Chair Serrano deserves credit for being there as a current leader, I don't think any of this would happen without Mel Katz and the leadership he brought during his tenure. Many chairs during my 10 years on this board promised settlement of that, but there was always either personal or other sorts of things that got in the way, and Mel brought a level of pragmatism to the process.
Thank you for your comments.
Also, congrats to Dan and Dave for getting it done. That's it.
Thank you. That concludes our in-person requests. If there are public speakers in the Zoom waiting room, please raise your hand through the Zoom app or press *9 if listening by phone. I have no further requests, Chair Serrano.
Thank you, Madam Clerk, and I'd like to thank all the members of the public who came and offered their comments today, especially my former colleague, Director Kennedy. Thank you very much. We will move on to item 5, additions to the agenda. Madam Clerk, do we have any additions?
We have no additions.
Thank you. We will move on to the approval of minutes. Item 6 before us is the approval of the minutes from the formal Board of Directors meeting of May 22nd, 2025. I'll entertain a motion for approval. I have a motion from Director Scalzetti, a second from Vice Chair Hilliker. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Director Acosta?
Yes.
Flessy?
Yes.
Katz?
Yes.
Paul? Director Paul?
Yes, approved.
Coates Hedberg?
Yes.
Scalzetti?
Yes.
Vice Chair Hilliker?
Yes.
Director Yamani?
Yes.
Leahy?
Yes.
Myers?
Yes.
Roback?
Yes.
Quaylen?
Yes.
Heidemann?
Yes.
Norman?
Yes.
Wall?
Yes.
Abdullahi?
Yes.
Ayala? Bakowitz? Fong Sakai? Macedo?
Abstain.
Madaffer? Chair Serrano?
Yes.
Director Vespi?
Yes.
Whitburn?
Yes.
Secretary Lyons?
Yes.
Director Freehoff?
Yes.
Castaneda?
Yes.
Arant? Miller?
Yes.
And Ray. Yes. Thank you. Minutes pass.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Item 7 is our presentations of public hearings for which there are none, which will bring me to my chair's report, item 8A. First, I do just want to point out, it's been mentioned several times throughout this meeting, but just take a moment to say that this is our first Board of Directors meeting with the 15-year litigation with Metropolitan finally behind us. I was truly honored to participate in the signing ceremony on June 2nd here at the Water Authority's HQ with many of our colleagues from Met and many of you all in this room. I again want to express my thanks and appreciation to Chair Emeritus Mel Katz, who started us down this path, as well as our General Manager Dan Denham and General Counsel David Edwards, as well as their counterparts at Met. Truly, we had a collective vision to get this done and the willingness to keep coming back to the table to resolve any outstanding disputes. And I believe the winner out of all of it will be our ratepayers. And as I said during the budget and rate hearing, my priority now is start putting together opportunities with our general manager and input from all of you to sell excess water supplies and execute upon those to the benefit of all the ratepayers of San Diego County. Now, on a separate note, in the next week, you'll receive an email that includes an evaluation survey and feedback request for the upcoming general manager's evaluation. The deadline to return the evaluation forms is July 17th, 2025. Please send all completed surveys to the clerk of the board, Kelly Walker. The general manager survey results and feedbacks will be discussed during closed session at the July 24th board meeting, and action will be taken at the August 28th board meeting. That will conclude my chair's report. Moving on to item 8B, Madam Clerk, will you please provide a report of actions taken today?
We'll get those committee reports up on the screen. Admin and Finance Committee noted and filed the monthly Treasurer's Report. They authorized the General Manager to refund Carlsbad MWD $179,769.51 for over-collected charges related to Carlsbad desal plant operations for fiscal year 24. They authorized recommended budget cuts to the Board of Directors budget for fiscal years 26 and 27 in the amount of $122,855. They directed staff to maintain existing CIP practices and hold a special board workshop to engage the board on current practices. They directed staff to negotiate a memorandum of understanding with the Water Conservation Authority for a fixed Water Authority contribution of $50,000 in fiscal year 26, while leaving in place the Water Authority's letter of intent to withdraw effective June 30, 2025. They adopted the General Manager's recommended budget for fiscal year 26 and 27, which included approval of Resolution 2025-14, approving the GM's recommended budget for fiscal years 26 and 27 for operations and capital improvements and appropriating $1,897,402,674. They approved the amended classification and salary schedule for fiscal year 25, approved classification and salary schedule for fiscal year 26. Upon final year-end closing financials, they directed staff to use any excess revenue or undesignated revenue to defeasing Water Authority debt and maximize contribution into the Rate Stabilization Fund. Starting July 1st, 2025, Water Authority staff will return to the board quarterly to provide quarterly budget monitoring reports for action and discussion. And also directed General Manager to work with the Chair and Member Agency Managers Work Group on a proposed board policy setting board's financial metrics and priorities for direction, including discussion of any excess or undesignated revenues collected, which shall be brought to the board for consideration at the adoption of the LRFP. Adopted Water Authority rates and charges for calendar year 26 using option 3, utilize future savings and defer fiscal year 26 new debt issuance for approximate 8.3% effective calendar year 26, to include Ordinance 2501. Sorry, next slide. Ordinance 2025-01, setting rates and charges for the delivery and supply of water, use of facilities and provision of services. Resolution 2515, continuing standby availability charge. Ordinance 2502, amending and restating system capacity and water treatment capacity charges. Ordinance 2503, amending and restating the permanent special agricultural water rate program. Directed staff to explore future permanent special agricultural water rate program funding alternatives for implementation no sooner than January 1, 27. Directed staff to update adopted fiscal year 26 and 27 budget to reflect the option 2 rates and charges and find the actions exempt from CEQA pursuant to Public Resources Code 21080B8 and authorize the General Manager to file a notice of exemption. They also authorize GM to purchase $41 million in liability insurance, if we can move on, for fiscal year 26 from Cal Mutual's J Prima in the amount of $734,000. Property insurance for fiscal year 26 from Swiss Reinsurance in the amount of $306,488. And workers' comp from Cal Mutual's J Prima in the amount of $460,206. Total amount $1,500,694. Property insurance deductibles will increase from $50,000 to $75,000 per occurrence. $75,000. LPO meeting was deferred to July 24. Water planning was deferred. Imported water authorized an amendment to the JPA to extend the existing proportional funding shares of the 6 member agencies of the Colorado River Board for 1 year from July 1, 25 to June 30, 26. I will just make a note, 9.9 is actually 9.10. 9.9 is still on the consent calendar. It is a bill, LPO. Adopt a position of support on AB 523. Consent calendar is 9.1 through 9.10. That concludes my report.
I'll first ask if there's any discussion on that bill that anyone wanted to offer. Hearing none. Excuse me. Director Fong-Sakai.
Mr. Chairman, would it be possible to pull item number 9.5 off consent, please?
Sure thing. Yes.
And I think there was a correction on 9.7F. It said to adjust the budget based on option 2, but I believe it would have been option 3 of the rates. Yes. That one, yeah, option. I think that's a correction, right? Okay.
Thank you for that. We will revise that to say option 3.
Thank you. So item 9.5 has been pulled by Director Fong-Sakai. I have now Director Arant.
No, I was just going to make the same point on the option number 3.
Thank you. System's a little slow today. Director Acosta.
Yes, I recused myself on the agenda item that relates to the Carlsbad Municipal Water District because I serve on the Board of Directors and would do so again on consent. That's 9.2.
Duly noted.
Thank you. Noted.
On the balance of the consent calendar, I would entertain a motion to approve. Second. I have a motion from Director Katz, a second from Director Medaffer, with item 9.5 being pulled. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll on the balance?
Director Acosta.
Yes.
Flessy.
Yes, abstain from 9.2.
Katz.
Yes.
Paul.
Paul is a no on 9.6 and 9.7. Yes on the other items.
Thank you. Kurtz Hedberg.
Yes.
Scalzetti.
Yes.
Vice Chair Hilliker.
Yes.
Director Yamani.
Yes.
Leahy.
No on 9.6, 9.7. Yes on balance.
Thank you. Myers.
Yes.
Roback.
Yes.
Quaylen.
Yes.
Heidemann. Yes. Norman. Yes. Wall.
No on 9.7 and 9.8. Yes on the others.
Thank you. Abdullahi. Ayala.
Yes.
Buckowitz.
Yes.
Fong-Sakai. Macedo.
Yes.
Medaffer.
Yes.
Chair Serrano.
Yes.
Director Vespi.
Yes.
Whitburn.
No on 9.7, yes on the balance.
Thank you. Secretary Lyons.
Yes.
Director Freehoff.
Yes.
Castaneda.
Yes.
Arant.
Yes.
Miller.
Yes.
Ray.
No on 9.7, yes on the balance.
Thank you. Consent calendar passes.
So I'll now turn to Director Fong-Sakai for discussion on item 9.5.
I thought it was just option 3. I'm wondering if I'm...
As I had stated during the open session, I do understand the importance of the water conservation garden I think they do an amazing job with the education program and the outreach. But my concern now is the finances of this organization. And with that, I have severe concerns about continuing to fund programs when we ourselves are struggling with paying all of our obligations.
Director Scalzetti.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to make a motion to approve staff's recommendation of option 2 of the staff recommendation for the Water Garden funding.
Second.
Is that, to be clear, is that the item that's on the screen or option 2 that's included in the board packet?
Option 2 that was included in the board packet.
Understood. And so I have a motion and a second from Director Scalzetti and Director Castaneda. I'm going to turn it to the General Counsel to explain.
So the material thing is what's contained within the motion. The reference is back to the board packet, which is different than what's on the screen. So we're going to read what is described as option 2 in the board packet, but is the subject to the motion that Director Scalzetti just made, and then we'll vote on that.
So option 2, original staff recommendation was direct staff to negotiate a memorandum of understanding with the Water Conservation Authority for fixed water authority contributions of $100,000 in fiscal year 26 and $50,000 in fiscal year 27, while leaving in place the Water Authority's letter of intent to withdraw from the Conservation Authority effective June 30, 2025.
Director Abdullahi.
I will say, I thought we will be spending a lot more time on rates than the Conservation Garden funding. But in light of the tough decisions that we had to make today, as someone who in any other scenario would absolutely be supporting this garden, I will be voting no.
Additional discussion. Director Scalzetti, and then
Thank you, Chair. I just want to remind my colleagues that this is a benefit for the public that the public can use. I think that we do look at cutting some of these services and clubs that we're in, but this one is directly related to our business here. It is a point where our public and our ratepayers can go and find alternatives to their water rates, alternatives to their problems with fire and things that endanger their home and their livelihoods. And I think it's necessary that we continue the continuity with this water garden. It's really budget dust, which I do understand that we're trying to make a difference, but this is actually in our wheelhouse. This isn't frivolous. So I really encourage my colleagues to take another look at this and carry it forward. Thank you.
I've just been informed by the General Counsel that he's got a clarification. General Counsel.
Okay, so the recommendation that comes from the standing committee is just that, a recommendation. If this board makes a material modification to the recommendation, which this revised motion would be, if the A&F committee does not approve it with a majority within the board plus the A&F committee all in agreement as a majority to the change, then it goes back to the committee as a modified recommendation. So nothing is going to happen today with respect to funding the water conservation garden if it's not the motion that is on the screen right now. It will go back and we'll be dealing with this next month.
What? I've never heard of that.
The board approves a motion.
Where's the citation in the admin code that says that, please? I'd like to see that.
200-085C.
Pull it up.
The board approves a motion for action that changes the nature of or is materially different from a committee recommendation, in which case the vote of the board shall be deemed to constitute preliminary consideration of the matter and approval of action to refer back to the committee.
What was the section again?
2.00.085 C1.
Yeah, we've been doing it wrong for 20 years, I know.
There was, if this had been a motion to withdraw the letter because there was time would be of the essence, we could do something different. Or if the A&F committee would have voted to say time was of the essence, it could carry. But these are recommendations that the board makes, and the admin code gives the board the standing committee rather the opportunity to revisit, unless the majority of the committee, as you'll see in E, concurs.
I just chair the meeting, everybody.
Is it may or shall? And again, I'm still trying to find the section. You said 085B?
Shall be referred back to the committee for reevaluation.
Where's this in B?
C.
C.
Meanwhile, we have a motion on the table.
We do. Director Coates-Hedberg.
Well, there's nothing that keeps the committee from reconvening right now either.
To complement what Director Scouse said, he said, you know, this is not the city of San Diego. This is the San Diego County Water Authority, and we're all board members together, working together as an investment for our 22 agencies. And just to, echo what we just saw previously from Metropolitan Water District, Don Ortega, you go to their climate website, and I just want to quote, whatever is done should be done for the benefit of the whole. And whatever is done for the benefit of the whole should be shared by the parts. This is us, the board, and we're here to work together. It's not what the garden has done for us, it's what we can do at the garden. And we could be that voice on value propositions, on reducing greenhouse gases. There's so much we can do at that garden. It is our garden. And I'm just curious, when Lois, you're saying about, the cost of $50,000, how much is it that in our budget for the Citizens Water Academy? I asked specifically to our general manager for a copy of the public affairs budget. I did not get that. And all I got was if the board decided to put the $150,000 one year and $150,000 the next year, we can make it happen and that it wouldn't affect the rates. So sorry, I don't mean to yell. I want to just say that I think we need to look at what our mission is here in serving water to our customers and making sure that the customers are educated in how they can conserve and all the things that we can do at this garden. That's all. Thank you. Sorry.
Director Yamani.
Through the chair, is it the will of the board or the will of the committee?
The committee makes a recommendation. The board approves that recommendation.
Director Leahy.
Call the question.
You need to vote on calling the question under our admin code. There's no debate on that. So if you have a second, then you can vote on call the question. There's no debate on call the question. So just vote on call the question.
Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Voting on call the question, Director Acosta?
Yes.
Flessy?
Yes.
Katz?
Yes.
Paul?
No.
Coates-Hedberg? Scalzetti?
Yes.
Vice Chair Hilliker? Director Yamani?
Sorry, call the question of?
The motion that's on the table is Director Scalzetti's motion, which is the original recommendation 2, which was 100,000 over 2 years with the MOU.
So that's the motion.
No, this is just to have a vote on the motion without any more debate.
No.
Leahy.
Yes.
Myers. Roback.
Yes.
Quaylen.
Yes.
Heidemann.
No.
Norman. Wall.
No.
Abdullahi.
Yes.
Ayala. Bakowitz. Fong Sakai.
Aye.
Macedo.
Yes.
Madaffer.
Yep.
I'm sorry. Chair Serrano.
Yes.
Director Vespi.
Yes.
Whitburn.
Yes.
Secretary Lyons.
Yes.
Director Freehoff.
Yes.
Castaneda.
Yes.
Arant. Director Miller.
Yes.
And Director Ray.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes.
Make the call.
So now we will vote on the motion made by Director Scalzetti and seconded by, I think it was Secretary Hilliker, or Vice Chair Hilliker?
Castaneda.
Or Castaneda, excuse me.
Kelly, we need to track the ANF committee members' votes as well as the board's votes,
Back
even if it's just informally.
to committee. Next month, right?
Remember, parks, libraries, fishing, gardening, all the good stuff. This is for the people. It actually is for the people. All right, I'm just letting you know. Just letting you know.
Why don't you just call the committee first, and then we'll know right away.
Whitburn shuts down garden. Sends all those old ladies to the street. It's not going to be good. It's not going to be good. Green thumbs are at the curb.
Okay, so we're calling the vote on the original staff recommendation. We had moved by
Scalzetti, seconded by
Cardenas.
Castaneda.
Castaneda. Castaneda.
Sorry, friend.
Okay, Director Acosta.
Yes.
Flessy.
Confused. What am I voting on?
We're voting on the original staff recommendation, which was the 100,000 and then the 50,000.
No.
Katz.
Yes.
Paul.
No.
Coates Hedberg.
Absolutely.
Scalzetti. Vice Chair Hilliker.
Reluctantly, yes.
Director Yamani.
Yes.
Leahy.
No.
Myers.
No.
I'm sorry. Myers.
No.
Roback.
Yes.
Quaylen.
No.
Heidemann.
No.
Norman. Wall. Abdullahi.
No.
Ayala. Bakowitz.
No.
Fong Sakai.
Oh.
Macedo.
No.
Madaffer.
Nope.
Chair Serrano.
No.
Director Vespi.
No.
Whitburn.
No.
Secretary Lyons.
Yes.
Director Freehoff.
No.
Castaneda.
Yes.
Arant. Miller.
No.
Director Ray.
No.
1 minute. The motion failed to pass, 69.3295%.
Vice Chair Hilliker.
I'd like to move the option 2 that's on the screen.
Second.
I have a motion from Vice Chair Hilliker, a second from Director Freehoff. Director Freehoff, do you want to still speak?
What I wanted to speak on. Thank you.
All righty. And Director Myers. It says your name right here. Okay. Anything else? Seeing none. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Okay, Director Acosta.
Yes.
Blessy.
Yes.
Katz.
Yes.
Paul.
No.
Coates Hedberg.
Yes.
Galzetti. Vice Chair Hilliker.
Yes.
Director Yamani.
Yes.
Leahy.
No.
Myers.
Yes.
Roback.
Yes.
Quaylen.
Yes.
Heidemann.
No.
Norman. Wall.
No.
Abdullahi.
No.
Ayala. No. Bakowitz. No. Fong Sakai. No. Macedo.
Yes.
Madaffer.
Nope.
Chair Serrano.
No.
Director Vespi.
No.
Is that a no?
No.
Thank you. Whitburn.
No.
Secretary Lyons.
Yes.
Director Freehoff.
Yes.
Castaneda.
Yes.
Arant.
Yes.
Miller. Director Miller.
Yes.
Thank you. Ray.
No.
Thank you. 1 second.
For heaven's sake.
Motion failed to pass. No, 55.825.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. That will conclude our consent calendar. Moving on to item 10 is our action, discussion, and information items. Item 10.1 is director appointments and reappointments. I'd like to announce the reappointment of directors Ismahan Abdullahi and Lois Fong Sakai, both representing the city of San Diego. Director Abdullahi's new term end date is February 24, 2031, and Director Fong Sakai's new term date is October 27, 2030. Congratulations to both of you on your reappointments. Next is the appointment of Director Jimmy Ayala, representing the city of San Diego. Director Ayala is filling the seat left vacant following the retirement of Director Fern Steiner. He will be seated on the Engineering and Operations Committee and the Imported Water Committee. Welcome back, Director Ayala. Would you like to make any comments at this time? Okay. Also joining our board is Director Simeon B. Williams, Jr., representing Camp Pendleton. Director Williams will be seated on the A&F Committee and the Legislation and Public Outreach Committee. We welcome him to the Board of Directors. We have two action items on today's agenda. General Counsel Edwards will present items 10.2 and 10.3.
Thank you. Item 10.2 and 10.3, while wholly separate contracts, are complementary to one another. Item 10.2 is a legal services agreement in the amount of $595,000, not to exceed that amount, for vital and ongoing legal services related to issues surrounding the Colorado River and the quantification settlement agreement. This is a component of agreement that has been in effect at the Water Authority for many years. It was renewed 2 years ago without much conversation. I think most, if not all of you, are familiar with that component of that contract. The one modification this year, which is different than in past years, is that it also incorporates discretionary as-needed services to facilitate the deployment of additional firm resources in the event that they're needed. Specifically, Chris Fromm has been added to that contract as a authorized biller to provide legal services when, in the General Counsel, in consultation with the General Manager, we believe it's necessary to request work in support of the Water Authority's mission. The second contract, which will be voted on separately, is a non-legal services contract, a strategic advice contract with Chris Fromm with the same firm, a retainer contract, which is not an as-needed, in the amount of $20,000 a month with a not-to-exceed amount of $480,000. That contract will provide delegate support to the metropolitan delegates on a monthly basis. They will be, again, voted on separately. If there are take questions on the first contract if there are any. If not, I'd entertain a motion.
Director Medaffer.
Thank you. And since the GC says 10.2 and 10.3 are complementary, I'm glad we're hearing them together.
They'll be voted on separately, though.
Well, I don't know about that, because my motion is going to be we combine the two contracts, 10.2 and 10.3, into one contract. You can use the first contract. Yeah, I don't need that on the screen yet. We can use the first contract, 10.2, as the model and change the reporting of this contract to the GM, as has been done over the last 20 years. Specifically, I want to continue a single contract for legal services at contract amounts that are indicated in the two different items, 594.5 and 480, with privilege, as discussed and agreed with the general manager. I also want the contract to indicate that they report to and the management by the general manager, as been the case over the last 20-plus years. And the third part of my motion is that we'd authorize the general manager to execute the contract consistent with these requirements. So that's my motion.
Unfortunately, the
Second,
motion
Fong
is not founded. It is contrary to the admin code. And while I'll go through all the reasons that it doesn't fit within the admin code, primarily, the general counsel is vested as the chief legal officer of the organization. So the only entities that can hire and manage outside counsel are general counsel's office and the board, then managed by the board. There can be no delegation of legal services to the general manager. And I'll go through that in a few minutes. But, you know, I'm a little perplexed. I'd heard that we were going to have this conversation. I'm surprised that awarding a $20,000 a month contract is generating so much contention. But I can see that you're deeply invested in Ms. Fromm and the Brownstein firm, serving as a lawyer to the Water Authority. But I want to remind everyone here that Brownstein is and will continue to be providing legal advice on the Colorado River and QSA matters, as they've previously done, and that work remains privileged going forward. Focusing on Ms. Fromm's continued retention as a lawyer for this organization in the retained, not as needed capacity as in MWD delegate support, that's a different matter entirely. And I've addressed these following issues and analysis, among other issues, with board officers, metropolitan delegates, all without objection to this point on the proposed hybrid path forward that was just presented. As you've heard several times today, on June 2nd, 2025, we, along with MET, here at the Water Authority, signed an agreement that ended 15 years of protracted and acrimonious litigation. During that press event, where you stood behind me, Director Medaffer, when I signed, speeches were made by the respective general managers and board chairs. We shook hands, congratulated each other, and the overarching theme that emerged was a new era of cooperation and transparency between our agencies. Those of us who were in the settlement negotiations were in attendance at that event. Those that were not involved were absent. We are changing the nature of our engagement with Ms. Fromm as it relates to the MWD program because the fundamental nature of the Water Authority's relationship with MWD has changed, thereby negating the Water Authority's need to retain legal counsel to address issues of ordinary business that exist between our two agencies. In our current environment, any advice provided by Ms. Fromm as strategic advisor will concern matters related to climate plans we heard today, general manager selections and business planning, etc. None of these stated components, or those not mentioned but certainly foreseeable, have as their dominant purpose the solicitation or provision of legal advice. In California, improperly asserting the attorney-client privilege can have serious consequences. It can lead to sanctions, loss of privilege, and even ethical violations. To avoid this, attorneys and clients must understand the scope of the privilege and its limitations. The privilege protects confidential communications between lawyer and client made for the purpose of seeking or providing legal advice, not the ordinary course of business. I, in consultation with Ethics Counsel, Fred Galante, many of you know, he predates me, have determined upon a thorough review of the work requested by the Water Authority's MWD program and its delegation that continue to retaining legal counsel for those purposes would subject the Water Authority and the General Counsel's Office to an unreasonable risk resulting from the potential improper assertion of the attorney-client privilege on a go-forward basis. This decision and analysis, however, does not affect or make comment upon the work previously performed, as that work has been undertaken pursuant to a legal service contract that expires on June 30, 2025, and enjoys the assertion of privilege without discussion of any waiver, of course, subject to potential judicial oversight. I, along with the general manager, the board chair, and officers, are simply trying to preserve the integrity of the organization and prevent a negative judicial outcome should we ever be challenged. Sometimes legal questions are difficult and nuanced, but in this case it's simple. There's a right and there's a wrong, and there's simply no basis to continue a privileged contract to serve as the eye in the sky at MWD on the Water Authority's behalf in order to artificially protect that work from public scrutiny. If legal issues arise, they will be handled by my office or through the companion Brownstein contract previously discussed. In the end, advocating to continue a legal services agreement for delicate support in this context is simply an effort to find a problem in order to provide a solution. And with that, I will just say that the motion is misplaced because the admin code, as I said, vests retention of special counsel with the general counsel. The only exception is this board could elect to retain special counsel, have an ad hoc committee that oversees it, and that's separate and apart from either Dan or myself. If the board wants a statutory interpretation discussion, I'm happy to go on. But as I just stated, the motion is misplaced and is not available for a second or a vote.
Well, I'll respond in kind, Mr. Edwards, and I think you're trying to pull a fast one on this board, and I'm not going to let you do it. You're not the judge. You're not the jury. Decisions are vested by this board, period. And let's not ever forget that. We run this show, not you. And, you know, first of all, these two items should really be in closed session, and it's a disgrace that they're not.
I'm going to stop you right there.
No,
Director
don't. Let me finish.
Let me go through. Would you like me to go through the six categories of closed session?
Why don't you listen to me for a little bit?
I will go through the 6 categories of closed session if you'd like.
No,
because you're telling me it should be in closed session. Tell me which section you would have it under.
Sir, your conduct is unbecoming of the general counsel. Please let the board member finish.
Thank you. You know, as I said, I believe this discussion should be in closed session. But since the general counsel doesn't agree, I'm sorry if I'm going to be airing a little dirty laundry here. I'll start with what I don't think the general counsel actually knows what he's talking about. I really question the ability right now in serving this agency. You know, through these two contracts, he's frankly manipulating this board and frankly affecting our agency's ability to do business. You know, behind the scenes, as you've obviously heard so far, there's been a lot of discussion between the general manager, the general counsel, on how this matter should be handled. You know, a simple solution would have been to apply just simply common legal advice, allow both these contracts to be merged into a single privileged contract between outside counsel and the general manager. You know, the general counsel indicates, you know, what I think is a complete lack of knowledge about MWD and how we operate when it comes to dealing with the Colorado River. I haven't seen one citation backing up any of the assertions. There's been nothing, no memos, nothing, no proof to me or this board backing up anything he's saying. He references Fred Galante as outside ethics counsel, but is there a legal memo to prove these things? You know, why hasn't that been shared with this board? There's nothing in the admin code to the Water Authority that prevents the board from hiring a law firm with privilege that reports to the general manager. And I could go through things out of Chapter 4.04. The general manager may procure services, including professional services, consistent with approved budget. More importantly, it states the term general manager includes general counsel for procurements by the office of the general counsel, but it does not state the reverse, meaning the general counsel does not have the exclusive procurement authority over all legal services authority-wide. Also, under professional services, section 4.04.170, the procedures for hiring professional services, i.e. attorneys, consultants, appear to apply for both the general manager and the general counsel, depending on which office is initiating the contract. There's no language mandating in the admin code that all legal services must be controlled by or report to the general counsel. In fact, for many years, I can remember on MWD, when I first got on this board, the general counsel at the time, Dan Henschke, had to leave the room when we went into closed session on MWD. Why? Because the GC was not party to those discussions for reasons I won't get into here. Reporting structure. Nowhere does the administrative code explicitly state that outside legal counsel must report to the general counsel. The code is silent on whether legal counsel hired by the board or the general manager must report through the general counsel's office. And the board has ultimate oversight. Contracts over $150,000 require board approval. So if outside counsel is retained by the general manager exceeds this threshold, the board must approve the contract. So the conclusion of this is there is no legal or administrative restriction in the Water Authority's code that would prevent the general manager from hiring outside legal counsel reporting directly to the general manager, so long as the procurement follows it. So the other thing to talk about is privilege. And you don't have to be in litigation to retain lawyers that include privilege. To suggest otherwise, to me, can suggest a complete lack of understanding of what countless government agencies practice on a regular basis. So now I'd like you to put up the screen, if you would. So
James, if you can share that.
So what I found, and this was in a PRA that went to the newspaper, the Water Authority has something like 23 contracts with outside law firms. Here they are on the screen. I highlighted them all. Now, I assume all of these have privilege. However, I haven't heard lately we have 23 pending lawsuits floating around. Therefore, to me, it's a ridiculous assertion that these contracts with lawyers providing legal advice are not covered by attorney-client privilege. And so, you know, the idea that the GC is trying to convince this board that the contract with Fromm advising us on MWD matters, which will include the Colorado River, which will include PVID, Coachella, IID, and other things as we relate to MWD actions. They're all integrated, as you just heard from Adon Ortega. That's why the privilege needs to be in place for that contract as well. We cannot afford, and this is not about litigation with Met. Hey, Mel, Nick, the team, we're past that. We're past that. Now it's moving forward. But sometimes we may get together with Met, as I just discussed with Mr. Ortega at dinner last night, deals that work for this agency's benefit. We're working together. But he also would tell you those things should be protected from PRA because they involve price, contracts, quantities. I can't believe for a second that we would suggest these things be not covered under privilege. It's just simply nuts. So the conclusion on this one is clear. California law does not restrict the attorney-client privilege or work product protection based on the reporting relationship of counsel within a public agency. Accordingly, legal communications and work product involving counsel retained by the general manager are fully protected under applicable legal standards, provided confidentiality and other foundational criteria are maintained. So therefore, to the board, my motion is that we combine the two contracts, 10-2 and 10-3. 10-2 has the privilege language in it. All we have to do is, you see 10-2 has got the from 480. Just bring that into 10-3 has the 480 from. Bring that into 10-2. Change it to report to and managed by the GM, and authorize the GM to execute the contracts.
So,
that's the motion.
So, Mr. Medaffer, and I've heard your motion, and I think to accomplish that, what I'm going to ask is that this item then be continued and be brought back with that docketing in 30 days. The general manager will work on what we need to do in that 30-day time period. But in order to docket it in the way that you're describing, that is going to require me to bring it back. So I'm happy to entertain that continuance. I have a number of speakers here. I don't know if they still want to speak on the item, but
well, that would be fine with me, and I would presume you would just extend the existing Brownstein contract by 30 days.
Yeah, I would need to work within my authority, general manager's authority. The bandwidth there, I think, as you all know, is $150,000, and I think I have the ability to do that.
Okay. Then I have no problem with that, Mr. Strong. I'll withdraw the motion.
I would just like to say, when it came to the discussion on the closed session, to the extent my voice was raised and there was some temper there, I apologize for that.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Director Paul.
Yeah, I actually wanted to speak about the contract, but are you my mic is on. Can you hear me? Wow. How about now?
Yeah, better.
So are you tabling this item?
Yeah, based off what I just heard and the motion that was made, I would like to do that.
Can we vote on whether to table it or to leave it as is? We've only heard from one person, and now
No, I have other speakers, and I'm happy to continue through discussion, but that's just my recommendation in order to achieve what was requested.
A motion to table does require a vote. It is debatable but not amendable. And its purpose is to set aside on a temporary basis a pending main motion.
All right. So my questions were on the 10-2 contract. You said that these are vital and ongoing issues, but when we spoke on the phone the other day, I tried to ask you what were ongoing issues, and I didn't really get that answer.
We have an ongoing relationship with Imperial Irrigation District through the QSA. Those are ongoing contractual issues that are worked on consistently and are, I'm not going to say routine, but
Sure. Yeah, so Director Paul, on the QSA side of things, it's all Colorado River related. It's largely water rights matters, and the firm has represented us on the river since the negotiations occurred nearly 30 years ago. The continuation of items has to do with the joint stipulated order that we have with the Imperial Irrigation District and a number of non-governmental organizations on the Salton Sea. That's a state water board issue that is continuing and will likely be renewed here within a couple of years. There's also matters related to the federal delivery agreement with the Department of the Interior, just all part of the QSA contracts. Those are the ongoing issues.
Thank you.
Director Ray.
Thank you. I did have questions about the contract, but since it's being tabled, I will skip those. But I did want to say that in case there's any confusion, the matter about this item being in closed session doesn't have anything to do with the Water Authority Admin Code. It has to do with the Brown Act. And there are only certain issues that can be conducted in closed session. Those are personnel matters, litigation, pending and or threatened, real property negotiations, labor negotiations, grand jury testimony, public security. And with the contracts, can be, with an exception, in closed session if they contain legal strategy. And that is a very rare thing that happens. So these contracts do not belong in closed session. And if they come back to this board in closed session, I will not vote on them because they don't belong in closed session. And people who sit on this board and who have been a public servant should be familiar with the Brown Act and know they don't belong in closed session.
Director Leahy.
Thank you. We have spent the last 6 hours talking about how we need to do things differently, and yet here we are talking about how we need to continue to do something that we've done for the last 20 years again. And I think most of this board acknowledges that maybe the things that we've done the last 20 years don't need to be repeated, and we need to look at new ways of doing things. I would not support tabling this item. I would not support putting any of this in closed session. I would not support combining the two items. I agree with having them be separate. We do have Ms. Fromm as part of the first item. The scope that's in attachment A of the second item, none of that constitutes legal contract and legal services. That is support services provided by a professional service agreement. And those two do not have to be in the same contract. If and when she provides legal services, she can bill against the first contract. That is fine by me. This board and my colleagues know, I've said it before, I don't even believe that we should have the second contract to begin with. I would be amenable to having it for 1 year in order to transition these services and the support of the Met delegates to our well-qualified staff. We have the experience on staff We have the experience and knowledge with our general manager. I understand that there needs to be a transition period. I would be supportive of the one item for the second contract to be 1 year, but I will say no matter what, I won't support combining them, nor will I support them being a legal services contract or being in closed session. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Myers.
Thank you. You know, when I looked at the contracts and these items, initially it looked kind of straightforward to me. And so, you know, this discussion that we're having now is I guess, a little surprising to me. It seemed to make sense, and so maybe I want to make sure I understand it. As I understand it, that we have kind of two boxes now. Because of the fact that we have the settlement agreement, and we don't need to be constantly looking at all of legal service, looking at everything happening at Met through a legal lens, that we're looking at the historical knowledge of Chris Fromm and probably other folks at Brownstein for historical knowledge, for strategic advice, which is not legal. We hire a lot of people who are not lawyers, that's not under the attorney-client privilege, to provide strategic legal advice, and that, so I'm looking at this contract and that makes sense. And I'm supportive of, and I was supportive of having a strategic contract like this to be able to continue to take advantage, at least for now, while we're in this transition period, of the knowledge of Chris and other people to do it. And then then I saw the other part of the contract that says, okay, professional services, the as-needed part of the contract, and that made sense to me too, because it certainly can happen that during the course of Chris or someone working with her is dealing with an MWD issue that has a legal component to it that may require legal research or may require legal advice, that Brownstein goes to the general counsel, who, at least I understand, maybe there's some debate about this, but I understand is, you know, as our general counsel is the one who deals with our lawyers, would go to general counsel and say, hey, we've got a legal issue here at MWD. I need some as-needed time to be able to address this issue under the legal services contract, right? And that would be protected by the attorney-client privilege. So you've got the two contracts. They seem to have separate purposes. Am I missing something in that regard? And I'm happy to hear from General Counsel or Mr. Madaff or Director Madaff or anyone else, but there seemed to be logic in the way this was being proposed, and so I'm a little perplexed about kind of where we are right now.
That's precisely the approach that was taken.
I mean, obviously it's the will of the board, but you know, I'd propose that we, I don't know if we're in a position right now, but I propose that we just, that we move for 10.2 and 10.3, and based upon the discussion we've had here, determine whether we want to go forward with this or whether we want to address it further down the road.
Is that a motion?
That's a motion.
I'll second that.
So I have a motion by Director Myers, a second by Director Freehoff. I also have Director Fong-Sakai.
Yeah, 10.2 and 10.3.
Sorry. I was just notified that because they're agendized separately, you're going to have to vote on them separately. So which is your pleasure? The first one?
Oh, okay. All right. So, so I guess the motion would be on 10.2, and then after that, 10.3.
Okay. So I have a motion from Director Myers. You still want a second, Director Freehoff?
Yes, please.
All right. I've got a few other folks who want to speak. Director Fong-Sakai.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to say that being a Met delegate for the last few years, that having Chris Fromm and the Brownstein team working with us makes us stronger. She has specific insight and history as to the Water Authority and also Met, being that she has served on both boards. We do talk strategy with Chris Fromm all the time, and including legal interpretations and as part of that strategy. And to me, I think it's important that those things be discussed privately and not open to all of the public to see how we are planning to move ahead on specific items.
Director Scalzetti.
Thank you, Chair. This brings up a super interesting fact to me that what I believe that we were ending litigation and that the delegates needed some support not to do any legal findings in the middle. And I think it's really important that we keep sending this message to Metropolitan that we're not keeping a lawyer inside to direct our delegates what to say and what to do and how to do it and how to say it and all those things. And I just think that we're going backwards because I've been up to Metropolitan myself and watched our delegates speak. And when it is preconceived and wrote out for them, that the whole rest of the board just ignores what they say. It's true. I've sat there, I've watched it. They don't want to hear about Brownstein's papers that write for our delegates. They want to know that we're true people and we really mean that we're doing the public service and we're there to do what we're supposed to be doing there along with the Metropolitan board members, bringing reliable, affordable, clean water to our region. This whole game of what to say and what to do should be over. We've got to send a good message. Do we need legal services right now? No. Do we need support of the delegates? There's always a time in our major leagues that we need to pull up the people from AAA. Aaron Rodgers isn't going to do it for the Steelers this year. I mean, seriously, we've got to depend on the knowledge and the resources that we have, and they're actually really good. We have good support. We have good, knowledgeable people. We need to stand on our own 2 feet, and we need our delegates to step up a little bit too, to be able to write and say how they believe and vote from their heart and from their conscience and not just be told what to do. So I really think that I'm hoping that we start off in a new era, a new foot. There's nothing to say if we need her in the future that she's not available for hire or other people aren't available for hire. There's a million other people out there too. We need to try this on our own. And if we're really talking about cutting costs and cutting things, come on, you guys wanted to cut little things. Let's cut. Thank you.
Director Yermani.
Through the chair, just for my point of clarification, didn't you request or recommend to table this subject?
If we were going to combine the 2 contracts, I was going to recommend that is the best course of action for us to do that, if that was the board's prerogative. Director Ray.
Thank you. I don't know if we're combining or what we're doing, but I would just like to say that, to echo Director Scalzetti, we really need to, move forward with the optics that we're trying to work with Metropolitan. And we have an 8-person department here at this agency that is highly qualified and extremely knowledgeable in everything that is going on at Metropolitan. And we need to make use of them in an efficient manner. And the delegates are also very intelligent people. And I don't know what they would need the support for on the contract for 10.3. So I don't support 10.3 at all because I think that we have the qualified people here at this agency and that the delegates have enough knowledge and intelligence to fly on their own. So I don't support 10.3 at all, and I certainly don't support combining them.
So just a little bit of clarity here. So we do have a motion on the floor for 10.2. This is the Brownstein contract that relates to the Colorado River and the QSA. So I just want to be clear, that's the motion on the floor. So directors, I'm going to ask you to rein in your comments to that contract specifically. That motion was made by Director Myers and seconded by Director Freehoff. Any further discussion on the 10.2 contract? Director Medaffer.
Yeah, I will definitely support 10-2 and urge a yes vote on that, and we can discuss 10.3 when that comes up.
Any further discussion from members of the board on 10.2? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Director Acosta?
Yes.
Flessy?
Yes.
Paul.
No.
Coates Hedberg.
Yes.
Director Coates Hedberg.
10-2 is
10.2 is the legal services agreement with Brownstein.
yes.
Scalzetti.
Yes.
Vice Chair Hilliker.
Yes.
Director Yamani.
Yes.
Leahy. Myers.
Yes.
Roback.
Yes.
Quaylen.
Yes.
Heidemann.
Yes.
Norman.
Yes.
Abdullahi. Ayala. Buckowitz. Fong Sakai. Macedo. Madaffer.
Yes.
Chair Serrano.
Yes.
Director Vespi.
No.
Whitburn.
Yes.
Secretary Lyons.
Yes.
Director Freehoff.
Yes.
Castaneda.
Yes.
Arant. Miller.
Yes.
Ray. Director Abdullahi. On 10.2, legal services agreement. Director Abdullahi, yes, thank you. Motion passes.
Thank you. Director Myers.
I'll now move for the adoption of item 10.3, the non-legal professional services contract with Brownstein Hyatt.
Director Madaffer.
So I would recommend that 10.3 be returned to the general manager and the general counsel and come back next month. And it's fine to come back in open session. I have no objection if that's the will of the board. On the matter of what I was hearing, I forget who said it. Yeah, this isn't about giving memos to the Met board from our delegates. I don't think that's happened for months. That kind of went away. What this is about, let's just say, for example, our Met delegates, your Colorado River Board representative is in the middle of negotiations with Met using the lawyer referenced in 10.3, that's Chris Fromm of the Brownstein Group. And we're dealing with the general counsel at Metropolitan and constructing a water exchange, a sale, maybe to Arizona, maybe to another member agency. So Marcia Scully is the general counsel. She's covered by attorney-client privilege because she's the GC. But is she going to want to deal with a lawyer that isn't covered under attorney-client privilege, where then those discussions on price and terms are discoverable? That's the only reason I think this should be reconsidered as a matter that should maintain privilege. And I think that's the big issue that we're dealing with here. Mr. Edwards doesn't feel that this should be privileged. He cites ethical issues in an unseen memo. So maybe he could come back and prove his points so this board has more information. But I think the board's being played here. You don't have enough information. And no, we're not using Chris Fromm of the Brownstein firm to send memos to the Met Board. Those days are over. Litigation's over. Now we're talking about how can we constructively go forward to get things done. And in a way that when we're cutting a deal with, let's see, Semitropic, and how much they're going to charge for water, how much we're going to charge, is that going to be public? I don't think it should be. Those things need to be confidential until all parties are in agreement. Anyway, I would ask that, while I respect Mr. Myers in your motion to move it forward, I think it's half-baked. I really think some additional information should come back to the board. I'm not going to support 10.3, not because I don't support the contract, I do. But I think it ought to come back next month. So if the motion fails, there's nothing that keeps the general manager under his authority from starting the contract, immediately, and then it come back to this board for ratification for the full, period, the remaining 23 months. I just think we need more information,
Mr.
and I would ask the board's consideration for that.
Mr. Madaf, is that a motion or is that?
We've got a motion.
No, so I'm just responding that I'm going to vote no on the motion on the floor.
Understood.
But I'd certainly make it as a substitute, but we don't allow those here, so I'd have to get it voted down on, I'd encourage a no vote on 10-3.
Okay. Thank you. I'm still looking for a second to Director Myers. So thank you. So now we have a motion and a second, so now I can enter into discussion. Director Leahy.
Thank you. And while I understand your concerns, Director Madaffer, I think in the examples that you just laid out, all of those services would be billed under the contract that the board just voted on approving. So I don't see an issue with any confidentiality or any issue with Metropolitan's general counsel wanting to negotiate with any of either special counsel or our own general counsel. All of that would be billed under and fall under the contract that this board just approved. I would also ask that we all continue to maintain our decorum and professionalism in how we treat each other in this room. We are all here to do a job, and we all need to be respectful of each other and the positions we hold. And if there's comments about concerns about the level of professionalism or expertise, I ask that those not be made on the public floor and can be held separately. But we need to all be representing ourselves and this board and the professionalism and treat each other with respect. And I take exception to some of the comments and insinuations that have been made here today. Thank you.
Director Freehoff.
I'm sorry, my comment was what Director Leahy mentioned, that my understanding, and if I can be correct if I'm wrong, is that the services that Director Madaffer talked about would be covered under the item 10.2 that we just voted on. Is that correct?
To the extent they're necessary, yes. And I just wanted to say that I absolutely agreed with what Director Madaffer said. I was the principal negotiator on the Metropolitan Settlement. I represented the Water Authority when we went through the semi-tropic negotiation. We have counsel to the extent we think we need additional outside resources, and Ms. Fromm becomes one of those resources. It's important. That is why we included her in the legal services contract.
Thank you.
Director Acosta.
Thank you. I'm looking at the agenda and reviewing what specifically staff's recommendation is, and this particular contract is for delegate support for a period of 2 years for a not-to-exceed amount of $480,000. So I'm wondering if you could go over the scope. I know that that's in the last page after the agenda, right before the calendar for this upcoming year. There is one paragraph on the scope, just so we're all clear about what the scope is, and this dovetails well with Director Freehoff's and Director Leahy's comments a minute ago about what actually is in this agenda item in terms of scope of the contract.
Yeah, Director Acosta, I can go over that. So what you have before you is a 2-year contract with a not to exceed amount of about $480,000. You get to that through a $20,000 a month retainer with Ms. Fromm. There are no additional add-ons, if you will. I'm just kind of paraphrasing, right? No additional hours. It's a set retainer. That's what we're billed each month. The reporting structure of the contract is where she reports to me, the general manager, and then in consultation with the imported water director, we help the delegates through their activities at Metropolitan. So those activities at Metropolitan that we would anticipate, this is going to be a different level of service, if you will, with Chris Fromm. It used to have a number of other hours, a higher retainer associated with it. So, the idea of writing delegate reports, et cetera, that type of work, I don't anticipate that. This will largely be based on policy discussions with the delegates, with myself. It does have to do with relationships, and it does have to do with politics. In a very straightforward way, that's the way I view her support with the delegation going forward. We will be leaning much more heavily on staff for technical support, whether that's reviewing Met agendas, attending Met meetings. Certainly, I will candidly tell you, it's not worth Ms. Fromm's time or worth our time for the $20,000 to have Ms. Fromm watching an MWD meeting, right? Then that's just sort of incompatible with the new service arrangement that we have. So it will be that type of relationship going forward, which I think we've all discussed is different than how it's that's been in the past. I hope that helps.
Thank you. And just to wrap up, it does seem that there were comments made earlier about having the in-house staff resources to be able to do all the work. I don't think all the work can be done by them. I do think it's helpful to have an external consultant, professional services contract, but with heavily augmented by staff. And just as the GM described, I think that's an ideal situation going forward. And we can review it again. It's a 2-year contract. So it's something that we can see if this works. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Scalzetti.
Yeah, just along the lines of Director Acosta. So this $20,000 retainer per month is as needed, or is if she only works 1 hour or 20 hours? How does that work?
Well, that's the nature of the retainer. She will not be working just 1 hour.
But we're paying $20,000 no matter what.
The Water Authority has contractual relationships exactly in that form. I think many of our member agencies have the same. At least my experience over the years is that sometimes you lean more heavily on an individual in 1 month rather than the other.
Absolutely.
And you're still charged the same.
Okay. Thank you.
Director Castaneda, excuse me.
Thank you. Mr. General Manager, in the spirit of what we've been spending a lot of time here today, I heard a lot of turning over every stone. We've heard every penny counts. We've cut to the, I even heard cut to the bone, which I'm perplexed by that particular characterization. Do you ever see a situation, whether it's in a year, 2 years, 5 years, where our staff, which I'm sure we pay a lot of money to, can handle this job on their own?
Yeah, I think that we can get to that point. What I think is important for all of us to consider as we deliberate over this is that there are going to be some very technical demands on staff that Ms. Fromm wouldn't do anyways, right? So we review engineering reports, we give financial recommendations, things of that nature. What staff does not have the ability to do is stay overnight in Los Angeles, for instance, and cultivate a relationship with other members of the community. So I can do that, Mina can do that, and so that's kind of the pivot, that's the transition to, I think, a future that you're talking about. But I don't think that that's an expectation that I have of staff to develop those political relationships.
Well, when I mean
with
in-house,
others.
I mean you
Yeah.
included and obviously the people that work for you. So does that sort of materialize within 2 years?
I think it remains to be seen. I mean,
we were lamenting $100,000 or $50,000 for the water garden, which I can tell you, I can go to 10 doors, you pick them, and basically if you ask them, you want me to pay an attorney to write memos for our staff for $20,000 a month, or pay $50,000 to, the water garden so they can go and take advantage of those opportunities. I think, I know how the outcome of that would be. So again, I'm not suggesting that, this end tomorrow or the next year or something, but I really believe we need to be on a straight and deliberative track to basically bring this all in-house and reduce our, not just this contract, but reduce our reliance on outside consultants, or do the inverse. But we have to do one or the other. So I'm gonna support the motion, but I think that we really need to have that commitment from management. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Fong-Sakai.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have heard some people in here as kind of saying that the Met delegates don't think on our own, that we're not capable of saying what's on our mind. The Met delegates are some of the hardest working people on this board. Unless you have been there, you don't know how much time it takes to read all of the documents, to make phone calls, to build relationships, to figure out what's going on up there, because frankly, there's a lot going on up there. There's a lot of projects. There's a lot of things in progress that we have shielded you a lot from. As far as having the support, we recently, in the last few months, have lost 2 very senior members of our Met staff Amy retired, and Liz recently left us. These were very senior people, and I'm sure that eventually we hope to replace them, but we are not there yet at this point. Mina's doing a fine job with what we have, but we still have holes in our staffing. The Brownstein Group is not writing memos for us. They are not telling us what to say up there. We do the research, we meet with our staff here, and we make up our own minds as to what we're going to say up there. Anything we can have from Brownstein or from the staff is always greatly appreciated. The analysis that we get from staff and from Chris Fromm is invaluable. And a lot of times that can be legal analyses also. And that doesn't mean that we're in a lawsuit. It means that they have specific insight and expertise and history, and they know how things have played out. And with her legal background, she has the ability to give us that sort of information. I am in favor of maintaining privilege with any attorneys that we have, including the Brownstein Group, because we can be talking strategy, and this is not something that I want to be available in open session or to any member of the public that can come in the door and ask for it. So with that, I would like to see us further this discussion to maintain our privilege, and the board, we have that ability to protect ourselves.
Director Arent.
Yeah, whenever we start debating legal issues, I remember I did have a 3-unit business law class at Cal State. It doesn't qualify me to understand what was just going on between Jim and General Counsel. So just for an operative standpoint, if under 10.3, Chris Fromm, in her role to advise our delegates, senses that there is a potential legal issue, wouldn't she not advise General Counsel or the General Manager and say, hey, we think this might turn into something we need to either get special counsel for, or I provide services under 10.2? Would that, I mean, am I accurate on that?
That's precisely right. It wouldn't be any different than, for example, my dealings with staff.
Okay.
When we're talking about a contract or we're talking about any legal issue that comes up and I get involved.
Yeah.
The
just trying to
privilege
understand how
doesn't
it
exist in one individual.
Thank you. I'm just trying to figure it out. Thank you.
Director Flessy.
Thank you. I appreciate all of our delegates and what they bring to the table, and I also appreciate quite a bit of what the Water Authority staff also brings to the table. Obviously, I don't think that they're ready to cut the ties just yet, so I'm wondering if there's something that we can do that's a little bit in between. If we can take that 2-year and possibly review after 1 year. Maybe it's a 2-year contract with an or a 1-year contract with an option to renew for a year, and kind of see where we're at and see how the delegates are doing and seeing how staff's doing with coming up to speed. But I think it's something that we do need to start taking more away from that contract and be a little bit more independent, like we're all talking about. So maybe there's something more to meet in the middle.
Director Flessy, just in response, I would say that that is something I think the Imported Water Committee should consider, just if they want to consider that review at a certain point. Then the conversation can be docketed at any time. Director Myers is the Imported Water Chair. I see you on the lights.
Well, I was going to say that if that's something that really should be in question, I'm still doing that after 2 years.
I'm going to take
that I was going to say that if for those who have concerns about the contract in total and who are considering voting no on 10.3, that I would entertain and consider an amendment to make it a one-year contract with an option to renew for another year. So I would support that. And so that's, I don't know if so I would support that amendment.
Yeah, I would second that.
That'd be the
Yeah, with the
second.
understanding that would be 200,000?
Well, it would be
the one-year amount?
the same terms, but it would be a one-year contract with an option to renew for another year.
Can I just jump in real quick? That would require us, I understand where everybody's going. That would require us to go back and renegotiate. This is, Dan has already talked to Ms. Fromm about this contract. This is what was landed on. I will say that it is terminable by the Water Authority with a short notice. So in effect, it's a two-year deal.
I'll withdraw then. I understand what you're saying, and I'll withdraw that. That's fine. My only other comments is I want to thank Director Fong Sakai for her comments, and I do appreciate how hard the MWD delegates work and the hard work that they do and the conclusions they come on their own. So I want to make sure that my comments don't imply anything differently regarding to legal services. But I do believe that the case has sort of been made that we have the approved legal services contract, and so if an issue comes up that I believe that the comment's been made, if an issue comes up that may be legal in nature, that's exactly what should happen. A discussion. That's what I would expect to have happen. A discussion. This is a legal issue. It becomes an as needed under the legal services contract. And we don't have an attorney-client privilege issue.
Director Scalzetti, one more time. Thank you very much.
Mr. Serrano, just to the point that you just made, Neil, that's why I thought the two contracts should just be combined. That's why I said it at the beginning. Just to Director Arant's point, well, if it doesn't look like it, needs to be underprivileged, that's why I thought it should just be all one. But again, as much as I agree and support everything that Director Fong Sakai just said, I want to support having this continued contract under the 2 years. And if, the will of as much as I'd like to vote no because I'd rather have it come back, but I'm also not stupid and I listen to the board and I feel that the board feels that having it with no privilege, if that's the direction you all want to go, that's to me, I just think it puts the authority at peril. Well, the Martians are invading. I'll stop.
No, that's actually Director Miller. Director Miller?
Director Miller, did you have your hand up to speak?
Okay, so I'm going to land this plane right now. So I appreciate everyone's discussion on this. I think one thing that I would just leave for this board to consider is the balance that I think we're going to have to strike and what we are going to have to come to a consensus on about this notion about whether these services can be brought in-house, acknowledging that those are ongoing expenditures that we are going to have to add to imported water, or whether we rely on this work. I think again, I've heard people say that we need to cut staff today. I've heard people say that the salaries are too high. We got to make a decision on where it is that we want to go. And honestly, that's why we're here in this room, to have that discussion, whether we want it to be long-term or whether we want it to be short-term. No question, though, my priority in this stands about it has to be a new day at Metropolitan. And I don't care who you are in this room. If you're out of this room and representing the authority, that is what we endeavor to pursue. And so I think ultimately, the conversations about staff and contracts, that is going to be an ongoing discussion for which we're just going to have to make some decisions on about what we're going to want to do. But the second piece is that we need... Yeah, at this point, I'm going to call for the vote at this point.
Thanks, Chair Serrano. I've refrained from talking. Yes, I do. Can you hear me?
No, we can't hear you, Director Miller, unfortunately. Yeah. If we all that being said, I'm going to go ahead and move to the vote. I have a motion from Director Myers, a second from Director Freehoff. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Director Acosta.
Yes.
Flessy.
Yes.
Paul.
No.
Can you hear me now?
Coates Hedberg.
No.
Scalzetti.
No.
Vice Chair Hilliker.
Yes.
Director Yamani. Leahy.
No.
Myers.
Yes.
Was that a yes?
Yes.
Roback.
No.
Quaylen.
No.
Heidemann.
Yes.
Norman.
Yes.
Abdullahi.
No.
Ayala. No. Bakowitz.
No.
Fong Sakai. Macedo.
Yes.
Madaffer.
No.
Chair Serrano.
Yes.
Vespi. Director Vespi. I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. Director Vespi? No. Thank you. Whitburn.
No.
Secretary Lyons.
Yes.
Director Freehoff.
Yes.
Castaneda.
No.
Arant. Miller.
Yes.
Thank you. Director Ray.
No.
Was that a no?
That's a no.
Thank you. One second.
Return next month. Come back next
Motion
month.
failed to pass at 71.134%.
My wife's going to go, what do you want for dinner? I'm going to go, I don't know. We need to do a motion.
I don't know.
Yes.
All right. Thank you all very much. Moving on to special reports. Item 11A is the General Manager's report. Mr. Denham.
Nothing to report.
General Counsel.
Nothing to report.
Sandag report. Secretary Lyons stepped out. Sandag subcommittees. Director Macedo. Or, sorry, Castaneda.
In the interest of time, I'm just going to file mine on paper with the secretary.
I love that. Thank you very much. Regional Planning Committee. Director Yamani.
Nothing to report.
Any AB 1234 compliance reports from directors? Seeing as for once that we have no closed sessions on today's agenda, there being no further business, the Board of Directors meeting is now adjourned.